Our idea is to design this header where we have this logo, this menu, headline, right here, luxury cars for every lover, the explore button, and this background video. At the beginning, we're not going to be designing this button because it's complex and it may be harmful for you. So we're going to be doing some more stuff in other sections. Then we're going to come back to this button. And at the beginning, we're not going to be designing this background video right here. So let's start with the delimitation of our area where we have this clip path and the logo button with text right here. Let's simply come here and start removing stuff that doesn't really make sense for us and start writing what we really want to have. Let's start with the header, and the class is going to be header. Inside of the header, we're going to have the logo, and this logo is going to be absolutely fixed right here. So let's put it inside of a box. So let's simply say header logo box. Nice. Here we're going to have a link that's going to take us to this page, index.html, because it's the link to that image. Inside of it, we're going to say we are going to insert image, home, logo white to access this one, and the alternative text. I have split it here my IDE, but it doesn't really matter right now. I'm going to show you why sometimes you may want to split it. 7 cars logo is going to be the alternative text. Let's go to the next part where we have the text which says luxury cars for every lover. So let's say this is going to be header text box. Inside of it, we're going to have H1 luxury cars for every lover. Save it. Finally, we have a button, yes, that takes us to nowhere but says explore. Record tag nowhere. The class is going to be button and it's going to say explore. Let me save. Let me go there and see if we have. Here it is. The structure is here, but our goal is to make it appear as we see here. We're talking about the header. This is layout. So let's create here header.scss, and we have to import it in our main. Add import. Inside of layout, you have this one, semicolon, save. Go to your header. What you are going to have is to select your header. If you forgot what your header is, you can simply come here and go split to the right and select here so that you can stay with both of these windows and see what's happening. And you can click on Ctrl B to hide the Explorer, okay, if it's fine for you. Inside of my header, I'm going to say that the height is going to be 90% of the viewport height, followed by the width, which is going to be full width, 100%. And I'm going to be having a clip path, which is going to be a type of polygon. So let's start here on our top left corner. We have it on the X, which is horizontally from left to right, and Y, which is vertically from top to bottom. Everything here is on its 0 position on X and Y. So let's say 0, 0 coordinate. Let's go, and here on the top right corner we have it on X fully filled, and on Y is still on 0. So let's say here, this is simply a basic math, please understand it, and it's not complicated. I think explaining it in such a way that you can understand. So X 100% and Y 0. Next, what we have is here on X is 100%, but on Y is not 100%, because if it was, it would be right here aligning to this part. So X 100% and Y some 85%. Okay, so let's say X is 100% and Y 85%. Finally, we have this part right here, which is X 0 and Y 100%, right? So X is 0 and Y 100%. Let's save, and we're going to be giving a background color so that we can see, have a better viewing. I'm going to choose just this one, choose anyone, and just to write it, save it, the main. Here we have, okay, we don't have it working. Oh, here we have, it should update automatically, but here we have, it's the same style that we have here in. let's start talking about our logo. We're not going to cover menu right now and the background because they are a bit complex. With more practice, we're going to be doing that. Our logo is a component and we're going to be reusing it in other page. So let's come here to our structure in component, and I can simply create a new component, name it header logo CSS. Go to my import in my main and take it. Here in my header logo, I'm going to put to the right so that you can see the structure of your HTML. I have to select my header logo, give it absolute position so that it stays right here, fixed as this one, adjust its width and height, and the space from left and from the top. That's all I have to do. For that, I'm going to simply click here, select my header logo box. This logo box is going to have an absolute position. If the logo box has an absolute position, parent must have a relative position. So I have to come here to the header and say your position is relative. Otherwise, it won't work how it should. Next, I'm going to say that I want it to be from top 4% and from left 2%. Yes, this is the space that I want to give. Inside of it, I have to format the image, and the image has the class. What is the class of this image? I didn't specify the class for that image. Okay, so I must specify. This is going to be logo image. Let me save. So I'm going to have logo image, and this is going to be, I'm going to simply start with a height of 50 pixels, which is equal to 5 rem, because 5 rem is 5 times 10, which is equal to 50 pixels. Save the main one, and here I have. Okay, it seems like this one is bigger. We can simply click Ctrl+Shift+I and start making some inspection right here. Let's click here. I have the height, which is 5 rem. I can increase. Okay, let's see if it's going to be the same. Let me just make some changes here. Okay, it's not the same. Let me bring it to the bottom. Here is where you can play around and see what best fits. Then you simply go and put right there. Put it to 7. Let me bring it to the bottom where I have clicked. I want to bring it to the bottom. Here I have. Okay, it seems like 7 rem is cool. So let me simply come here and change it to 7 rem. Save. Then save my main. Go there and see. I'm going to remove this. Everything is here. Okay, you can see it's on the same position. Cool. Nice. Now let's talk about this text right here. This text is placed somewhere. Let's find it first. It's here in the header text box. We come here to our header because it's inside of the header, and simply start formatting our text box. In our text box, we want it to also have an absolute position. How its parent, which is header, has a relative position. Now we don't have to specify it again. I want it to be from top something like 40%. No, 40%, and from the left I want it to be something like 20%, and I want it to have a translate on both directions, X and Y. When I say translate, I want it to shift relatively to itself, minus 10% on the X direction, which is going to from left, and minus 40% on the Y direction. Let me save and see how it looks like right now. It's not where it should be, but let's simple change first its typography. It's going to be much better in order to compare to other results. What we can do here is simply start working with the typography. I'm going to put it here, a new class to this h1, and say this is going to be heading primary, and all the elements with this class are going to have the following style. I want to have the color which is white, so I'm going to say color white. I have to put it in my variables. Let me do it right now. Variables. So I'm going to say color white. This is FFF. Save it, then go back to typography, save. Right now it's nice. Next, let me say text it, transform. I want it to be uppercase. The font size, that one I know is 5 rem, which is 50 pixels. This is what I'm saying just with sure, because I have tried and I have the results. So when you do your design for the first time, you have to simply try and find what is going to fit. Let me save it and see how it looks like. Nice. Okay, now I have to make it fit exactly where it must be. Let me go and talk about the spacing. I want it to be, let me simply use the inspector because I can make some changes there and find it better. Where are you? Here I can see heading primary. I want this box. I can find the transforms. Okay, here we have the transform, and I want to open it. It should be more up. So let's simply try to change here to negative 38 and try to change it to top, be equal to some 38, and move it a little bit to the left side, some 10%. So let's see. Okay, but other stuff comes here like this button, and for now it's fine. So let's put these results in our code. Negative 38, negative 10, and here 10 with 38. Let's save. That part has been done. Let's continue on the next lecture, where we're going to be putting this button right here and this animation that we have as we enter. You can see? Yes. Animation that's going here when it starts loading the page. Okay, you can't see it. Okay, yes, now you can see. We're going to be designing that. You see that it goes to right, then left, and it has some skew on its composition. It's easy to do that. You simply have to pay attention and go with me. That's an animation, and we may want to reuse that. So let's put it in our base, and this is a base configuration of our page. Animation. People make confusions about where to place. Okay, sometimes there's no specific and most accurate answer for all of the questions about where to place something. It's going to depend upon you, upon your organization, upon the organization where you're working on. But let's keep things really easy and more sensible to be understood. Animation. Here in animation, we have to draw our animation. And let me go to my main and do that. You know what? Just to import base. So I'm going to say import base animation. Okay, nice. I have here my typography, heading primary, and I have my animation. How it's going to work? Animations can be made using the transition and transform properties or the keyframes, which are more advanced. Here we're going to be using keyframes. So let's start with add keyframes. And here we have to put the name. The name that I shows is moved to right with skew, because at the beginning it moves to the right and it backs to the left with a skew, and with that is about some 7 degrees and so on. So I'm going to say move to right with skew. Then I have to start doing it. Our animation has different moments. At the beginning, I'm talking about at 0%. At 0%, I have to specify what are the properties that I want to apply. I want it to be on its normal position. So I'm not going to translate horizontally. So I'm going to say transform, transform, translate on the X direction to 0. Nice. Then I want it to be with some translation on the X direction and some skew at 20%. Let me show you how this is going to work. 20% I want it to have transform, translate on the X direction. Let me say some 15 pixels. Okay, it's going to be 15 pixels from the initial position, and it's going to have a skew of some -7 degrees. Shows a good amount of angles and positive or negative according to your need. Here you are free to do that. Let me simply save this and use it right here. I have to use the animation. Here you have description of each value that you're going to be placing. The name, the duration, time function, delay, direction, fill mode. So let's start with the animation name. As you know, is going to be move to right. So we say move to right with skew. Next, the duration. This animation doesn't have to take so long, otherwise it's going to be boring, but just to start and make you able to really see what's going on, I'm going to put some I can say 5 seconds. Okay, it's enough. Next, the time function. Here you can have ease in out, ease out. You can go to the internet and see what's the difference between of these functions and try out, or you can even build your custom one. I'm going to leave it ease in out, and I don't want it to have a delay. I'm going to simply put the animation here to be backwards. So I want the beginning. You can see even the hint here what backwards is going to do. The beginning property value as defined in the first keyframe at rule, which is at the 0%, is going to be applied before the animation is displayed. Let me simply save it. And yes, some refresh. You can see what's happening. Yes, at the 0% is when you load your page and it shows its transform and translate X is at 0 initial position, but it knows that at the 20% of the occurrence of its animation, it needs to translate it to 1.5 rem and have a skew of -7 degrees. That's why it does that. And here you have it back to the normal position. Nice. We have to continue. Put some transform at the 40%. At the 40%, I want it to translate X, transform first, translate X. I want to use these shortcuts to -1 rem. That means -10 pixels. So it's going to be 15, pass from 0, go to -10 pixels. So it's going to start from 0, which is this position of cursor, 15 pixels. At 40, come back and make -10. That's what I mean right here. 60%, where are you going to be? Transform, translate X to rem, just to 20 pixels. At the 80%, I want you to have a translate on the X direction of -2 rem, but I want you to skew again to -7 degrees. So you can simply make something crazy right here and see how it looks. -7 degrees. Finally, I want you to remove all your skew and translate. That means at 100%, just go to the normal position, translate to 0, and I want you to don't skew. Nice. I have saved it, and I'm going to simply run it again. Okay, can you see what's going on? Here you have, and I'm going to reduce the amount of time so that it makes much sense for us. See it happening fast. Okay, let me refresh. This is the animation done. Next, let's talk about this button right here. To insert this button, we're going to be working with it as a component because we can reuse that, and it's an element that has a meaning itself. So let's simply remove this typography, the variables, the header logo. Here in components, let's create a new component. This is going to be our button, the CSS. Go to my main. I know that I have components, so I'm going to put it before the header add import components, and this is the button. Nice. Let me close this header, put this index right here and the button on this side. We have many different states for buttons, as we know from HTML section, the link, visited, hover, active function, and we're going to be exploring that right here. Let's try to understand what this animation is doing. As we hover, you can see that it's translating on the Y direction, and it seems like this button had grown, then shrink it. Let's simply try to think how it's going to be possible to implement this. There are many possibilities, but here we have one button, and before it we also have another button with the same characteristics. So when we hover it, one of the buttons grow, and as we remove, we have another style being applied. Let's code and you're gonna understand how it is done. Let's select our button. Okay, right here, hourglass btn, link state, and on the visited state, because we don't want to change the styles. Text to transform obviously is to uppercase in our button. Text decoration, let's put it to none, because we don't want to have the text decoration right here. So let me save the main one and see what we have. Okay, it's not working. Why? Oh, now it's working. Okay, I was feeling something different right here. Okay, now let's continue. After the text decoration, what we can do is simply try to increase the font size to 1.7 rem and see how it looks. I have to save right here. This is a bit of bug that you find when you work with this. Okay, 1.7, it's cool. The font weight, we're going to reduce it to 400. Let's put some background color to be Alice blue. Then we change it. Let's put some padding of 15 pixels, but we're working with our RAM right here, and on the left and right just to 40 pixels. You have good buttons when you have a huge amount of paddings on the horizontal axis and a small amount on the vertical. This is from design researches. Font size, let me put it to 17 pixels. I know the values of some of these properties because I had tried many times. And this is a button, so I'm going to say border none. Okay, let me save it and see how it looks like. Okay, it's right here. I could give some border radius for that. Radius of 1 rem. Save it and see how it looks. Much better, but it's not where it should be. Now we have to fix that, but if you see here, we have some more space, so we can add a letter spacing to that between each of them of 0.2 rem. I guess now you know what 0.2 rem means, 2 pixels. And let's see. Okay, much better right now. To make it go right here, just after the luxury cars for every lover, we can pick it from here and put it inside of the same header text box and save our time. Let's see how it looks right now. Nice. And we can have some margin right here. Okay, but let's leave that for the next time. What we can do right now is focus on making the magic happen. I told you that we're going to have 2 buttons, and that's true. We have 2 buttons right here. So basically the same style that we have on our element is the same that we're going to be using with the pseudo class. So we'll have to put after, and every time you use this pseudo pseudo class, now pseudo elements, you have to put it content to nothing, and you must put a display to be inline block. Here also you must display as inline block, right? The height is going to be exactly 100% of its parent element, and the parent element of the after element is equal to the element itself where you are using as reference to give the after. In our case is this anchor tag and is the button class. Okay, so it needs to be 100% for both dimensions so that it stays exactly equal to the next element. The border radius needs to be exactly the same of 1 rem. The position is going to be absolute. Yes, it must have an absolute position because we want to set it to be from the top 0 and left to 0 in order to be really stick it relatively to the anchor tag. So let's say top to 0 and left to 0. Save and see how it behaves. Okay, here we have, it seems like nothing happened, but we have something. And what we can do in order to see that we have really something there which is equal, we can simply change each z index and put it to be something like 900, something really high. So the button should stick right here in front of this one. We can see, so something is not going how it should. Okay, let's try to figure out what's going on. What can possibly be going on right here? Let's try to find out. Let's put this as a relative position. Yes, and refresh. We can see nothing here, but let's see with the inspector. If you come here, you have the after. Let me remove, oh, it exists. Let me inspect again the after element. I had seen here something. Okay, let me click. This is for different stages. You can see the after one right here. Here we have. Let's try to remove these properties, and it seems like it's not working. I don't know why, but let's try to figure out. Oh, indeed it's working. You can see if you remove the absolute positioning, it shows up right here just after this explore button, and if you add it goes there. Okay, let's continue. What we want to do is to make sure that this button always sticks before our main button right here. And as we hover on our main button, what really happens is that we want to translate and translate the main button and give some box shadow, and also make the scale of the back button, which is hide. How can we make that? We simply have to come here and use the pseudo class hover when we hover on the button in general way. So let's say transform. We want it to have a translate y of -4 pixels because we want it to translate to up, and let's add some box shadow. Okay, 0, 1 rem, 2 rem, and we have some transparency on the color observatory. RGBA, the color is observatory, the transparency of 80%. You don't have this color, so let's simply copy it, go to the variables, add it here, and pass the value. Find it's 0.28 668. These values I must memorize or simply give it to you, but I'm going to give to you as a text on these lectures, and you're going to pass all the variables that we are going to be using, right? This is the color. So this is a small part, but we want to make sure that the element that is after scales up and reduces its opacity to 0. It's like a zoom in and reduce the opacity, become invisible, right? So after is going to have the transform. This is scale on the X 1.3, and we have also to scale on the Y direction so that it becomes greater in the vertical direction. And we are going to set its opacity to 0. Let's simply make sure that this is going to happen fast. So let's say transition to all the properties in just 0.2 seconds. It's enough, in my point of view. And let's add the same time to the after element and save. Let's see how it behaves. Okay, what we still have here is the box shadow and the Y translation for this one, when we can see the translation and the scaling of the back button. We have to fix that. Okay, it actually was found that my browser was having a bug, and now it's how it should. Here we have that cool animation, and when we click, something should happen, and we should see this button coming like below and going inside of the screen, something that gives a sensation of yes, you have clicked it. You can see what's happening right here. So let's do the same right here, and the pseudo classes that we have to use, we know active and focus. So you have to take that knowledge. So I'm going to place it before right here when it's active, and when you place it on the focus, pretty much the same. Transform. Obviously we have to change the translate in the Y direction. We can place it like -1 pixel. We can simply leave 1 pixel because this unit is so small, and let's simply change the box shadow because this is the shadow that gives a different sensation. -5 frame, which is 5 pixels, 10 pixels, and a bit of different color here. It's the same as this one. Okay, with some small change in transparency. Let's see how it looks. Nice, nice. But in our case, we are working with a green button. That's a general approach, and we have to add a class here that's going to differ when the button has a different color. So let's say green, and make some small changes. What we have to do is put the formatting when we are talking about the green button. We are going to change it just two things: the color of the text, which is going to be color white, and we are going to change the background. Obviously, background color needs to be green. We have to do the same for the after pseudo element. So after, we're going to be saying box. Where are you? The color to be the same as color green, because we must make sure that what is beside what's behind the main button also has the same color, because if it doesn't have, we will notice as it scales, right? I hope you got the idea. And here we can simply remove the default background colors. Here also we can remove the background color. Where are you? Here you are. And we can now test. One thing I have to tell you, it's going to be giving me an error because I haven't defined a variable right here. So let me simply go and say I want the color green to have a color with the value. Let me simply find it in my annotations. I have a color green. Okay, is the ATE 6A2. Let's see how they look like right now. No, this green is not the one that I want. So let me change it to dark green. I'm testing the colors here with you. I like to make it live. So it's 2683 5F. Let me see if this is going to be the one that I want. 83 5F. Okay. Nice. So multiple cursors using the Alt, dark, save. Okay. Now import the abstract variables, color dark green, color dark green. Let's see what's the error. Let me save. Formatted file to import not found, unreadable abstracts variable. Why it's unreadable? On line 1 says import abstracts. Let me go there to my says variables. Why it can't read? Let me go up and see what we have here. We file to import not found, unreadable abstracts variables. But why? This is something really blowing my mind. Now it's working. It's totally acceptable that these things happen. Even if you don't make any change, you simply have to try to resave it and it's gonna work. Okay, but let me inspect and see if this color is the one that I really have there, because this seems like a bit different, or I'm having problems with my rendering. Okay, the color is this one, so I'm going to copy and don't waste much time right here. Let me paste. Okay, I'm going to leave it as green. Green, green. Done. We have closed this part. It's the same. Nice. The background video is going to be seen on the next lecture. We have to implement the background video. Before we do that, I don't know if you saw this bug that we had in the last lecture. We can't have that scale thing here. We say the border color instead of, at least I did that, instead of saying background color, then save. Find the variables on the final version of this project, please. We don't want to be here writing every piece of detail here. We must know how to use them, and everything is here already defined. Let's save and see what we have. Okay, here we do have. I know why we have this different color here, so I'm going to make the last update of the variables. Here we saw that instead of being this green, we must change its value to a new one, which is found right here. So let me inspect and simply update. Okay, and I'm going to paste it right here. I'm going to save it, and everything should be working fine by this moment. Okay, I'm going to start removing this background that I have for my header. Where are you? You are here. I'm going to create a structure here. Div, the class is going to be background video. Inside of it, I'm going to have this is the video element. I'm going to specify the source using the source tag. The source attribute value is going to be image, is inside of home video, and you have a Range Rover right here. Nice. I'm going to remove this. It's going to be automatically played. So let's say autoplay. It's going to be muted. It's going to run as a loop. And let me simply say the class is going to be background video. Nice. Now I have to create a component right here, and this is going to be background video as CSS. I'm going to put it on the right side. Okay, and I'm going to import right here, but I want this main to be on this side also. So let me say add. I'm going to simply be using Ctrl Alt down arrow key and change it to background video. Save. Then I have the background video right here. All I have to do is to make sure that my background video has an absolute position. It's on the top and the left corner, really 0 0, and it's occupying all the width and the available height. Okay, so let me start with the background video, which is the container right here, this one. Inside of it, I'm going to say that I want to fix its position to be absolute. I want the top, okay, top to be 0, left to be 0, width it must occupy 100%, and the height it must occupy 100%. Therefore, if you know that this background video has absolute position, you must give the header, which is the parent element, a relative position. So here we have the header relative position. So every time you want to use the background video component, make sure that the parent is set to relative position, and it's nice. Now let's talk about the video itself. The video needs to occupy all the entire width of 100%. Let's see how it looks like right now. Okay, here we have, and the height, it also needs to occupy 100% of the available height. Okay, do you see what's happening? We are having overflow of content, and we don't have aspect ratio. We must make sure that nothing goes from this parent element, so we use overflow hidden. Let's see how it looks like right now. Okay, now we see the background video, but its width and height is not how we want. We have to use the object fit property and set it to cover. It will cover all the available space, keeping the aspect ratio. Done. Easy to implement. This is the same that we have here. And I was forgetting, we have to insert our 5 icon here. We didn't do so. So let's go back, and that should be easy, and you should do that by yourself. But I'm going to implement with you. We simply have to come here to the link, say that relationship is going to be icon hypertext reference, where it is, I don't want to use this because the type is image X icon, and the hypertext reference right now image home fav icon, and this one. Let's save and see what we have done. Well, let's add some space between this text and this button. For that, I'm going to be using utility classes. I want to talk about utilities right now in the base. So you simply have to put here utilities. Here is the place where you're going to simply put utility formattings. For example, I may say that all that is known as margin bottom small is going to have a certain amount of pixels. So I'm going to say utility class margin bottom small, and the value is going to be margin bottom. How much I can give for that? I'm going to try starting with tree ramp, which is 30 pixels, and I'm going to copy this class, not small but small, and bottom, place it here, save without this dot, save right here also, and in my main also. Don't forget to import it because it's something that I'm forgetting. Utilities. Let me save and see. Yes, I do have that margin, and if I inspect, I'm going to see margin right here. But I think this one has a greater margin than this one, or it's okay. No, let me remove. This margin is so huge. Let me reduce it for 2 rem. Done. Now we can move to the next lecture. For now, I'm going to be a bit faster because at this stage you should be comfortable working with CSS, components, and layout. Let's move. Our user is going to see the car image right here, some specs of the car, and the car make and model right here. Also, it's gonna be placed at these 3 buttons where it's gonna be clickable, and the slide is gonna change the image. They are not going to be changing automatically because we don't want to cover JavaScript and complex topics right here. Okay, our project is this one. Let's go and start to implement. We have to start a new section, so let's write the div section. Div node, the tag section. Yes, this is the perfect way to say this. The section is section slide. This is the class. Inside of this section, we're gonna have a bunch of slides. So let's say slides, and each slide is gonna be treated individually as a container of our slides. So let's say slides, and here we have the slide. Nice. This one is the first slide, so let's place here also the class S1. We're gonna have an image. It's located here, image, home, slider 1, and the name of this car is BMW. Is the BMW, yes, BMW, I remember, 4 Series Coupe. Nice. 4 Series, not 5 Series. And let me simply copy this name because I will need. After the image, I'm gonna have the name of the car in our structure. So let's say slides, slide, and this is the texty part. Let's insert it. After this, I'm gonna be creating a paragraph that's gonna contain the icons. So let's say slides, slide, text, icons. This is the variant. Nice. Let me save and see if it's working or not. Here. Okay. I have an error here, okay, but I'm gonna simply run it again, and while the live server gets on, I'm gonna consume. Each icon is gonna be inside of a span tag and italic tag. Okay, this one is gonna have a class from font awesome, so we have to use the library from the font awesome. No, I don't have here, and you shouldn't have also the library because we haven't installed it. But let's go to the internet and write font awesome 5.1 CDN. Here we're going to be using the link that's gonna contain the files for our icons for the version 5.1. Please don't use any other version because later on we're gonna be using icons that are working perfectly in this version. But actually we do have version 6, but please use this link. You have to copy here on your video or go to the same page where I copied. And I'm gonna be showing you right now some font awesome names that you can see for the version 5. For example, here you're gonna be choosing the appropriate icon for you. For example, you want to put this air conditioner, you simply have to click click it again, it's copied. Then you can simply come here, say Ctrl+V to paste, save, go to your HTML page, and we must see it somewhere here. We can't see. Okay, sometimes this happens because of the compatibility with the versions. We have imported the version 5.1, but here we are in the version 5.14. 15, yes. Sometimes it's gonna work, sometimes not. Let's try an icon that's gonna be working with that version. Let's simply try until we find one, but most part of the names are gonna be the same. I already have the names for the icons that we are gonna be using in our project. Okay, you can see right here, we have, but that's not our focus for now. Let's insert what really matters here, the font awesome, glass FA, map, map, marker, and RLC. Here I'm gonna be placing some space and non-break space, and say it's located here in Texas. I'm gonna be simply duplicating here, Control Alt down down down. Here I'm gonna say this goes from 0 to 100 kilometers in 3.2 seconds. And the icon name for this one is tachometer fast. Okay, you don't have to memorize this, simply go to the internet and find the names for your font icon fast, but I already have the name, so that's why I'm simply telling you user. And here we have calendar week. Let me save. This was produced in 2022, and here we have 5 people, okay, that can fit on that car. Let me save and see how it looks right now. Okay, here you can see how it looks. It's not how this was, but we're gonna be working until we achieve that state. Nice. After these icons, what we have to do is to simply pick this one slide. Okay, I'm actually gonna give some space so that you don't get confused of what's going on. I'm gonna simply select all, Control Alt down, and here I have the slide 2. I'm gonna be changing here to 2, and this is 8 series, grand copy. Okay, I'm gonna be copying this, go down right here, and change to, okay, this should be wrapped by a paragraph. Yes. So let me wrap here, and here also I'm gonna be wrapping inside of a paragraph. Nice. Yes. Now it's much better. This one is located in Chicago. Chicago. It goes in 2.8. The next one is not going to be so different because we're simply going to be showing the backside of the car. So let's change here to S3, here to 3, and I think everything is done. Let's save. Okay, it updated. We're going to be using CSS to fix that. Let's implement the buttons right here, which are going to be clicked. These radio buttons, I'm talking about these ones. So let's place them here inside of our slides. And the input is gonna be radio type. The name is gonna be car. All of them need to have the same name. And ID, I'm going to say this one is for R1. I'm going to assume that this one is checked by default, and I'm gonna duplicate all of them, but I have to remove this checked because this one is not gonna be checked. This is R3. This one also is not gonna be checked, but radio buttons are not formatted with the CSS like other elements, so let's simply use labels to connect our radio buttons with our formatable elements. Here we're gonna create a group which is gonna be navigation. So these navigations are going to contain some labels. So I'm gonna say label for R1, which is for radio button 1. The class is that bar, and simply duplicate. Yes, I have here R2 and I have here R3. Let me save and see how things are here. We have the radio buttons, okay? When we click on them, what we're gonna be doing is simply change here. Everything until the stage is messy. That's obvious, it's not well formatted. We're going to start giving this container of our slide, which is inside of our homepage, the width and the height of 100%, okay, and the height is going to be automatically adjusted in terms of the content that's going to be placed inside. So let's come here to our page, right click and new underscore home.scss. This is not underscore, no, yes, underscore is here. Let's go to our main file and use import directive. Oh, what's this writing right now? No, add import, and this is inside of the pages home SCSS. Nice. And we're gonna be having a new component right here, which is gonna be the slide itself. So let me simply put the slide and let me create the slide, because we can reuse this slide somewhere and it's going to be much better if we treat it as a component. Inside of our home, let's select the section slide and give it a width of 100%. The height is going to be automatically adjusted. Overflow, so let's place it to be hidden. Okay, nice. Okay, here in slide, let's start formatting the container itself. We have to place these two side by side just to make it easy for you to understand. That's something I usually like to do, place side by side. I'm gonna split it to the right, Control B to eliminate that, and I want my index file. Where are you? Okay, here you are. Let's start with the slides. This container, slides, I'm gonna have a width of 500% because I want it to be so wide so that I can fit childs, which are this one, S1, S2, S3 inside of it. I'm gonna make the parent so wide, 500%. The height, I'm gonna say 100%. And let's start using a display flex right here. Nice. Let me save with the main and go back. Okay, here you can see. Nice. Still not something really useful for you. Let's start formatting each of our slides. Each slide is gonna have 20% of 500%. So width is gonna be 20% because I want to have each slide smaller. You have to know that slides by itself has 100%, okay? But when I say 500%, it increases and becomes 5 times 100%. And I want to have each item having 20% of that space. For example, I have a space of 100 pixels, and I say 500% of 500 pixels of 100 pixels, that gives me 500 pixels. 20% of 500 pixels is gonna be what? Is gonna be 100%. Yes, that means each slide is gonna be occupying the 100% which you can view, and is equal to your screen width. Yes. Next, we have to simply say that we don't want anything here to overflow. So let's hide what's gonna be overflowing. Let's format the image that's inside of our slide. The image, we want to make them fit our parent element, keeping the aspect ratio, so you should know how to do that. But before we make that, let's save and see how it looks like. I like to do this so that you can understand what we are really doing right here in our CSS, instead of simply being writing and speaking. Okay, at this stage it's like this, all it's on the same row, okay, but it's not fitting right here in our screen. So let's say width 100%. Okay, I want the height also to be 100%. I want to keep the aspect of it, so object fit to be covered. Okay, sometimes this works without saving the main, sometimes it doesn't work. So let me go here. Okay, it should be working right now. I don't know why it's not working. Okay, let me go and check. Yes, now I can see all of it. Very good. After we play with this image, what we have to do is to play with the text. So let's come here and underscore text. It's not underscore, this is dash text. Okay, we are playing with this right now. Here what we can start doing is to simply make its position to be absolute, because you can see that text is not formatted in a normal place, so its position is gonna be absolute. Therefore its parent, which is this S1, which is slide, needs to have a relative position. So position of our slide is gonna be relative. Very good. Here I'm going to say that I want to place it 5% from the top, not 50%. It's gonna be so down, and from the left I want it to be placed at 3%. And I want you to have padding of 0 and 1 rem. This text BMW for serious copy. You want all the paragraph here to have a font size of 500 pixels, 50 pixels. And let me put the font weight to be kinda 800. You must know which one's gonna be selected if we didn't import this one. A bit of challenge for you. So let's save and go there. Okay, nice. Okay, we have to place this color, and how are we gonna do that? I have to teach you something, which is the gradient. Here we're gonna be using two colors, the green color and the blue color, to make that standing gradient. We use actually a bit of a trick. We make our text look like transparent. After our text look like transparent, we're gonna place a background of that color, which is from green to blue. And we're gonna make that background have the same shape as our text, which is transparent. Therefore, the background is gonna be like a letter. Let's write it, and it's gonna be much easier to understand. Okay, so let's start here writing. The background is gonna be WebKit linear gradient. Yeah, many browsers don't support this property, so that's why I'm using WebKit here. And I want the first color to be green, and we have in our variables the next color is gonna be blue. Okay, next I have to insert the background clip property to be text. Finally, I have to put my color of the text transparent. I'm gonna save and see how it looks like right now. Oh, what happened? Color. Okay, color here. Okay, nice. You can see right here. We don't have it how it should, and we have to fix it. Here we should also use WebKit WebKit. Let's save and see how it's gonna be looking right now. Still no. Very good. Now we have, but I think this color is not the same as this. Let me confirm if I am using the right color right here. Okay, let me go for green. Control B, look for my variables, the green that I have here. Okay, I have a problem here. The variables value for green is 8GE 6A2. Let's save and see what's gonna happen right now. Much better. Yes. And let me see if for blue is this one, because that seems not to be, but yes, it's this one. So let's save and go back to our index file right here. Let's continue. We can play around with our icons right now. So let's come here and select the icon. So let's say icons, icons, position is going to be absolute. Therefore, the parent element of the icons, which is slide, it needs to have a relative position, but we have already set it to relative and we don't have to put again. From top, we want it to be placed 18%. From the left side, it's gonna be placed 3%. And the background color is gonna be color white. Okay, let's simply add the padding and this is gonna be pretty much done. Let's save and see how they look like. Nothing here. Okay. This color has changed right now. We're gonna be fixing this, so don't worry why this is looking with this color. That's because we have changed the value of the green variable. Where are our icons? This property is not written properly. Padding. Inside of these icons, we have to format something, which is the span. The span is what really contains our icons. We have to give some font size and margin. Font size to make it be visible right here. So let's select our span and put the font size to 20 pixels and margin to the right side of some 13 pixels. Before you save and execute, make sure that you are writing the same as I'm doing here if you want to have the same output. Nothing is showing up. Can you tell me why? Take it as a bit of a challenge for you. I'm gonna pause the video right now. No, I'm not gonna be pausing, but you have to pause and see why we don't have the span icons being showing here. Remember what we wrote here. The color of the paragraph is gonna be transparent. The icons are there, but the color is transparent. If you go to your index file, you're gonna see that icons are inside of this paragraph. Therefore, we have to write the same thing we did for this paragraph. If I copy here and paste, save, you're gonna see that things must change. What happened? We should have here our icons with that beautiful background color and all of that stuff, but we don't have. So let's wait, make sure that we have targeted the icons, slides. Okay. Okay, something is wrong right here. Can you see when we hover, we are inside of slides __ slide dash icons, while we should pass from text before we come here. So that means this is not in the correct place. We can simply remove it from here and place inside of this text, because this is where they should be placed if we want to have that text. So let's place, and this paragraph also should be there inside of this text. So let me place, save, and see. Now it's better. Okay, I have to remove this because I don't want to have duplicate code. And if I save, you may think that it's gonna be with the same style, but it's not. That's why I'm gonna be using a mixin right here, because it's gonna be holding the repetitive code that I have. What's the syntax to write here inside of the mixin? You should know at this stage, but if you don't know, don't worry, we're gonna be writing together. So write add mixin, the name of the gradient, I'm gonna say to color gradient text, simple like that. And this is gonna receive as a parameter the gradient first color. That's how I'm gonna call gradient first color, and the second one is gonna be gradient second color. Nice. Then what I simply have to do is to copy this code, come here and paste. I have to change the variables here of some colors. I'm gonna be saying the gradient first color is gonna be what I'm calling color green right there, to this here, and the gradient second color is gonna be right here. Easy. Save, and I simply have to use and include the name of my mixin, which is to color gradient text, and pass the color values here, green separated by a comma, color blue, okay, semicolon, and I'm gonna copy this line, insert in my span, save, go to my main. I must include this, is inside of the abstracts. I have a mixins, save, okay, something is going wrong, line 2 of abstracts mixins, so let's go there and see what is happening. To color gradient undefined variable gradient second color gradient, okay, because he is written gradients. Let's save and see if everything is working. Everything is working. Nice. You have to develop this habit of looking for how things are working before you simply start writing. You can pause this video now, but I'm going to continue on it just to continue implementing the remaining stuff. I know that this is gonna be longer, but just keep with me. It's gonna be fun. Now let's talk about our navigation. Our navigation is this one. Let me go to our index file. This one. Okay. This is outside of all of my slides and bunch of stuff. So I can start writing here navigation. I have the curly braces. Oh no, I have to change my keyboard input. Nice. Here we have to talk about where we're gonna be placing and how they're gonna be visually presented with that style. Let's put that navigation on its place. The navigation must be right here. Let's start writing how we can achieve that. First, the position is gonna be absolute. Make sure that the parent is with the relative position. The parent is this one, section slide. Make sure that it has a relative position, so position needs to be relative. Section slide, not slide, so go to home and place it here. Yes, that's the perfect place. How the position is absolute, we have to specify from bottom it's gonna be 60%. Let's place from the right side, it's gonna be some 2%. We want it to be really near to the right side, and simply display as flex and put the writing mode to be vertical, right to left, in order to have one on top of another. Vertical, right to left. Let's save and see how it looks like right now. Please don't misunderstand this radio inputs right here as what we are formatting. We are formatting something that we didn't give life at this stage, which is this navigation. We know where they should be placed. Now let's give width and height in order to see what they are, where they are. So let's simply give a bar and give a width of 10 pixels and a height of 10 pixels. Some border radius of 50%. I'm gonna be giving just a border to the other side of 1 pixel, solid, and I have a color which is the merge, okay, merge mer, and the margin is gonna be of 5 pixels, and the cursor there is gonna be pointer so that we can give that effect like, yes, you are hovering on it and you have a mouse over that. Let me save my main and go and check. Here we have, okay, here we have. Let's continue. We want to change the background color as we hover on it, and for that we need to have a transition to make the things go more smoother. 0.4 seconds, and as we hover we're gonna have a background observatory. Nice. We can save and see how it's gonna be working much better. Okay, let's continue. Now it's time to start making the buttons really work. What we're going to be using is the advantage of the pseudo classes that exist. For example, we have the pseudo class checked that applies a certain style. When a radio button is checked, we can use the advantage for that. For example, when we are here, we click on this one, you can see that everything is working. If I click here on this the third radio button is checked. When I click here on the second one, it's checked. So we're going to say when the X radio button is checked, do something. That's how we're going to be working right here. Let's come and select our first radio button. When it's checked, okay, when this one is checked, really we don't want to make anything, so let's leave how it is right now. When we check the second radio button, we really want to do something. What we're gonna be doing is to simply translate minus 20% in order to remove the 20% that we give as the width. In other words, another slide container is gonna be presented on that position. That's what we have to do. So margin left, remove that 20%. When we do that, on the third radio button, R3, this should be semicolon. I'm looking it now because it's a pseudo class, okay, and not a hash symbol. We're gonna be doing this twice, so minus 40%. And we have to get some transition right here because I believe it's gonna be looking much smoother and beautiful if we have that kind of transition. So let's place a transition. I'm gonna be putting some 0.6 seconds. So let's go to our slide and say transition of 0.6 seconds. Save. This should work. Let's go and check. It's not working, but at least we have this being attached to the right place. Let's go and see what can possibly be wrong right here. Down. When R1 is checked, we want to go, okay, something is missing right here. We must explicitly say what we want to do, where we want to apply that transition. We want to apply this transition here on the S1. So we're gonna push minus 20% the slide 1 and minus 50% the slide 1, minus 40% the slide 2 when we click on the R3. Okay, let's see if this is gonna work or not. Let's we click here. Okay, now it's working, and this should go away because we don't want to keep it right here. And when R1 is checked, let me simply put the margin left to 0. Margin left to 0. Now it's okay. I think it's easy for you to simply hide those buttons because you simply have to change the opacity or simply say display none. And I'm gonna leave it as a bit of challenge for you. But let's complete it. We simply have to come here and say what's radio or somewhere else, but inside of slides. You can say that this position is gonna be absolute, okay, but please have the visibility to hidden and save. Let's see how it looks right now. Okay, we must write the class. This was the type. You can use env of type. It's a question. No, you can't use env of type, but you can use type of attribute. But for simplicity, let's say class radio. Save and see if this is gonna work. Done. Okay, it's working. And here we have this BMW. This one also is a BMW brand copy. We can go to the main one, the last one, and go back. It's how it should be. This one is something that we don't have to worry. You can simply change, and let's continue. grid system. We will be designing our own grid system because I want you to think like a designer, have some basics of math and be able to design your own grid. Although CSS has already a powerful CSS grid framework embedded. Well, here we have one row and one column. Here's where we put our data. For example, we have 1704 pixels or centimeters. If you want to divide it into columns equally spaced and with the same width, we will have to define a gather which will be the margin between them. For example, is 66, and each individual item is going to have the width being equal to the row's width, which is 1704 minus this gather over 2. And you're gonna see that this will give you 819. Then you have to apply the margin to the right of the first element, which will give you this space, and its value must be the gather. Next, if you want to have one of 3, you have to take all the rows width, eliminate 2 times the gather that you have, and divide by 3. You're gonna have 524, and apply margin to the right of all the elements except the last one. When you want to talk about the 104, you have the same approach. You're gonna take all the entire width, eliminate 3 times the gather, and divide by 4. Finally, you're gonna apply the margin to the right of all the elements except to the last one. Things get more interesting when we talk about 2 of 3, 2 of 4, 3 of 4, and so on. For example, here we have 2 of 3. The width of a 2 of 3 element, if you wanna look with me, is simply equal to 2 pieces of 1 of 3 plus the gather. So this is simply joining this one, and the gather. Then you have a 2 of 3 element. A 2 of 4 is simply to have 1 of 4, 1 of 4, and the gather all joined. Here you can see that the width of this is equal to this one. And 3 of 4 is simply to have 3 pieces of 1 of 4 and 2 gathers joined. So you have this one, this one, this one, and this one joined. So without further ado, let's see in code how we build this. All the elements are going to be placed inside of a row, so let's create a row here. Inside of our row, we're gonna have divs with the classes like column 1 of 2, which will represent one of that column. Here we have 2 of them. Then we are gonna be making the same row. Let's place, for example, column 1 of 3 right here, and let's simply duplicate of 3, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna be placing a row with column 1 of 4 right here, placing 2 of them, and here I'm gonna be placing 2 of 4. And I can simply duplicate this and put just one column 2 of 3 right here and eliminate this one. We're going to create a component which will be our grid. So let's grid.scss, and here we have to import in our components already exists at this file location. I don't know how we have it here, but let me remove, and I'm gonna be creating with you grid.scss, and let me come here to the components. I'm gonna be importing the grid and save. First, we have to define a width for our row. This time is gonna be max width because we want it to occupy the entire available space when the width is less than the one that we are going to define. In my variables, I gave you the grid width, which is 116 rem. Next, we're gonna define the margin 0 and auto left and right to make it centered. Let's start with the definition of the width for each of our items. For example, the column 1 of 2, what's going to be the width? We're going to be using the calculus function that exists here, and we know that this is going to be equal to 100% of the parent element minus the gather that we have defined, and it's already available in the variable list. So we use a variable, we have to use hash between curly braces, put the $sign right here, and write the variable name. This is gather horizontal, and we have to divide this result by 2. Here we have a width of one of the elements. Let's go to our browser and see if we have something right here. We don't have, that's fine, because we didn't give a specific height and a background to our elements so that we can see them. So let's select all that start with a class being equal to a column right here, because all our divs start with column, hyphen, and it goes on. What we are going to be giving is a background color of this, can be aqua, and we can give a height of 5 rem so that we can see what we do have. And let's go, let me save again right here, Windows 3. And okay, here everything is placed but with a bad visualization. Don't worry. What we have to do is make sure that every single div is floated to the left side. That's the first thing that we have to do. So let's float it to the left. And as you know, every time you make a float to the left of something, you have to clear the parents element using the clear fix hack. I'm going to be using the clear fix right here. In my mixin, I'm gonna be writing mixin clear fix. I'm gonna select what is after and say the content is gonna be nothing. The clear is gonna be both, and you're gonna display as table. Let's save and go back to the grid. Let's see how it looks like right now. Okay, here we have everything is floated to the left. Let's continue. And you can see that these two divs that have a predefined width, column 1 of 2, are already placed there. Here we have column 1 of 2. The rest of the divs don't show up because they don't have a width. What's missing here is the margin between them, which is the gutter. Where are we going to place? We're going to place on the right side of this first one. Fortunately, we can do that in CSS. What I'm gonna do is come here, say what's not the last child is gonna have a margin to the right side of that gather that we have defined. Gather horizontal. Let's save and see. Here we have. This is easy. Let's come here and say column 1 of 3. We have to eliminate 2 times the gather as we saw previously in theory and divide by 3. Let's save and see how it looks like. Here we have, and you're seeing here 1 of 3 showing up down because we have used it on the 3rd row, and the 2 of 3 is not showing up. Let me actually include a margin bottom to each row except the last one, because we don't want to have a margin to the bottom of this last one, but for the intermediate ones we do want. So let's come here and say Also, what's not the last child is gonna have a margin bottom. I have defined these in the variables list that I gave to you. Gather vertical. Let's save and see how it looks like. Okay, sometimes you have to save the main file, we know that, and we should see this already working. Margin bottom, we have this border, gather vertical, and it's all in our row. So let's see. Okay, here we do have. Nice. 104. We already know that we have to eliminate 3 times the gather and divide by 4. Let's save and see how it looks like. Okay, here we have 104, 104 showing up. That's nice. Now we can start giving for the column 2 of 3, for example. 2 of 3, we know that is the same to have 2 times the 1 of 3 plus the horizontal gather. So we have to say 2 times right here, 100% minus just 2 times the horizontal gather. We have to divide by 3 and add that horizontal gather, which is this one. So plus this. Let's save and see how it looks like. Oh, we don't have 2 of 3 right here. We should have the 2 of 3. Let's see. Save again. Okay, there's actually a syntax error because this gather horizontal is not inside of the calcul function. So let's add here a parenthesis and add one more right here. Let's save and see how it looks like right now. Done. Next, let's define the 2 of 4. We have to copy this and say 2 of 4. We don't have to change many things here. We still keep 2 times, 100%, minus we have to remove 3 times the gather, divide by 4, and keep that gather also. And we can see 3 of 4 also. Let's put here 3 of 4 calculus function. We have 3 times 100% minus 3 times the gather. We have to divide by 4 and put 2 times our gather. Nice. And let me find a place to put the 3 of 4. I'm gonna duplicate this one, say 3 of 4 and 1 of 4. All added becomes 4 of 4. So let's see how it looks like right now. Okay, I have to save this main file. Let me see. Okay, it had a problem while refreshing. Now I should see everything going on. Windows 3, and I can't even have any of them. So what did happen here? Okay, actually I don't see the grid right here. Let me save. I have removed it without noticing. Save it again and save right here. Nice, all is here. Fortunately, there are many frameworks that make this for us so easy to work with, but I want you to really have this mindset of playing around with some calculus and understanding how the grid works behind the scene. Now you can use the CSS grid, which is much faster and is becoming very used in these days, and I personally like to use CSS grid. And you can lay out your elements. This section is probably the most complex one Here we have this in high demand deal now. We have some cards. This effect, when we hover, it rotates. On the top left corner, we have the brand of the manufacturer icon here, which is appealing us to simply hover on it in order to see some info. When we hover, each of these cards have a background which is the same color as the car, or kinda that. And when you click on the buy now button for this one, for example M235i, you have another page, and this is gonna be designed by us later on. So without further ado, let's start building this, and I promise this is gonna be awesome. So let me start just removing this and create a new section. So let's say section in demand. Nice. And inside we're gonna have some cards class. Let me create a div and use utility class text center, which will put my text is centralized, and we have a second header for this time, and I'm gonna call it heading secondary, and just put in high demand deal now. Save. Create my utility class. U text center is gonna have a text align to the center. Let's save it and see how it looks like. Okay, we should have a slightly margin to the bottom right here, and it should be larger, so I'm gonna create U margin bottom large right here, which is gonna have a margin to the bottom of some 8 rems, and I'm gonna apply right here U margin bottom large. Let's save and see how it looks like. Very good. Now we have to take care of our typography, and we must format. Okay, let's remove this animation right here, and we must format the heading secondary right now. So heading secondary, and let's start defining the font size. Well, for this, let's take some 4 rem. Font size of 4 rem. Save and see how it looks like. Better. We're gonna put a font weight of 900. The text transform is gonna be uppercased. We have those gradients, so let's simply say add include to color gradient. We start with the color green and we move to color blue. Nice. Let's save and see how it looks like. Much better. We need to have that skew, so for transitioning that skew, we're gonna make it in just 0.2 seconds, and as we hover, we're gonna have the transform skew on the X direction for some 7 degrees. Let's see how it looks like right now. Very good, very good. We can add a box shadow. As you can see here, also it becomes with a box shadow, and here we don't have that shadow, so let's add. It's actually a text shadow because it's for the text, not for a box. 5 rem on this direction, 1 rem and 2 rem of dispersion. We're gonna use RGBA. Start with a black color, so let's use our variable color black, and alpha we can simply use some kind of .7 and see how it looks. Okay, color variable black doesn't exist. Let's save. Now it should be okay. Nice. Oh, it's so dark. Let's inspect and keep removing the amount that we have here. Okay, we have to apply the hover, and now we can see the status. Okay, 70%, that's what we have defined. Yes, that's 7. And let's try to remove the amount of shadow. Nice. No, now it's nice. Yeah, I think 20% it's much better. So let's come back here and remove it to Tatsu. Save. Let's go back to this and just give a 5. You have this animation going on, which is simply move to the right without skewing, and we have to build that animation. So I'm gonna just be including that right now here, and I'm gonna code later. So let me say animation move to right. It's gonna simply take 8 seconds, easy in, and I'm gonna put backwards so that the styles are applied before it really starts, the initial ones. Let me save, go to my animation file, and I have move to right with skew. I have to design the move to right without skew, and I'm gonna remove this. Okay, styles are not going to change a lot. What we're going to have here is to simply, at the initial point, translate X is gonna be to 0. We're gonna skip directly to the 30%, translate X 1.5 rem, remove the skew. Let's jump right to 60%. Let's give a translate X to -1 rem. Finally, we're gonna simply translate all to 0. So let's save and see how it looks like. Okay, let's refresh, and the animation is not here. Move to right. Oh, not with skews, just move to right. Okay, here you can see we already have that animation. That's nice. Next, let's start just giving some padding here so that we can have more white space on this section, and how this is not really related to the component itself of the cards. We're gonna be giving this style specifically to the home, and this time is section in demand. Let's simply give the padding top 0, right 0, 4 rem and 0. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, now it's much better. Let's start here inside of our section with some basic explanation. You must know that every single row is gonna have a card, and that card is gonna have its width equal to column 1 of 3's width. So let's start writing a row. Inside of it, we're gonna have the first one, column 1 of 3. Inside of this, we're gonna place our card. This card is gonna have 2 parts. The front one, which is this one that we see at the first, and the back one when we hover on it. And each of these parts are going to be separate divs. So let's create here card side, and this one is gonna be the front side. This is the variant. The next one obviously is gonna be the back side. So you simply have to copy this and place it here and say card side back. Here we're gonna place all the styles that we see at first, and here just when we hover. The first thing that we have is a group that contains the image of the logo and the image of the car. So we can group all of that in a image box. So let's create a div and they say a class which is gonna be card side front image box. Inside of this box we're gonna have the logo. So let's come here and place the container of the logo. Div class is gonna be card side front also, and this is simply the logo box inside of the image box, and we can simply place the logo here. This one is gonna be first for the Toyota image / it's inside of home, car logos, Toyota logo, not Tesla, and now we can write here Toyota logo. After this image we're gonna have the car's image. We can simply write here image, and the source I'm gonna take it from Unsplash, so you can simply copy from the source of this file, because this link is constant, it's not gonna change. So source.unsplash, I'm removing it from a place where you can find beautiful free images, and the link is this one for the Toyota that we have selected, EJJ4CO. Alternative text, I'm gonna say this is Toyota GD86. To name the logo, I'm gonna use a class, and this one is gonna be car side front logo. And for this one is gonna be the car side front image. Nice. The next thing that we're gonna be making is description part. Here we have the image. Next we're gonna have the description. I'm giving white space so that you can see properly, and this is still in the card side front. So card side front description. Inside of the description we have just two groups. The group that takes don't worry about what's going on here, that's obviously correct because we didn't format. We have the group of the location and the manufacturing year. Nextly we have the group of how many people fit in and the color. Start with the title, which is the first part. So div card side front title, this is gonna be the class. Place two things, the car model and that slogan. So class, I'm gonna say car model, and here we have some GD86. Next we have the slogan. I can say powerful motor like a tiger. This is simply the slogan part. We have finished defining the title, one part of the description. Next we are gonna define the specs which belong to the description of the car. So div class card side front specs. The group that we have is a column, so I can say spec column and treat them as a span. we're gonna have icon, and the class is gonna be font awesome, map marker ALC, because we want to have that location pin. And I can say this one is located in Illinois state. Let me say n non-break space, just to have a small amount of space right here. Next, we're gonna have the manufacturing year 2021. Don't worry if this is real or not. We're more here just to talk about the designing process and not the truth of the information that's there. We have to simply select this. Select, duplicate. This one is gonna be for the user, because we're gonna show how many people can fit in. We have 5 people. Next, the color is red and is gonna be tint. Let's save, and this is the structure for the front part. Let's go and see if we have something kinda that. Here we have, yes, we couldn't find that photo. Okay, probably I didn't write very well the link. Let me double check. PC, okay. Here is where the problem is. Okay, it's apparently one of them. ZPZ AJJ40. Okay, let me change here to ZBZ like this, and the car is here. Don't worry. Yes, let's write the backside. The backside is much easier because we simply have the starting from, the price, and buy now. So here we can simply say this is the back main part, and the paragraph is gonna contain back main. Here we simply put the text and the starting from. Next, we're gonna have the price, finally that button. This one starts from 26,986. It's 5 or 6, it's 5. Here I'm gonna have back main price, and this button which says buy now is gonna be an anchor link button, and the variant of this one is gonna be button white. Here we're gonna say to nowhere and say buy now. This is basically the structure, and we have to focus on the style. It's a bit complex, but as you make it more and more, it's gonna be much easier to understand. So let's go and see. Okay, it seems like everything is there and we are ready to build. So let's get rid of that background that exists in our grid. That was just for testing purposes. Even the height, this should go out. Let's save, remove, and save again. On the next lecture, we're gonna start formatting all of this stuff. This unstyled card to this styled one. Let's open our IDE and create a component which is gonna be a card.scss, and after we import the button, we are gonna import the card. Save. Here let's give a Control B, and I'm gonna be placing side by side so that we can know what we are really talking about when we format. Starting with the card, we're gonna define a height of 50 rem we're gonna define the font size to be the default font size, following the color, which is gonna be color blue. Let's save and see how it looks like. Okay, we should have the blue color right here. So let's save again, and that's it. Next, we're gonna get inside of this card and select the card side. So side, we're gonna make the width to be 100% of the parent element. In other words, we're gonna be wanting to have the same amount of column 1 of 3, because this width is being passed from one div to another using the hierarchy. And we're gonna want the height to be 50 rem. Nice. I'm explaining details here in this course because I assume that you are a beginner and you must know what you are really writing. I don't want this to be one of those courses where you simply write something and you don't know what you're really doing. Nothing here. So let's give some box shadow so that we can know what are we talking about. 1.5 rem and 4 rem RGBA. The color is gonna be black, and I'm gonna be giving 0.15. I want to see some shadow right now. Here on top, I still can see. I'm gonna save, make sure that it wrote successfully, and here you can see this is gonna be one of the parts of our card, so we must make all of this fit there. Okay, next what we can do is to say that this side is gonna have an overflow of hidden, so that nothing that overflows it is gonna be showed. Now you can see everything is here inside, even the car is here, but how I say it overflow hidden, it's not showing up. And the part of this image is also not being shown up, the logo, and I can't see the car because the image of the logo is wide enough to don't let the car be here shown. So let's start fixing that, but overflow hidden is not going to be removed right now. Okay, let's go to the front side first. In the front side, let me put front here. In this front side, I'm going to have my image box. As you can see, front, if I hover here, I'm in the card side front. Card side front is still at this level selector. I'm gonna have my image box. My image box is gonna have a width of 100%. I'm gonna have the logo box right after it. Logo box. Let's talk about the logo. Our logo is gonna have an absolute position. So I'm gonna say position goes to absolute. Therefore, the parent element of the logo box, which is the image box, is gonna have a relative position. Nice. Give a width and a height to our element. We want the width to be 32% and the height is gonna be kinda 46%. We want it to be on top 0 and on the left side also 0. Let's save and see how the logo appears right now. Okay, save it again. Nice. Windows 3. Nothing has changed. So let's make sure that we have targeted the right place. It's inside of front, image box and logo box. Position is absolute. Okay, let's make sure that overflow also here is hidden. Let's save and see what we have. Okay, here we are seeing the image of the car and the image of the logo is right here. So the div that we have defined has this width from this part until here, and the height is this one, and the overflow is hidden, making it not visible. Give a background color of color white, and now we can talk about the logo image itself. The logo is gonna have a width of 43% of the parent element. Its position is gonna be absolute, and from the top we're gonna want it to be 1 rem, and from left part we're gonna put a fixed width, fixed unit of 6 pixels. Let's save and see how it looks right now. Okay, this didn't update, now it updated. Very good. We're going to clip the logo box so that it has a different looking 0 0. This one's gonna be polygon 0 0, 100% 0 0, and 100% and 0 100%, and save. Let's check how it is. Okay, this is so high because the height of this image is equal to the height of this container. It's occupying even more than this, yes, but this container is hiding the overflown part, so we must make sure that this image has the same width as the parent element, and the height is gonna be automatically adjusted because the height of the image itself is going to also decrease. So now we're saying the height of this background, which is white, is equal to 46%, and 46% is being defined relatively to all of this container, but we want just 46% of the container of this image. So let's change its height. To do that, we're gonna simply set the image to have a width of 100%, and it's going to automatically do the calculus for us for the height. So width 100%, and the height is gonna be auto. Let's save and see some changes right now. Very good. Okay, we are going slowly. Next, let's go back. You can see that we have here some radius in these cards, but we don't have them right here. So let's fix that, and this is gonna be fixed right here in the image box. Where are you? So let's say the border top left radius is gonna be the border. I have this variable border radius small, and to the right part also we're gonna have this. Very good. If we save, we're gonna see right here the radius. Okay, we should see it. So let's save just on the top and the left. Actually we can't see, so let's define it right here in the parent of it in our side. So border radius is gonna be border radius small, and let's save and check with Windows 3. Okay, here we have the radius. You can see something that's gonna happen if I remove this radius. If I save, the radius is gonna be still here or not. it's still there, so I really don't need to apply that because this should be right here. Let's add some clip path to this image box. This one is gonna be polygon, and on the top left corner we're gonna be x and y 0, then 100% and 0 to the top right corner, then 100% and 96%, finally 0, 89%. Save this and see how it looks like right now. Then we have this style that's coming like from up to down, which is beautiful in my opinion. So now we can give some margins right here between these elements before we even start formatting them, because they are really next to one another. And for that I'm going to be using utility class, because these margins are really equal and repetitive and are going to be repetitive during this code. So here in our image box I'm gonna be having a margin bottom small. Let me save, and now you can see that the margin has been applied. Next, we can have a margin between these element, which is the card title, and the bottom of it. So I can simply come here and go to the car model, and I'm gonna be creating a new, which is gonna be extra small, because if I give a small, it's gonna be too high until the stage. So I'm gonna be here and say extra small. Extra small is gonna be 1 rem. And yeah, I think this is all that I have to do. In our title, we're going to be giving some padding vertically and horizontally. So let's start with padding, or horizontally, I mean on the left and the right side, not vertically. Let's see how it looks like. It seems like this is not updating. I don't know why. Okay, I have here the card side front title card. Oh, let me put lowercase s right here and see if this is gonna change. Right now it's changed. Yes. Inside of the title I'm going to be having my car model, which is this one. This one has a slightly higher font size, if you see with me, comparatively to this, and the font weight also. So let's build that. So we have the car model. So let's increase its font size to 2 rem, and the font weight, let's put some 700. After the car model we have the car slogan, which is going to have a slightly higher font size also, like I can say 2 rem, and the font weight is gonna be 700 also. Let me save, and all that icons to have a margin to the left, margin left. We can start with 1 rem. And let's save. Let's see how it appears right now. Okay, the car model needs to have a slightly higher font size. So let's come here and put some 3 rem and increase its weight to 900. Let me double check something here in the import. Do we have 900? Yes, we do have. So let's see how it appears right now. Very good. Let's select the specs right now, all the div. We're gonna give a padding top and bottom to 0. This should have updated. Not, so I'm gonna be giving Ctrl S also. Again. Oh, okay, something is wrong right here. Our selector can't be right here because this is outside of the title. So let me save again, and now it's okay. Inside of these specs, we're gonna be displaying all of that as a grid. Now we are using grid here, and it's not our grid, it's CSS grid, and we simply have to use the grid template columns, which is going to define the width of each of the columns. So since we have two widths, we're gonna be giving both of them 50%, 50%. Nice. At this stage, you should see very beautiful transformations. Very good. Nice. What we have to do is to make sure that each of these is displayed as a block level so that each of them occupy its unique line. So we can simply come here and put the spec column. What span is gonna have a display of block level type, and we can even give some padding, 0.4 rem top and bottom, and no padding on the left and right. Very good. It's much better. Before we continue, I can see in my output screen that I have these two websites are not really near to each other. Here we can see that we have a much space than here, and here is motor. So let's fix that. We can't continue with that. Motor, let's put R, and to give that space we can add some margin bottom right here on the titles. Let's save and see how it looks like right now. Much better. Yes, it's much better. And we don't have this icon. Okay, so let's add. So the class for that is right, this one, icon class. I'm gonna be putting font awesome solid, font awesome circle, info, font awesome bit, fade. Now it doesn't show up just because the version of the font awesome that supports that is the version 6, and you have to include it in your project. The way that we include the font awesome 6 is very different from the same way that we include the version 5. Here we must have a kit, and that kit is gonna contain a unique code for us that's gonna be used by a specific developer. How we can make this is simply come here to your kits in the fonts awesome, and here I have my kit. If you don't have, please make sure that you have an account in font awesome. So you have to create one account. After you create one account, you can come here to the kit and you simply click here in one new kit. You have used in your one allotted kit. So I have to update to pro, but in your case you're gonna have the kit already. So what you can do after is simply come here to open, go to how to use, then you're gonna have this kit right here with the code that's given for you. So you simply have to copy, go to the top and right here before you close the head, you can simply insert it and save. Then you can check. Here you have, and it's working. After our icon here, we can add some margin to the right. So margin right, some 2 pixels just to start with. Save, and okay, here we have. So let's simply check, increase more and more. Yes, 4 pixels, it's okay. And let's put here 4, then it's saved. Let's just try to increase the font weight right here, font weight to 900. I want to see something, if it becomes much better or not. Oh no, it's so huge, this font weight, so huge. No, so let's simply remove. I think it's much better to continue on the next lecture, where we're gonna focus on the formatting the backside and giving that rotation. Go directly to the back side of this. Okay, here we are inside of, let me go up front. So this must be right now the back part. Let's hover and see the selector, card side, bank, the back, I mean, not bank, card side back. Okay, let's simply give a color which is gonna be white of all the text, but just for starting I'm gonna be giving color blue so that we can see text transform. You know, this is uppercased, and save it. Okay, now it's loading. I'm gonna be giving a background color of some Alice blue so that it becomes easier for me to see where it's actually going back. Okay, this is right here, and I can start making the position of the text become really where it should be. If you hover, you can see that we have these different positions right here. So let's simply change the position of all our main. This is back, main, all of this div, and I'm gonna be giving a position of absolute. Then the parent is gonna have a position relative. I'm gonna say that from top I want it to be some 50%, from the left also 50%, and I want it centered, so transform, translate minus 50% on the x and minus 50% on the y-axis. I'm gonna say it's gonna have a width of kind of 90%, and text align is gonna be centered. Let's see how this looks like. Okay, it's not updated. Very good. So let's start changing the font size of some elements. Here we have what's text, and we are going to increase the font size to 2.5 rem and have a margin bottom of 2 rem. Let's see how it looks like now. Let's save again, save. Okay, now we have inside of it, we're gonna format the price. The price is gonna have an increased font size, let's say 4.4 rem. The font weight is gonna be 700, and we're gonna be giving a letter space of 0.2 rem. Let's save and see how this looks like right now. It didn't update. Now it updated. Okay, very good. Let's give some margin to the bottom so that we can have a space with that bottom. So margin bottom of 8 rem. Save and see. Windows 3. Here we do have. Okay, basically this is done. What we are going to make right now is take this backside, put behind this one. What we have to do is to simply use absolute positioning. Yes. So let's go back, and what's gonna have the absolute position is gonna be our side. This one. So the position is gonna be absolute. I'm gonna say that I want to have it top 0 and left also 0. Let me save, and we know that the card at this time should have a relative position. So let's save right here. Go and check how it looks right now. It seems like this is not updating. I don't know why. Okay, now it updated. Now I have this part is stacked right here, and that's not what I want. Okay, let's try to fix that, and let's simply come here to the side and put the back face visibility to be hidden, and this also needs to have a WebKit prefix. And let me save. Let me save and save again, and reload that. I mean, nothing changed. Okay, this will prevent me to see the back part when I can see the front part. And for that, what I have to do right now, just to see the front part, I must rotate the back part 180 degrees. How I can do this is simply coming here, because this is stacked. Let me go to the back part and use the transform property and say rotate Y some 180 degrees. Let's save and see how this behaves. Now I have this part. Very good. If you remove the back face visibility to hidden, can you tell me what's gonna happen? I'm gonna see the back part, which is the one that I had right there. So make sure that you put the back face visibility, because you don't want to see what's on the back. And that's already rotated. So with that said, put it back and reload. Okay. Now we have to put the magic here happening. What is going to happen when we hover is simply the rotation. We simply come here and we are going to hover on the card side front. The card side back is this one, and the card side front is one of these. Let me find out. On the front part is this one. On the card side, we're gonna format simply the rotation for the front side. I think this is clear. We're gonna hover on the card and we are going to simply rotate negative 100 degrees on the front side. So coming here to the card itself, you can see the level of the glass. We're gonna apply a hover to what's on the side front, and using the transform we're gonna rotate Y some negative 180 degrees. And what we're going to do with the back is rotate it to 0 degrees, because now it is rotated 180 degrees. I hope this makes sense for you. Let's go and check if this is happening. This is happening, okay? But we need to have some kind of transition right here happening, and let's add it. This transition must be right here on top on our card definition where it is, because we are hovering on it. So transition for all the properties, let's take some 0.7 seconds. Save and see how this behaves. No, it's not behaving how it should, so let's wait, reload, and we still don't have that. The reason is because the site doesn't have transition. Let me save and do the same. Let me go to Windows 3. Okay, this should work at this stage. Okay, now it's working, but you can see that we don't have some kind of good perspective when it comes to the Z-axis. Do you see the top here? So let's add some perspective right here. Perspective, you're gonna be giving a huge value for your perspective in the Z index, Z-axis I mean. And let's reload. Now you can see it's looking much nicer right now. And yes, we are pretty much done with this. This is the white button, and I don't know why I have this color blue. This is for the back, very good, and the card also has the color blue. That's fine. Let me go to the button where I have it. The button, I want to see something right here. Okay, this is the button white, and I can't see nothing related to the button white here. Now let's work with our button. This is white. Well, nothing is gonna change here so much, so let's simply say white. What are we going to have is a background color, which is gonna be the color white. The color of the text is gonna be color black, and let's give some box shadow, which is gonna be 0, 1 rem, 2 rem, RGBA again. This time it's gonna be color black, and the alpha is gonna be 0.8. We need to apply the styles when we hover on it also of the box shadow. So we're gonna simply take this box shadow, copy, and as we hover, we don't want to get rid of them, and you know that we have the after. We're gonna be giving the same background color, which is gonna be color white, and saving it. Going to see how it looks right now. It's much better. Let's see this one. Okay, it also has this shadow, and as we hover it becomes kind of white, so we have to change that. The after has the color of the background white. As we hover, something needs to change here. Now we don't have the color black, is white, and let's see there how it looks like. Now it's much better. Very good. We are finishing all the stuff. What we have to do is to apply the background color that is equivalent to that car. Really, this now is gonna be much easier for you. That's why I'm not gonna be wasting much time, and I'm gonna explain you how you are going to do. But if you want to see with me, that's up to you. What you really have to do here is come after your element and see something. We're going to have many different backsides of our car, and here we don't have how to select the first one, the second one, the third one, and so on. We could select the different background, the different divs of the backside using the selector if they were all the child of the same element, but this is gonna be very difficult if we try to make with selectors, and it's gonna be really impossible. The best way to do that is by declaring a special class for each of your car. For example, this one is gonna be car side back 1. Nice. And then you come here and simply say end 1. Now you have to give the background, so car side back 1, and the background is gonna be an image. We're gonna be using linear gradient. To right bottom is gonna be the direction. We first start with the color, which is gonna be RGBA. It's a color for our car 1, and it's the light version of the color. Next we're gonna have a color which is also for the car 1, but it's a darker version of red. So we simply copy this color. Oh yes, we paste here and we remove this, we put dark, and the index is gonna be that 85. Here also that 85 of transparency. Let's save and see how this looks like. Okay, we have to remove the background that we have defined here, which is this Alice blue. This doesn't really matter for now. And let's check. It's still with this background. Okay, I have saved it again. Still with this, so let me manually refresh. Okay, it doesn't have. Let's make sure that we wrote the right thing, linear gradient, and the direction is to right bottom, RGBA, all it's written how it should here, and color car 1 light and color car 1 dark. These variables exist, and we can check here in our variables. So here it is for the next car, and so on. Actually we have mistyped it here, but now it's well typed. Car side back 1. One mistype we found, so this is because of some lack of my attention, and yeah, fix it. Yes, fix it. Let's come here and find what is color blue. Let's see, our card has color blue. Good. And the back side I want to have a color white. Let me see again. Okay, yes, I'm having serious issues with this live server. It's not really updating, and I've written all that script. Okay, much better. But here you can see something starting from is with a higher font size than this one, and I must really fix this because this is not what should be there. Let's go to the text, and here's where we are going to increase. Let's try 2.5. Check. Nice, very good. Okay, you know something, I'm really here with you writing all this code, but I'm not going to be with you just copying and pasting stuff that's repetitive. You simply have to change the value for the next car. You have to change the car description, the manufacturer, and so on. You have to change the alternative text, the source of the car, and the car logo, and the car image itself. What I'm going to simply recommend you to do is to take the file of the project itself at the end and simply copy the part of this section where you have different columns. Copy and paste, they are going to be working. Or you simply have to use the links that I'm going to be leaving here as the cards that we are going to be using. But for simplicity, please simply copy the columns and with the rows that I'm gonna be having. So let me now open the final version and do this with you right here. I have the 7 cards right here. I simply want this HTML file. I'm gonna copy and simply put it here. It's still reloading. I'm gonna simply shrink this. In high demand, I have this column. Very good. The next card is this one, and the next one is this one. So I'm gonna copy both of them and paste right here because these are the cars. Then check. Okay, here we have everything is working. Next, you're going to create a new row. So this row contains all the cars. I'm going to copy because here you simply have to work one time and then automate all the stuff. V just to paste it, and I'm gonna copy the last row, which is this one. Let me collapse. Oh no, copy and V, Control S. Then I'm gonna collapse all of this. This row is inside of another row. No, that's perfect. Let me simply move it a little bit to the left side and see if I have all the cars. Okay, all the cars are here and everything is working. For the colors, let me remove right here the index part. Go to the CSS where I have my components. This is the card. Okay, it's gonna open with Visual Studio, but I could simply copy and put here to be much faster. Okay, very good. Forget about things that you haven't seen until the stage. And one, okay. I'm gonna be copying the colors until the last one because this is nothing but really simply changing the colors. Or you can even write by yourself. And let me go here right after. I'm gonna say Control V, and what I'm gonna do, Control S. I have some error on line 195. Let me remove one. and see if now everything is working fine. Okay, probably I didn't paste on the right place. So after this, but inside of my back, I'm gonna paste the next ones. I have the 1, the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and let me simply try to remove this one and save again. Okay, let me see right now. Very good. All the cars are here with their backgrounds defined. Okay, the Tacoma is here, Gran Turismo, and so on. We are done with this section. I hope you learned to do how to make beautiful stuff. And let's move to the next one, where we're gonna learn how to make these top models right here. And I'm gonna be explaining everything because I know that it's much better when you explain to someone what he is really doing instead of simply copying code from the internet. That's what makes this course one of the best on the internet for web design with HTML and CSS. Models. Here we have the car. For example, this is 2077 GLE class from this price. Here you can customize the car. Here you can see all the models of this Mercedes one. These buttons are not working, so here you are learning how to design the web page. If you wish to make them work, you simply have to develop another page. Here you hover, the image is gonna scale down. Here also in all of these top models that we have. So without further ado, we can simply open our IDE and start to code. We left our project in this party, so let's create a new section, but before, let's simply remove that. Okay, section, and the class is gonna be section justice for intuitive models. Here we're gonna start basically with the same thing that we started here because we wanna make that centralized. So let me copy and I'm gonna collapse again, Control V. Here I'm gonna say top models, save, and see how it looks right now. Let me remove this because it's not our intention. Here we have top models. Very good. Let me actually start by giving some padding at the top and at the bottom of this section. I'm going to find my home. Where are you? Put you right there and select the section models. Right, padding top and bottom for rem, left and right 0. Save and check how it looks right now. Much better. Next, let's talk about the models themselves. Well, we're gonna make all of these models be grouped inside of a div, which is models, and each of them is gonna be a model. And you can notice that the width of all of them is equal to the width of our row. So you can see that it starts from this part and our row also starts from this part, ends here, also ends here, and it's centralized. So let's make that happen. Div, the class is gonna be models, and I'm gonna put the class row here just to take advantage of the margin that we have defined for the row and the width. Nice. Here I'm gonna start with a model. This model is gonna contain the image, so I'm gonna group the model image here, and I can simply paste the link of the image right here. Here we have image, and that is inside of the image, home, models, and that's 2021 Mercedes-Benz. I like these cars. Well, all the cars that I am putting here are the ones that I really like and I want to have in my garage. So that's why they are included here. Mercedes-Benz GLE class 2021. Let me save and see how it looks like. Right now, so bad, and that's not a problem because we fixed that with the CSS. The model info here is where I'm gonna put the name and the price. So let me put a model name right here, and I'm gonna say this is 2077 GLE class. The truth is that this is not 2077 GLE class. It's simply a name that I gave here, and I'm actually gonna put this between a span tag. Here also, I'm gonna change to the price. This is from $98890, and this is simply the price. Nice. After that, we have that footer where we place the buttons, these two ones. So let's simply code that model footer, and that's it. Inside of our footer we have two buttons, so let's say A. This is going to nowhere, and I have the icon which is used to customize it. So let me put I right here. The class is font awesome FA cog, and I'm gonna put between a span tag your car. This is simply to give the user the intention to customize the car. After, we're gonna say this is to check all models, and here this is chevron right. Chevron right. Let me put R right here. So let's simply give the class of button model for these ones, because we're gonna need in order to format them. This is gonna be our anchor tag with the class of button model. I'm giving this a new class because these buttons are gonna have their own formatting, and you can see they are really different from the ones that we already have. And this one also is gonna be button model. Very good. Save and see how it looks like. Very bad. So let's start to create our model element, model component, I mean. Oh, I said delete what? Nothing. I hope I didn't delete nothing. This is model.scss, and I'm gonna import this model right here just for organization purposes. I'm gonna put it right before the slide. Model and save. Here I'm gonna be putting side by side as usual and start to work with. Okay, our models is our container of the model, and I'm gonna say width is equal to 100%. I don't want anything that's overflowing to be shown. Inside we have a model, and here in our model we're gonna make sure that the width is equal to 100% over 3, and this is gonna be equal to 33.33333, and we're gonna make each of them be floated to the left so that they can stay side by side. So the width is gonna be 33.3333%, because this is equal to 100 over 3. I'm gonna make sure that it is floated to the left so that other models also stay next to each other. So let's simply come here and say add include the clear fix. Nice. I'm gonna specify that the height is gonna be 300 pixels and save. Let's see how it looks right now. Nothing, because this image is not responsive, so we must make sure that this image is occupying the width of 100%. Inside of the models we have our image and say its width is gonna be 100%, and the height also we want to make sure that it's 100%. Saving and seeing, now we should see different things. Okay, we have a problem. This is clear fix with A, and now the image must be there. Okay, what we can see is that its height is really equal to 300 pixels, but the width is not that 300 pixels. This is because the div here, model image, which is this one, is letting the things overflow. So let's say overflow hidden. Saving again. Now that should be solved. Very good. We have simply selected the container, which is model image, but we didn't work with the image itself. So what we have to do is come here and make the image have a width of 100% of the parent element, and the height also 100%. So at this stage this should be a bit fixed. So let's go and check. Very good, but you can see that this is not really displaying the image how it should be. You don't have a good aspect ratio here. This car differs from this one. Here you can see the car with good details. That's because it keeps the aspect ratio. So let's make sure that the object feed is set to cover and save again. Now you should see very good things. Okay, save again. Let's check, and here we have. Now it's cool. Nice. We're gonna make sure that this image scales up. So let's simply use transform here, scale 1.3 times of what it is. And I'm gonna save and see what I have is scale it up. That's what I want. So give that background, which is black that we have here. I'm gonna be using a background. This image is so light, has its natural light, and this one is darker, and this starts to get lighter when I simply hover. Let's make this effective right now. I'm gonna put the background color here in my image container. So background color, and the color is gonna be black. Save and see how it looks like. Okay, let me save again. Here we can see there's an explanation to why we can't see that black as we can do here. If you see the structure, you're giving a background with the color black to the container of your image, which is model image, this one. But the image doesn't care if there's a background or not. If you wish to show what's behind and let the image not being shown 100% with its tone, you gotta give it an opacity. And here is where you're gonna give inside of the image. So it's gonna be 80% with the natural color of all the image, and it's gonna let 20% of what's on the back be shown. Let's save and see. Windows 3 in my case, because I wanna update. And here now I have. That's it. Next, we're gonna play around with that effect that we have when we hover on the image. So let's say and hover. We're gonna make sure that the transform
scale is gonna be back to 1, and we're gonna bring the opacity back to 1, and we were gonna make sure that the cursor is pointed. So to give a smoother transition, I'm gonna say to all properties in just 0.2 seconds. Let's save and see how it looks like. It didn't update, so I'm gonna refresh, and here we have, as we hover, you can see what's going on. This is going smoothly. Next, we can simply put a new car, just to see two cars right here in front of us. So this is gonna be a new model. I'm gonna simply copy and duplicate. The next one is not a Mercedes-Benz, is a Lamborghini Urus. So I have to change right here the source to be Lamborghini Urus. Okay, I'm gonna select all of these. Image, home, we have the cars. Where it is? Where is the Urus? Here we have, and I'm gonna say Lamborghini Urus. This is gonna be also Lamborghini Urus, so I'm gonna put here Urus, and it starts from 275000. Let me save and see if I can have it here. Here it is. I'm gonna place the next model, which is our beautiful Range Rover Velar. Here I have to change to Range Rover Velar. It starts from this price. Here I also have a Range Rover Velar. I'm gonna actually remove this dash, save, and see how it looks like. No, it didn't change. Okay, I know why. So here we should have Range Rover Velar, and now it's all here. The buttons are not showing up, and now we're gonna make them show up. But let's leave it to the next lecture. Now it's time to play around with the text here and the buttons. So let's open our model, and now let's attack the info part. Okay, here we must simply start with the info, hover and make sure that you are on the right place. So it's model info, that's it. I'm gonna be giving an absolute position. From top I want it to be 0, and left I want also 0, and I'm actually gonna give a padding which is gonna be top and bottom 0, left and right 1 rem, and the color of the text that's inside is color white. Let's save. Make sure that the parent element has a relative position. Model info, the parent is simply a model, so let's come here and say position is relative, otherwise you won't have the desired results. Always remember. Let's see how it looks like right now. Windows 3, and it's there. That's perfect. Let's simply continue. The Windows 3 is just valid for me because this is the third window that I have here opened. So let's start with our model inside of the info. We have the name. In our name, we're going to increase the font size for some 3.8 rem and the font weight to be 700. Let's go to the price, where we're going to have a font size of some 21 pixels, 2.1 rem, and the font weight we're going to make it more light, so some 400. Save, go and check. Very good. Going back. After this, we can work with the footer where we have the buttons, because all is done right there. So let's go to our footer, absolute position also, and from the bottom we're gonna shift it some 10%, left some 3%. Let's see how it looks like. And here they are. We are actually gonna shift a little bit to the right side, so let's put some 4%, and I believe this is gonna be okay. Let's start with our model. We have this button model, so let's see, simply button model. Inside of it we have different states: the link, visited, active, focus, and more states. Let's simply make sure that the link state is gonna be the same state as the visited one. So when it's linked and when it's visited, we don't wanna format them differently. What we have is no text decoration first, because we saw that that was underlined, and though we don't want that underlined, let's put the font size to be the default font size that we defined. Let's try to give a more letter spacing. This is gonna be just the same 4.4 pixel, because this is not gonna be making much difference. The size is so small. I'm gonna actually refresh by myself right here, and yes, the font size is okay, the color is not, and we're gonna fix that. Next, let's make sure that this button of customization has its own style. We're gonna be creating a new class here, which is gonna be button model, and I'm actually gonna say custom. Nice. Here in custom, I'm gonna be having simply different styles, and we're gonna see which ones are when we look at our final prototype. Hover, and yes, button model custom, that's right. You can see that this custom has a different background. When you hover, you have it changing to the green one, and the color of the text changes to white, and when you remove your mouse, it's green. We have to make that happen, so starting with the color, which is gonna be, it's a dark green, so color dark green. Next we have that background color, which is color white. Let's save and see what we have. Okay, nice. Let's simply start adding some padding to it. The padding right here is gonna be 16 pixels top and bottom, so 1.5 rem, and 2.72 rem on the left and right. And let's actually give some margin to the right of some 5 pixels. You can even put here directly because this value is so small, 5 pixels, and see how it looks like, much better. And this icon should have a margin because it's so next to the car right there. So what we can do is right here, say all that icon, we're gonna give margin right some 8 pixels and save. Let me refresh by myself. Sometimes this doesn't happen. Yes, here we have. Let's talk when we hover on that. What happens when we hover? What we're going to have is the color going to color white, and the background color is gonna be color dark green. Color dark green. Okay, and save. Let's see how it goes right now. F5. Okay, this is what we really want to have, but just giving some transition because this needs to sound more smoother. We're gonna have a transition right here to all in 0.2 seconds. Save and see how it looks like. Let's see what's the problem. Okay, 0.2 of seconds, and now this should solve. Okay, now we can see. Yes. Next, let's attack the other button that we have. This is not for the model customization, but it's for this one, where you're gonna select see all the models. So we can simply come here after the custom, and this one we're gonna make it white, button model white. So let's save and see. And white, we're gonna have the same padding right here. So I'm actually gonna copy. This is a basic duplication, so don't worry about it. The color is gonna be color white. We're gonna have a background which is gonna be transparent because you can see what's behind it, and we're gonna add some border of 1 pixel solid, and the color is gonna be white of that border. As we hover, what do we have? We have a dark green color, and the border is gonna change the color. So let's put border color to color dark green. Save. Let's save again and see. Okay, this is how it should be. Customize your car and see all the models. Nice. Next, we are going to just be having this transform that makes the button translate in vertically as you click. Do you see what's happening right here? Okay, let me show you. It actually has some box shadow when you simply click on the button. Did you see what shadow happened right there? Here we have this shadow. So let's add, after we click, this shadow right here, which is the dark green. To make this, we simply have to target all the buttons in our model and make that happen on the active and focus state. We can simply use transform, translate in the vertical direction, so -1 pixels, because we want to translate it up, and have a box shadow, box shadow right here, 0.5 rem, 1 rem, RGBA. Whenever you're making your design, you have to try out which amount of shadow stays much better. Then you're going to code using that result. But in my case, I'm simply giving you the values because I have tried it out and I've seen what best looks for this design. So if you wanna try different values, feel free to do so. And when we click here, we have that shadow is present. Well, you can see that other cars don't have that formatting. That's because the classes are not present on the buttons. Let's make sure that we go to each of our model. Let's remove this, come up here, Control V to substitute that, make the same on the next model. Here also Control V. If we save, we must see all of them with that beautiful looking design. Very good. Now I'm not gonna be wasting time simply doing boring stuff, which is going to be duplicating the models right here in my document. I'm simply gonna find the final version and copy those parts from the code. So let me find the index file, which is this one. I'm gonna open here. Okay, and I want to write in the models part. Okay, here I have this. I have the model, which is this row. I'm gonna expand it. The first one we have written, the second one, and the third one we also wrote. So all these models are gonna be inside of the same row. How the row doesn't have the space to accommodate all of them, they are going to be placed on the next parts of the same row. So it's going to be distributed vertically. This one is for the Tacoma, so you simply have to copy the model, otherwise you can write. You know where to change. This one is gonna be for the Jeep Cherokee, simply Control V. And this last one is gonna be for a nice looking car, which is Lexus GX 460. Saving, and let's see how it looks like. Here we have all is here. It was easy to build this section, and now we can move to the next one. You know where to leave your questions, and don't hesitate to do so. We have these cars right here, these buttons that are going to make our slide, and that's it. Let's go here and start with the HTML. Well, this is gonna be easy because we simply have to reuse our section slide. This is the first time that we are reusing right here, and we can simply remove what? The sources right here. First one, we have the, I think is Huracan, so let's simply write here. This is gonna be the alternative task, so I'm gonna say Lamborghini Huracan and copy here, paste right here. This is gonna be home / racing nature Huracan. Okay, this is located in Lisbon 2023, and just sit for 2 people. How it's a beast, it goes from 0 to 9 to 100 in 2.9 seconds. Next one is also racing nature, but this time we have, it's an Aventador. So Aventador, here we're gonna have This is Aventador LP 780-4 Tools May. I'm gonna copy this, paste here in the description of it. It's located in New York. $2022, just it for 2 people. 2.8 seconds, nice. The third one is gonna be the Lamborghini Euros. So let me put here Lamborghini Euros, copy, paste right here. Is Racing Nature Selection 1. This is gonna be in 3.3 seconds. I don't know, let me check if it's 3.3. Why is the Euros the third one? 3.6 seconds, okay, 3.6. Sit for 5 people. 2023. It's located in Maputo. Last car is gonna be Evo Spider. I really like the sound of this car, so let me simply write here Lamborghini Huracan. Oh yes, Evo Spider. So I can copy from here, paste here, and here I'm gonna have Evo Spider. This one is located in London. 2024. Just sit for 2 people. Let me put here 2 and 3.3. Save. Okay, here the label is gonna be for a specific ID. This ID is the one that we have right there in the slide itself, so we have to change the labels here. So I'm gonna say Racing Nature 1. Here I'm gonna say 2, 3, 4. So 2, 3, 4, and all of these gets out from here. This is 4 right here. Let me save, and I'm gonna have Racing Nature here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, and 4. These 2 get out from here. Well, let's see how it looks like right now. Let's simply save, and go there to check in our original development page. Here we have, but this is not how it should be. Okay, and this is not working, and you can try to figure out why it's not working, but I already know. I'm gonna make sure that the width of this is the same of the row, so let me put row right here, class, and go down. Okay, now it's better. If you go to your to your slide component, let me open it on the right part. Where is my slide? Here I have, so let me put right there, Control B, and okay, you can see that when R1 is checked, R1 is referencing by the ID of radio 1, which was used for the slide only. We must make sure that we apply the same style for the Racing Nature 1 right now. So let's simply copy this and paste here. So now I'm gonna say Racing Nature 1. When it's checked, you're gonna do this. Here also, we're gonna make sure that this applies for this one, and here we have 2 for this one, Here we have 3, and we must create the last one, which is just for the racing nature 4, where we're gonna give a margin to the left of negative 60%. Saving, going to the home. Let's see how it's looking right now. Let's see if it's working. Okay, here we have it's working. If we click here, it's working. Here also, and yes, all is working how it should be. Well, the next part is to make sure that we are not using this section slide right here. Instead, this is not section slide, but is section racing nature, right? This is the name of the section. And if we save this, we must have a problem right here. And that's true. We have a problem. How can we fix this? Simply, we have to use some same styles that we use it for the section slide, like giving the width of 100%, don't let the things overflow, and so on. So this is the part where we have to edit. So let's put here, save, and this must fix our problem right now. Okay, it fixed it. Now we have to talk about the position of these and the background. So small things. Well, this is gonna be simply related to this home page, because we already have the component and we simply want to modify a little bit the component in our home page. So let's go to our home and select our section, which is racing nature. So section racing nature, and we have to change the background of that parts. We're gonna get inside of our slide. Inside of the slides, we have the slide. Inside of the slide, we can simply have here our text, and it's gonna be paragraph inside of it. We're gonna use the add to color gradient, so we're gonna include, I'm actually gonna give you more space, to color gradient. Very good. This is gonna be pink, and the color is this one, F39F86, and the yellow one is F9D976. Okay, I'm actually gonna save this in a variable because we don't want to mess up with things right here using variables and other things. The same one is going to be applied for the span. The span is inside of our icons right here after our paragraph. So let's say icons, we have a span element which is gonna take this also, but I'm actually gonna simply say here the variable is gonna be color racing pink, and the next one is gonna be color racing yellow. I must take these two colors, so I'm gonna copy and go to the variables where we have the variables right here. Okay, I'm gonna put right here down and say color racing pink is gonna have a color right here, and the color racing yellow is gonna have the value. So let's simply copy this value, paste here, and copy this value, paste here. I'm actually gonna remove this line and use those variables right there. Okay, here we have the gradient is gonna be the same, so I'm gonna copy this line and paste right here. Let me save. I can reduce come here and save right here also, change detected. Okay, to color gradient, wrong argument or number of argument 3 for 2. I gave 3 arguments here. Let me see. Okay, yes, I gave 3 arguments while we must have only 2 arguments. Yes, it wrote. Let's check how it is right now. Very good. Okay, 80%. Let's save and see how it looks like right now. It didn't update, so let's reload. Very good, but actually they should be more down, so I'm gonna use my inspector right here. Click on this from top. Let me increase 1 2 3 4 5. Yes, much better right now. So let's use 85, save, and I can remove this. Good. We can give some padding right here in this section, like we have here. You can see this space right here on top and then on the bottom. So let's simply give padding to the top of some 4 pixels, 40 pixels, which is for RAM, 0, 6 RAM and 0. It's much better right now. We can't forget to insert this part right here, so I'm gonna copy, put right here. Okay, it said text center. Oh, but it didn't copy all, so I want all of this div, and I want to pass right here, heading secondary. This is racing by nature. Let me save and see right now. Very good. Racing by nature, racing by nature. Yes, we must have the background here, and I say Lamborghini Huracan Evo Spider while it should be simply Huracan Evo Spider. Here let's remove, this is Huracan Evo Spider. It doesn't really need to be Lamborghini right there, and we have that background which is white. To do that, we can actually go to our slide and put it where we have our text right here. How the background is gonna be white, and here we also have white in this part. That's not gonna make much effect on this. It's gonna be making effect more on this because the background here is darker and it's possible to see the white. So the background color is gonna be color white. Saving it and seeing, here we have nice. Let's see what's actually checked at first right here. Oh, everything is checked. That's why every time we reload we see the Evo Spider as the first car, because the last checked one is the valid one. Let's save. Now we must see first the Huracan. Okay, here we have Lamborghini Huracan. Here also we have Lamborghini Huracan. Okay, we should put Huracan right here. The same. Next we have, okay, it froze, so let's wait. Now it's okay. Next we have Aventador P and so on. This is what we have. Also we have next the euros. Here also we have the euros, and we have this Huracan Evo Spider. Also we have Huracan Evo Spider. If you want to format this in order to be really easy to be found by the user when the background is lighter, you can easily do that. You can add some background to these colors that's gonna make them be more easy to find. So let's try to design together this part right here, but for me you could do by yourself because it's easy at this stage. So we have our bar with width, and here is where we can put some kind of background color and try to see, for example, aquamarine is cool or not. So now we can go to this part and we can still see what's there. And here also it changed it to aquamarine. So don't worry if you feel like this is better. We don't need to have 100% this page because we know how to get there. We just making our designs look much better if it's needed, and we can use our inspector right here to help us to design in the browser right now. Where is the inspect? It's still opening, so let's wait. Okay, here we have, so let's select this element. The width is this one, so let's try to increase. Maybe it's gonna be much better. Some 25, and here also 25. Okay. No, it's so huge, so let's give some 15, and let's try a different color right here. Okay, this is for the border, and the background color of it can be like this one. Yeah, let's see if it doesn't make it feel like so strange. Yes, but actually I think it's okay. Yes, so let's close the inspector right here and see. If you want to have the styles, make sure that you save them on your source folder, otherwise you won't have them. But yes, they look amazing also, so save in your file, and let's move to the next. In this section, we're gonna have 4 services. Each of them is right here presented. When you hover, you see it gives you the sensation like it's coming to your eyes. Here we have this icon car, we have the description where the title is car sale, and here you can see what the service is all about, the customization, the exchange assistant. We have this background right here that is a mix of a linear gradient from top to the bottom right, where we have a green right here, a Range Rover Velar on the back part, and we have some gray, some blue color right here. Without further ado, let's open our code and our project. Here is where we left in the racing by nature. So I'm gonna just be giving F5 to reload the icons, and here I do have. So let's start with the section. So this section, as we know, is gonna be section services. Nice. And I'm actually gonna give the row class because of the width that I wanna keep. I'm simply gonna copy this text here, which is centralized and all stuff, paste here, change the content to be our services. Let's save, go and check how it looks right now. Very good. Well, we're gonna have simply one row, as you can see, and we're gonna have 4 columns. So let's start making that happen. After our div, we're gonna group all of that inside of a div also, and let's give this time a class. This is gonna be the container of all the contents of our rows. So we can say section services content, and we're gonna have also here the services boxes. So services boxes. Next we're gonna have our row, And we have first the column 1 of 4. Nice. Each of that is gonna be a service box, so I'm gonna say service box, and we can start building. The first thing that we have is the icon. So this is the icon. The class is gonna be service box. The variant is icon, and this one is FAL font awesome car. This is the class of the car icon that we want. Next, we're gonna have a paragraph, and the class is gonna be service box. This one is simply the title, and I can put car sell. Finally, we're gonna have our paragraph, which has the service box description. Copy all this text because it's the same, and I'm gonna simply paste right here. Here we have developed our first card. The next one is simply a copy, so I'm gonna copy this, paste right here, and change. Instead of being carousel, I'm just going to have a customization, and the icon is that one of tools, kind of gear like that. And let me put the text customized to make it feel as desired. You can change the text if you feel like it's not what you really want to have. So I'm gonna say Control V. Here I'm gonna select all of this and remove. I'm actually gonna give more space right here. I have the third one, which is gonna be for the exchange service. So I'm gonna say exchange, and the description is this one. So Control C, okay, Control V, very good. And finally, I'm gonna have this 24/7 assistant. But before, let me change this because it's not tools, actually it's exchange. Simply select this, duplicate, and put here the new class, which is road. (24/7) Nice. We have developed the basic HTML structure for this content. So the next thing that we have to do is focus on our CSS. Let's see how it looks in our page right now. Here we have, it's kind of what we have here, and you can see that the columns are all already divided. That's because we are using our classes that have been formatted with the widths when we have defined the grid. So we can simply create our element, which is gonna be a service box. Later on, you may reuse it if you feel necessary. So in components, I'm gonna create a service box as CSS. Let's go to our main file and place our service box. The service box is right after the model, but you don't necessarily have to import it in the same order. but if you want, make that service box and save. I'm gonna actually put this right here because on the left side I like to have my index file so that we know what we are formatting. Okay, here we're gonna start with the simply formatting of our service box, each of it, because we wanna give some padding, centralize the text, have a background color which is white, change the font size and much stuff. So we can start right here saying our service box is here, and we're gonna simply start with the padding in all the sides, 2.5 rem. Let's save and see how it looks like. My terminal is here. I'm gonna actually refresh by myself, and here I can see some padding. Next, I'm gonna increase the font size to have 1.5 rem. I'm gonna have a color which is color blue. Let me save, align the text to the center, and see how it looks right now. Okay, things are getting better and better. Next, what we can do is simply have that background on all our container so that we can easily detect what is the background, where is each of these items, and make it easier to format. To make that, let's simply go to our home file and target our section services. Here we are going to put that background inside of this content right here, because we don't want to make the entire section with the H2 our services have that Range Rover Velar background. What we're going to do is simply say content and give that background. This background is actually gonna be an image, so I'm gonna say background image. I have a first to introduce the linear gradient, which goes to right bottom. I'm gonna insert the color RGBA. The first color is gonna be green with 80% of transparency. The next color is gonna be RGBA blue. The transparency is gonna be the same, and I'm gonna have my image, which is the Range Rover. So the Range Rover is located at this level. You have to go back one more time, get inside of your image folder, home folder. It's inside of services, and is this Velar. Let's save and see how it looks like. Windows 3. Let me refresh. I actually don't have it right here, so let me make sure that I have the section services well targeted. Here also I have the section services. Inside I have the section services content, which is this one. Okay, this is targeted, so let's make sure that we can find our image right here. Let's inspect it. In all our container services row, here in content, okay, well, background image, this one is not being applied, but let's simply control click here to see if we have the Velar, and here we have. So we must make sure to have this style being applied. As you can see here, this is simply giving us invalid property value. That means we didn't write this as it should be. Let's inspect. Here we have background image, here we have linear gradient. This is to right, bottom, right, that's correct. Then we have RGBA, color green, RGBA, color blue. We have the URL which goes to this image. Okay, so what could be the problem right here? So you must first give the RGBA and so on properties, then follow it by this linear gradient all. We're gonna place our URL. Let's save and see if this solves our problem. Very good. Okay, here we can see everything going very well, so let's make sure that we add some padding on top and bottom to our section. So we can come here and add that padding. This padding is gonna be top and bottom 150 pixels. It's okay. Left and right, nothing. Let's save. And yes, now it's much better. This Range Rover Velar is not on the right place. So let's make sure that the background position is well defined here. Background position, this one must be centered, and we're gonna make the background size to cover all the space. Saving it, going and check. Now it's much better, and you can see this is what we really want. Give a background to each of the service box. I'm actually gonna give a color white. After that color, we're gonna give a border radius, and the radius is gonna be the same, so border radius small. Next we can give some shadow, so box shadow, and I'm gonna see 0, 1.5 rem, 3.8 rem, RGB A. The color is black, and the transparency I'm gonna leave some 15%. Let me save and check. Okay, very good. It's starting to get the shape that we want. So let's go. We can actually see that these boxes are not really starting from here, so we can simply give a padding, and we have here to give the padding at the section services box, which has this row. If we target only by saying the section services, give that padding, what's going to happen is that we're going to be giving the padding also to this our services, while we simply want to target this row. So what we can do is simply come here and say services box, all that is services box, which is this one. We have the services box in our section. But how we want to make it much easier, let's use this selector, because we just want to find this row and say boxes, and what's inside of it, and is a row. We're gonna actually give a padding top and bottom of 0, and we can put the 80 rem. 8 rem is 880 pixels. Let's see how it looks right now. It's where it should be. Very good. Let's move to the next lesson, where we're gonna finish with this formatting. Let's start with our icon. So with our icon, we are going to increase the font size to some 60 pixels. We're gonna make them be displayed as inline block, so that we can give paddings and margins to the element. Let's actually give some padding. 0, 1.2 rem and 0. Save. See how it looks like. Okay, very good. I'm gonna inspect. I have my icon right here. Okay, where is the padding? I can actually increase a bit right here. No, let me try 2.7. 2.8 is much better for me, and 1.2. okay, and I'm gonna adjust some margin right here, margin to the bottom, because I want to have a little bit of space between this icon and the text right here. I'm actually gonna start with some 2 pixels, increase more and more, much better. So I'm gonna save these settings, 2.8, and put a margin bottom of 0.5 rem. Save. Next I can go and attack my title. In my title I'm gonna start with the text to transform to make it uppercased. Next I'm gonna put the font size to be the default font size. I'm gonna increase the weight, and I think it's all for this. So let me go and check. Yes, here it's okay. The next thing I'm gonna do is to attack the description, which is this one: sell your new or used car and much stuff. So I'm gonna put description. Here I'm gonna put the text align. This can be justified, because if you check right here, this one is aligned to the center, but this one is really justified. So we're going to be using the align to the center property to align the title and the icon, but the description we're gonna simply put justify. And yes, that's all I think for this part. Yes, here we have it's justified, so we can actually give some margin because we still need to have more space. Instead of using the CSS, what we can do is simply use the utility class for these service box titles that we have. So let's hold Alt, click here, Alt, also click here, Alt and Alt. We're gonna be using utility margin bottom small. Save and check. Let's see, here we have, very good. Next, we gotta describe this effect right here. So this is simply, and actually you can do what we basically have here is the translation in the Y direction. You can see it goes up and it scales a little bit. So let's come here. Also it has some shadow. You can see right here the shadow. Okay, so let's go back and make that happen. And here we have hover. What we're going to change is the translation in the Y direction. So let's use transform, translate Y. We're gonna actually remove some 17 pixels, 1.7 rem, and we're gonna scale it to, let's start with 2, save, and the box shadow, let's put 0, 2 rem, 3.8 rem, and RGBA is gonna be the black color with 15% of transparency. Here we have, and it's repetitive, this shadow. So if you want to put in a variable, you can easily put. So let me go there and check. Okay, oh, it's scaling so much. And actually we need to have a transition right here, because with this just it doesn't look very nice. So let's here add a transition with all of some 0.3 seconds, and the cursor is gonna be pointer. Let's save and check what we have. Okay, we have the transition, but it's getting too much. So let's come here, use our inspector. We're gonna click right here, and where is the translation? Right here. Let's actually find it. That is applied in our element. Let me go to the what is this element? This is the service box. So this is right here in our scaled hover in the service box. Yes, so our service box is this one. So let's click on it and let's apply the hover state. Nice. Let's see the styles that we have. Okay, actually let's reduce the amount of scale to 1 point. Let's start with 5. It's still too much. Let's go reducing 0.5. No, let's try for example 1.0, 608. Yeah, 6 is much better. So let's save right here. This is gonna be 1.06, and that's all. So let's save, remove this, and here we have all is designed how it should be. So we have finished designing this component. What we have to do next is design the where we add. This is so easy to design. Here we simply have a background to this div. Let's move. This is the section where we show where we are located to our user. You can use a more suggestive image where you have the explicitly pinpoint to where you are, but for this project I've selected this image of map. Without further ado, let's go to our code and collapse the section. Here we are. Next, what we have is section. The class is section find us, or where we at. I actually prefer to call find us. Nice. And here what are we gonna have is simply the start, which is this one. So let's just copy it and place right here. Here we have, here we can simply say where we at and a question mark. Div, let's simply say find us map, and we're gonna placing that image inside of this div. We don't have a content, so let's simply start formatting it. This is not going to be a component, so let's go directly to our home, because this is gonna be simply in the home page, and start saying section find us. Here we can start with the padding, which is gonna be the vertical 50 pixels and 0. Well, we have to give a width where we're going to be placing these two elements. The container, which is this one, is gonna have 80% and it's gonna be with the margin auto, and this one is really centered with this below div. So for that we can simply create a div here and say class, this is gonna be section find us. I can actually say what's coming next. Yes, and here I'm gonna simply copy and paste this all. Here on next I'm gonna give a width of 80%, and I'm gonna say margin. This one is gonna be auto. Saving and seeing what we have, where we at. Very good. We simply have defined as map, and now we simply have to define a height. I'm going to simply put 85% of the viewport height. I'm gonna put the background image, which is located right here. Let's go back up a level, one more level. It's inside of my image folder. This is the home, the map, and this is the one. After that, we're gonna say the background size. Let's set it to cover. The background position, we're gonna center, and let's actually give a box shadow, which is gonna be 0.5 rem, 3 rem, RGBA, color black, 50%. Here I have where we at. It was easy to build this part, and we are done. So we can move to the next lecture, and you know where to leave any question. Is beautiful because we have this beautiful form where we can fill out our name, for example. How it's invalid since there is nothing inside. I'm gonna place Delton, and here you can see that the full name goes here down. We have this validated green border at the bottom because everything that we wrote here is correct. If we write something that's incorrect, you can see that we have this red border. Everything here is done with the CSS. So it's a cool course to learn CSS and web design and front-end development because I'm teaching all of these for you. Here you can see I am at least 18. So when you click, you can see that you have this green. You have the option to click on contact, and we have this background video where we see a girl saying bye and stretching herself after having a video call with one of the 7 cars dealer. Probably she was dealing a Range Rover Velar, I think. Yes, she bought this car from a price that starts at this $90,000, and that's beautiful for her. So without further ado, let's open our IDE and start to code. Here the name of the section is not find us, but I'm gonna say is contact. So let me write contact is not find us. Here I'm gonna have contact next. I'm going to have contact us, save, and this is not gonna be find us map. Instead it's gonna be contact wrapper. Yes, this is gonna be the wrapper class because here I'm going to put details of content. Saving and seeing, here we have it starting. So let's give some padding right here at the top and at the bottom because I want to have more separation. So I'm gonna say section contact. I'm gonna have a padding at the top and bottom of 7 rem, left and right 0. Saving and seeing, now it's much better. I have space. And inside of this content, we're gonna be placing the background. The easiest way to do that is simply copying this component because we have developed it right here in our header. And let's paste here. What's gonna change is this path because now we have a female talking on a video call. And let's save. After this background video, and while we're inside of our contact, we are going to have the contact form. So let's say contact form, and here is where we're gonna put all the logic of the form. Here we have the background. So let's save and see if we have something right here. What we don't have is the video. It's right here up. Can you tell me what's happening in order to have this up? Yes, you can. And I'm gonna give you some 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you didn't figure out, that's totally normal. If you are a beginner and you didn't build with me the component video background, but if you figure it out, beautiful for you. But let's check together why this is not working how it should be. First, we must know how our component is developed. Background video has its position set to absolute. Therefore, we must prepare the parent element, which is contact, to be ready to receive the video. Other words, we are saying that the contact div right here must have a relative position. So let's treat this as a component, and I'm gonna say this is contact.scss, and right here after the card I have to insert the contact and save. I'm gonna select the contact and give a position of relative, saving. Let's see what do we have right there. This shouldn't fix all of our problem, but yes, at least we don't have right here the background video which was of that girl. Here also down we don't have. Can you tell me why this is happening? Well, we don't have any content here, so this background video is being applied to a div that has its height set to 0. We can even inspect and see what's going on. So open it and let's go to our contact right here. Contact next. This is our background video. Background video is right here inside. Here we have, do you see, 1343 is the width times 0 because the height is 0. And when we developed our background video component, we can check right here. We said that its height of the video had to be 100% of its parent element. So what is the parent element of this background video? Video class is the div background video, and the div background video by hierarchy is going to take the height of contact. What's the height of contact? Is 0. Therefore we have to set a height to contact in order to see the background video, but we're just going to be setting the height for this working purpose in order to see right here the background video, but we're going to remove after and let the contact itself define the height because we don't want to force the height right here. So let's simply go to our background here, and the parent is the contact, so we can simply give a height of some 53 rem, save it, and see how it's gonna look like right now. Let me give a 5, and here we have. I'm not just writing code here without explaining you because there's a dozen, even hundreds and thousands of tutorials on the internet that simply do that and don't let you know what you are really doing. And that's not the type of learning that I would like to give to you. Now, we took much time talking about what was going behind the scene, and we wrote the 2 lines, even though they are small, but we need to understand what's going deeply. Next, what are we going to have is to simply start giving the width of our roper in order to be 85% and margin auto because we want to centralize on the left and right. So let's simply go here, contact, and target our roper, give a width of, we can start with 85%, and margin is gonna be auto, and let's save. Let's see how it looks right now. Very good. So we're gonna have our form occupying 50% right here. We have now the structure of where it's gonna be visually. Yes. So we can come here and start to write that. Inside of our div contact form, we're gonna start with our h2, which is this one. Nothing is gonna change right here. In terms of classes, what we're going to be having is simply saying fill out. Save it. And next we're going to have the form itself. And the form is gonna be a component. I'm not going to give an action because we don't have a server side to handle this. I'm going to say that the class of this is form, and I'm going to start creating groups. Well, here I have the div where I can fill my name, and its label is gonna be full name. These two elements compose a group. These two elements also make up a group. Each place where we have an input, we consider it as a group. So form group, and let's make the things happen. We're gonna have an input. The type is gonna be text. I'm actually gonna say the class of this is gonna be form input. Next, I'm gonna have autocomplete to off because I don't want to have the aid of my computer auto-completing the things for me. I don't like that sometimes, and in this case I'm not going to have that. Other attribute that we can put is the placeholder saying full name. The ID of this is gonna be name, and this is required. You can't send this form without completing that. Next, we're gonna have a label for this ID name. The class of this label is gonna be form label, and I'm actually gonna say full name. That's it. We can simply copy this, put next because it's gonna be the next group. Now we have a form input, but the type is not text, it's email. Autocomplete also to off, email address, email with ID, and this is not required. I'm gonna change here to email address. This is label, not label, and this is gonna be for email. Nicely done until this stage. What we have next is that checkbox. So let's simply put right here, it's a form group. Input is the type of checkbox, and the class is gonna be the same. The name, I'm gonna be using how here we're talking about if it's older or not. I'm gonna say older for the ID. There is no placeholder, so let's remove. And here, do you think it's gonna be required? Obviously this is gonna be required. Next, let's put this label here. In the label, make it for our older. The class is gonna be label, and we are not going to simply put here full name, but we're actually going to put between a span nothing, because we're going to create that circle later, and that circle is gonna be the span. So let's simply give a form checkbox, and now we can put I am at least 18 years, and let's save. Finally, we have that form group, which is simply to submit the form. So form group, and this one is gonna be button, and the class is gonna be button contact, and put right here the button green. Let me save this. Very good. start giving a dimension to this form. We're going to say that we want it to occupy 50% of the parent element. So for that, what we have to do is simply put here our form, because it's a contact and it's inside of the form, it's contact form, and let's say the width is 50%. The height obviously is gonna take up to 100% of the parent element, and we're gonna give a background color, which is gonna be that RGBA color, green, and we're going to give an opacity. This can be some kind of 80%, and we can give some padding. Top to rem, for rem, for rem, and for rem. Let's save and go to our file. Okay, let's see how it looks like. Here we have nothing can be seen so well right here, and that's something that we actually have to fix. But if you see the background here, we have something that's going behind the scenes. Our background video is in front of us. What we can do is simply change the background video index in Z direction to be -1. We want to put it away from us. So let's save here and save here. This should fix our problem. Here we have. Very good. So in the next lecture, we're going to start to work with this left side. Left here, so let's continue. Opening our IDE, we have here our form. The first thing that we are going to do is to simply change that H2 to have a color white. Color white. Let's go down. Yes, very good. Create a new component which will be our form, because here we are formatting the raw part and just the H2 inside of it, but we can simply want to reuse this form itself, and let's separate the characteristics of it inside of a different component. So form.scss, right here we have, let's go to our main, and we have to put it for our contact. So let's simply remove here and say form save. Let's simply start to define the width of our form. So width is gonna be 85%, and margin is gonna be auto background color and secure white, so that you can see what's form right here inside. Your form is this part right here. So I think it's now more intuitive for you. Okay, in our form we are going to start formatting our inputs. So here we have our input, which is going to have the font size. First thing to do, being equal to the default font size, we're gonna want to display all as block level elements, okay, so that they occupy all the row. This is going to occupy all this available space in the row. We're gonna say the width is gonna be 100%, but it's redundant. We're gonna remove the borders that exist in the inputs. We're gonna put some padding of 15 pixels on top and bottom, and 2 on the left and right. We're gonna put the font family to inherit from our page, and we're gonna put the color to be some color green. Let's save and see how it looks at this moment. Okay, let's continue. What we are going to have next is to add that border radius, which is going to be the border radius small. Save and see what we have now. Okay, we have the radius and it's so small. Actually, if we give some zoom, we're gonna notice right here, and we can't notice because of the contrast between this white and this color that we gave. But let's leave, the borders are there and they are going to be more offset when we remove that background. Add a margin between these groups here except the last one, so you probably know how to do this because we have done previously. So let's select the group and what's not what last child. So we're gonna giving margin bottom to 4 rem, which is for 3 pixels. F5, much better right now. Okay, going back, put our label with a bit of formatting. The color is obviously going to be color white. The font size, we can actually start with 1 rem and see how it's going to look like. The margin, up, right, down, left. Okay, we refresh and we can actually increase more just for the side bottom, just 2 rems. Make something right here because we can see the outputs right here. This is happening because we didn't define them to be displayed as inline block. Let's see right now. This should produce results. Okay, here we have. Next, what we can format is the checkbox. Let's jump right after to our checkbox. Put form checkbox input to this one instead of being input because it's gonna have a different formatting from the others. So we can simply say form checkbox. Here let's put our input and say that it's not going to be displayed because we can see this part and we can't see it because we're gonna be giving work of the checkbox to this pen, which is going to be a green and red circle. So let's say display none and opacity to 0. Good. We have label, which is this one. We are going to change the font size and let me increase it to 16 pixels. Okay, I have the impression that this is not updating. I didn't save the main or what, but it wrote to this file. Okay, something is not going how it should, so we are going to fix that. Let me check form checkbox label, form checkbox. Okay, now I see where is the problem. I shouldn't have written like this because the label class right here is simply a form label. So this is on the wrong place. Form checkbox label. I can simply add right here the name of this class, form checkbox, and say label. Okay, this should fix my problems. Very good. Change the color of the label, set it to color white, save it and see. Nice. Okay, I'm going to remove that background. Yes, now it's much better. Here I have this H2, but this H2 is so far from this one because of the margin amount. Let's see. Yes, this is margin bottom large. It's a huge margin bottom, so I'm gonna set it to medium. Go to our variables where they are. Here we have I mean, this is typography, the medium one, utility class I mean. Here I have to put the amount of margin button that I want for this medium. I'm gonna put 4 and say this is medium. Save right here, save right here, Control B, index W3, go down and refresh. Okay, this should have fixed it, but I don't have U margin bottom medium utility class, U margin bottom medium margin bottom of 4 RAM. Let me actually save it again. I still have a huge amount of margin, so let me inspect right now what's going on. Oh yes, 8 RAM margin bottom large, but here I said medium. Oh, I changed it on the wrong place. I should have changed it right here in my form. Medium. Very good. Now we have right here. So things are going as expected. Let's go back to our form. Let's increase the font size of this label to 1.6 RAM. We have to give that circle as we have right here, and this should have gone. Why is this checkbox? I have the checkbox right here, so this is form in checkbox input. So where are you? Without underscore. How I didn't notice that. Okay, very good. Now let's go to our span. Inside of the label, the form checkbox. We're going to say display inline block. We're gonna start giving the width of 3 RAM, the height also of 3 RAM. The background color is going to be color light red. We have in our variables. We're going to give a margin to the right so that it's going to shift the text. I am at least 18 years old for some 14 pixels. We're gonna give a border radius of 50% to design that circle. We're gonna transform it and translate Y of some kind of 1 RAM in order to be a little bit down, and save and see what's going on. F5. Okay, the element's not here. Label. We have an element which is form label. Okay, and this is form checkbox inside of the form label. Where did we select this? Oh, on the wrong place. That's true. That's true, because the label that we are talking about is here inside of our checkbox. So let's save and see what this gives us. Here we have. The next thing that we are going to do is to make sure that every time we hover on this label, we have the cursor, which is going to be a pointer. So as we hover, we're gonna have the cursor pointer. And yes, now let's talk about things that are going to be more complex. Here in our project, we have this input. We must make sure that when this input is checked, we format checkbox that we designed right here. In real life, what's happening here is that we are using this input with the ID of older and we are going to manipulate it using this label older. Inside of this label we have I am at least 18 years and I have this form checkbox. What are we going to do is to say when this input is checked pseudo class, we're going to format what is really after it, and we want to format our form checkbox. Okay, the next adjacent element is this form checkbox label, so let's select the form checkbox label, and inside of it we want to format the form checkbox, which is this span element. We're going to change the background color to make it color red, color green, because it's checked. So this is green light. Save, and let's give some transition to that, which is our form checkbox. Transition, so all the properties 0.7, no, it's so much time, 0.3 seconds, it's better, and go there and check. Here we have that effect. So when it's checked, this becomes green, unchecked, the green gets out and stays with its normal formatting, which is the background light red. That means it's unchecked. First step is done. Now let's go to our inputs and make that thing happen. When we have the placeholder shown pseudo class, we are going to simply translate this part to negative 4.8 RAM, because right here it's below. So we must make sure that this is right here on top when we still have this placeholder, and when we start writing it comes here down. We are going to simply make that right here after our label and say input, we have this placeholder shown, we are going to format our label. Okay, what are we going to do is to make sure that first translate y to some negative 4.5 RAM in order to be stacked with our text right there up. Okay, you can see right here is stacked. Okay, it should be stacked. So let's save the main one, and this must give us the result. Still not stacked. So let's see what we have here. Form input placeholder shown. We're gonna format the OK, and right here label. Okay, you can see that here it's stacked. This is gonna be a trick that we're going to use. When our placeholder is not shown, we're gonna make sure that it comes down, and it's here down, but we must make that with some transition, and here when the placeholder is shown we can't see it. So what we're going to make is to set its visibility to be hidden. Let's save, and this should fix our problem. Okay, it's there but it's hidden, so when we write it goes down. Very good. Simply add a transition to all in 0.3 seconds, and let's see if that works right now. Here we have, very good. Next, what we can do is to work with our inputs. We have that border that goes in and goes out and so on in different moments. Well, to add that border, what we have to do is to simply use the pseudo class focus. Okay, when our input is focused and it's invalid, that means the text that we introduced there is invalid for the specified type of input. We're gonna actually have a red border at the bottom. So we're gonna say border bottom, gonna be some 3 pixels, solid color red when it's invalid. Okay, so let's save. It's working. Then we must make sure that this goes green, and let's remove this border that comes here from our browser. This is so annoying. I don't like that. So let's simply come here to use the pseudo class focus outline. We're gonna set it to none, give some box shadow when our user clicks on it, 0, 1 rem, 2 rem. If you are so attentive, you're gonna notice that the third value always gets higher rem. That's because in design this gives me much more beauty to the box shadow, but that depends on what you really want. You are free to change and see what's better for you. We're gonna start assuming that it's valid, so we're gonna put a border bottom of 3 pixels, solid color green. Okay, so when the invalid is not true, that means our user said something correct. What's going to be applied is this one, because it's still going to be focused. Do you understand the trick that we are using here? I hope you got it. So let's come here, full name, here we have, very good. Address, okay, add something, yes, very good. That's what we should have right here. And actually you can see that when we click, and the border here is adding some space of 3 pixels down. That's because our input itself doesn't have any border. To fix that, we're actually going to insert a border to the bottom of the same width, 3 pixels. It's going to be the same type, solid, but we're going to make it a hacker, transparent, easy like that. Also have a transition, all 0.3 seconds to be a smoother thing right here going on. So let's simply wait for it to reload. It's reloading, and yes, now you can see that we don't have that space being added. That's because we already have a 3 pixel solid transparent border right here. Okay, so we have this contact. What's happening here is that we have this green. Okay, here you can actually change this by yourself. You simply have to put this class on the right place. Here we do have it, and I think this is gonna solve our problem. So let's see. Okay, this is happening because the color that we use it to assign to the variable of pattern green is the same that we use it right here up, and we change it at a certain moment. So go to your variables and make sure that this color is equal to the one that we have right here. And let me just make that with you right now, because I don't want to keep propagating some uncertainty right here. So let me go there, and the color that's being applied, I think, is this one. I can actually see this in button green. The green takes, okay, color green as the background, and here we can see that this color green. So we must give the color dark green, because this is the variable value that we actually want to have. Okay, so this is color dark green. Let's save here, save our main, and see what we do have. Very good, very good. And here also we backed off. Now we can simply remove the height that we gave to our card right here. Where are you? Our contact. and let it be defined by the content itself. So at this stage, open our main, because when we save the main, everything gets really written. Go there, and yeah, we have the form. It's here. I'm at list 18, all is here. Here also we have, you can notice something that's a bit different right here. Here, let's write something. What's different? I can see nothing. Okay. Here I can, because the font size is smaller, but that's something that we can even fix right now. This is the label, and the font size is smaller right here. So let's go back to our form, open our index. This is form label, and here we have font size of 1.6 rem. Let's decrease to 1.2 rem. Save. Okay, here we have. Very good. I'm happy with our progress until this stage. Let's move to the next lesson. Each of these items corresponds to a testimonial. We have here the image of who's giving it, the content, the owner, and this code right here. We have a background which is light green on the top left corner, and it goes to bottom right with a darker green. Without further ado, let's open our code editor. I'm actually gonna duplicate this because I will need and just make some small modifications. I have the section contact here. Here is the find us. I'm going to collapse. Okay, give an enter. I'm going to collect this contact wrapper because I don't want nothing about it. This is not contact, not contact. E section testimonials, and I'm going to save. Here I'm going to say testimonials, save. Put all that inside of my testimonials container and have each of it being a testimonial. I'm going to have a figure which is gonna be testimonial figure. I'm going to have image, which is going to be the testimonial image, but it's inside of the figure. I'm going to put figure right here. The source is going to be the one that I'm going to take from Unsplash. You simply have to come here, write persons, select an image. Preferably you gotta go for a square image or an image that's rectangular but doesn't have width so much greater than the height, or the height so much greater than the width. But if you find one that's like these ones, rectangular and fits well, that's okay, but just look for this shape. It's much better. And to take that image, we are going to simply say https source unsplash.com, and here you're gonna put / the ID, which is this one of the image, and you're gonna see that if I hit enter, I'm just going to get the image. That's what we are going to be testing in our code right here as the source. I'm going to say Jackie Lee's face, and the class, okay, it's already written, but it's not, it's testimonial figure image testimonial nice. Let's put the description. So testimonial description. I'm going to have a span containing the testimonial icon. Here I'm going to have icon with the class font awesome FA quote left, and I'm going to have the paragraph containing the testimonial description text. You can simply generate a lorem text with the amount of words that you want, for example 30, but I'm simply going to copy this text because I want to have the same right here in order to don't mix up too much things. Save here, and I think it's all. Let's see. Okay, it's missing this part. I didn't put the owner of our testimonial is testy description owner. I'm going to say Jackie Lee. Nice. Let's see how it is right here. Very bad. So what we're going to do here in our home page is select our section testimonials, and what's next, I'm going to actually give a width of 80%, margin auto, and put a bit of a padding top and bottom of some 50 pixels, and 0 left and right. Save it. Here we have. Let's put our component here, which is going to be a testimonial. Create that component right here. And save here. Okay, in our testimonial, we're going to start giving a different width for it. It's going to be some 70% of the 80% that we give to our section. So let's start with testimonials. Saying its width is gonna be 70%. Let me actually give a margin auto and give a background or color of something like this so that we can see what we are talking about. F5. Here we have, this is our really testimonial card. Very good. Next thing I'm gonna do is to simply remove, because I don't want to work with this. Working with my testimonial itself, this one, I'm gonna make sure that it's going to occupy width of 100% of the parent element, which is 100% of the 70%. So testimonial width 100%, box shadow of some 0 to RAM. For RAM, RGBA is gonna be black, and I'm going to put 0.1, which is 10%. Add that background image, which is going to be the linear gradient, and here is 2, right, bottom. I'm going to be pasting the color right here. Okay, this one is going to be color green testimonial, and the next one is going to be color dark green testimonial. I have to put the values for these variables because they don't exist in our code. The dark one is going to be 28B485, and for the one which is not light, I'm going to simply put 7ED. So 70D 56F, and remove this dark. Copy this and go to my variable, paste, save, come here, remove. This is fixed and save here in my main. Let me check how it looks right now. Nice, this is the one that we want. So in order to make the things more beautiful, let's just start to attack what's our testimonial figure. Inside of this, I'm going to give the width of some 15 rem and the height also of 15 rem. Save and see what's here. But before, I'm going to actually say that I don't want to anything that's overflowing to be visible, so I'm going to hide what's overflowing, and I'm going to give a border radius of 50%. I'm going to save and see what's there. F5, okay, nice. You can see that the image, that the part of the image that's overflowing is not shown here, and we're gonna fix that right now. Let's make sure that we have a float to the left. If I say float to the left to this testimonial figure, that means this testimonial description is going to stay on the left side. And we know that we have to include the clear fix hack right here. So add include clear fix. So let's see how that looks right now. Okay, very good, very good. Okay, don't worry about why this background is simply being applied to this text and not this image. We're actually going to fix that. Don't worry. Let's make sure that our image right here has its width equal to 100%. The height is going to also be 100% of this testimonials figure, and object fit, let's make it to cover. Saving it. Let's see what do we have. Nice. Start adding some padding right here in our testimonial. 20 pixels top and bottom, 8 rem left and right. This is gonna make the things look much more different. Nice, and I like that. And let's start formatting our description. Our description is going to come right here after, let me actually increase this, after the testimonial figure. So we have our testimonial description. I'm going to give some enters here. Here I'm going to start giving a margin to the left side of 1 rem. I'm going to make the text align to be justified. I have a text inside. I'm going to increase the font size, 1.8 rem. Go to the part of the owner. In this owner, okay, let me see, and this owner is gonna be displayed as inline block so that I can give some margins and just make it occupy the space that's bounded by the content. Give a margin to the top, 1 rem. Increase the font size to 20 pixels, and let me actually give a margin left of some 2 rem. And I've noticed that the font weight is harder. So let's save and see what do we have. Okay, things are getting better right now. Next, after our owner, we can start to attack our testimonials icon, which is that code that we have right here. So that I'm going to start actually just by increasing the font size of it, because you can treat it as a font. So font size 3 rem. Nice. Now let me go there and see what I can do to change the color. I'm just going to put a color white here. The color here is going to be white. Well, I have included the clear fix here in the testimonials, and we are floating to the left testimonial figure, which is this one, so it should be in testimonials, testimonial. So let me remove from here and paste here. Let's save and see how the things look right now. It's starting to get better. Well, let's see what we can do to achieve our desired result, which is this one. We can see here some shape that this text is taking, like a circle. We are going to start by making that. So to make this happen, we have to give a shape to the outside part of this figure element. This is a super powerful property in CSS, and we're going to be giving with the WebKit because there are browsers that don't support this. So shape outside. Here I'm going to put simply a circle, and to have it perfectly, we gotta write 50%, add 50% X and Y direction. Then say shape outside without the WebKit. Let's save and see how that's going to look like right now. Okay, we have that aspect of shape. Let's make some translation of this image to the left side and a bit down. For that, we're gonna be using transform and translate. You can put X and Y. I'm going to simply put this in this way, but I could simply write in just one translate and put the properties -2 rem to the left and some 2 to the Y direction, which is going to push these more down. Let's save and see. Okay, I'm going to inspect. I want to see something in the translation right here of this figure. Translate X. Okay, there's a problem. We should have placed a translate Y. Translate Y right here to 2 rem. I wasn't seeing any effect, and that's true. It's because this effect wasn't really being applied. I'm going to inspect it and see now if it is translated or not. Where are you? Here I have. Let me actually bring more in the Y. No, it's okay with 2. Okay. The width of this testimonial is not the same as this, and let's try to figure out why. Let's inspect. Here we have the testimonial. Okay, we have this space which is not being occupied. The width of this section is testimonials next of this div. Then we have the testimonials, okay, which take 70%, and we have the testimonial itself that has the width equals 100. Okay, the box shadow is not working also, but we want to make sure that this testimonial is occupying 100% of testimonials. Okay, and testimonials is taking 70% of what? Of this entire section. Let's actually remove this. Yes, we can make things even better right here by just removing what's next, leaving the padding only. And I think this is much better right now. Yes, it's much better, and it's what we want. So we simply have to copy each of these testimonial, and is that Old Town Road job, where you simply have to change here to the next one. Let me go to my final version. This is Beth Alice, copy, paste here. The link, I'm actually doing the same here. Simply use the inspector, come here, copy, yes, and remove here by what's new. Finally is the same thing. You simply have to change. So Angelo Milena, what is the link? This one, try to copy, come here, Control V, remove the space, and put Angelo Milena. Saving it. Let's see what we have. Okay, everything is next to each other, so we have to give a margin to the bottom in our testimonial. So we simply say, and it's not the last child. We're gonna give margin bottom of some 5 rem, the same margin that we gave to the same amount that we gave to the padding, which is 5 vertically in our direction. Oh no, this is what we want. So max block size, no, margin to the bottom. Nice. We are done with this, so let's move to the next lesson. Before we start designing the footer, we have some small problems to fix here. We don't have the borders on the corners of each testimonial while we want to have, and we don't have the shadow in each of the testimonials. I tried to give, but I made a mistake by saying RBGA instead of RGBA, and I have to give a border radius of this border radius small. Save, and let's see the result. Giving a 5, here we have the shadow and the border radius. Our footer is basically composed by a centralized logo, 4 columns. Each of them have a color, a title, a description of the links. We have to book a test drive, find dealer, privacy policy, showroom. We have a row containing different links for our social media pages and copyright. Let's start to make this happen. We're going to start using the tag footer. This is footer. So let's put our div with the utility class text center. Here's where we're going to place the logo image and say footer logo. The source is going to be image home logo, and this is the second one. This is 7 cars logo. but let's give a row next, where we're gonna have footer, menu. We're going to put the body of our menu right here. And let's start with the column 1 of 4. This first column is going to take an ordered list, and it's gonna be footer list. Inside we're gonna have items, but first we have the title, which is going to be placed in our paragraph. Footer list title, let's say call center. We have list item with the link with the class footer list item. We're gonna have link inside of the list item, footer list link. Hypertext reference, we are not going to redirect to somewhere, and we are going to say book a test drive. Let's save. I'm actually going to remove all of this on my right side because these lines are so long. So let's revise. Footer menu body, we have the first column. Inside of the column we have a footer list, we have a footer list title, footer list item, footer list link. So we can simply Control Alt down, 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 and right after. This is going to be schedule, service, next, subscribe to newsletter, 7 cars, and the last one is going to be quote request. Save. We have the first column, so we have to copy and paste. Now we're going to say shopping. The link here is going to be find a dealer, services, seven cars, top choices, finally our app store. Copy and duplicate. Instead of shopping, we have legal terms, privacy policy, cookies policy, conditions and terms of our user, alternative legislation, its litigation, resolution, copy, paste, discover, more, showroom press career, those type of things. Nice. We have designed the 4 columns. Next, we have to put the row which is going to contain our social media icons. We have finished it on this row, which is here. So let's make sure that we put after this one row. We're going to view, text, center, right, put our social media inside. We're gonna have links and they will take us to nowhere. So is anchor tag, nowhere, icons, let's put their appropriate class, font awesome, Facebook, and it's all. Just keep duplicating things. Here is going to be for Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. The final row is where we have our copyright. So let's say paragraph copyright, and use the copyright sign with this entity 169. You can see in the HTML 7 cars and Delton Kivala. You are allowed to use this website for personal purpose, but not commercial. Please don't use this website to recreate your course. Say that you are the person who made it, because there's a lot of people doing that bad stuff on the internet. Please just don't be fake to yourself. Use this website just to practice, see how it was designed, get an inspiration, or show to your friend this, recommending this course to someone. That's the best thing that you can do, promote it, but don't say that you have designed it, please. The next thing that we can do, and we have to, is to create our component. Okay, you can treat your footer as a component, how I was about to do, but how this is about the page formatting. I'm simply going to insert here in my page and say footer.css. How I have my home here. It should be on layout. That's what I wanted to say. It's simply a layout and not the page itself. It's a part of my layout. I'm going to put this on the right side, so split right. My main also needs to go to the right. Very good. And I'm going to stay with the index right here. This is inside of my layout. Footer, I'm going to put as the last one. Save, nothing bad. The first thing is to give a huge amount of padding in our footer. So padding, top and bottom, 115 rem, 0. The background color is going to be color black, and the color of the text inside is going to be white. Let's see how it looks like. Here we are. Let's refresh, and all is here. Well, let's give a margin between this logo and our next row. For that, I prefer to use utility class of margin bottom large instead of giving here from my CSS. Let me go and find it. So margin bottom large, save. This must fix that. Very good. We're going to start footer list. In our footer list, we can simply add a little bit of padding, top and bottom, left and right, nothing. Transform the text to text transform. Let's actually say capitalize because we want to have the first letter of a word uppercased. Let's see if this is working. It's working. We can start with our title. We're going to, from top to down, increase the font size. I tried and I saw that 25 pixels is the best one for this. The font weight, we can put 700, and let's give a margin to the bottom of 1 rem. Save and see how it looks like. Very good. Here we have with the margin. Next, let's go to each item. Increase the font size, so 14 pixels, 1.4 rem, and see. This didn't update. Let's save here, go and see. Now it's much better. Let's focus on our links. What is a link? We have different states, so we're gonna apply the same styles where we are going to have the color white when it's active, link, and visited. Active, link, and visited. The color is going to be color white. We're actually going to give some padding of 10 pixels and see how does it look like. Nice, but I find this padding is so huge, so let me inspect it and reduce with Chrome. Yeah, I have the 10 pixels. Yes, 2 pixels is enough. I'm going to put 0.2 rem, 2 pixels, because this value is so small. When we hover, we have the light red color changing, so and hover, the color is going to be light red. Add a bit of transition to all in 0.2 seconds. Let's save and see. Give a 5. Here we have. We're going to remove this underline right here because it's annoying, and the bullets also. I'm going to put these settings in a basic file for typography because I don't want to have this underline and bullets in every place that I work in my page, and this is not just for the footer, so I prefer to put this style right in my base typography file. Right here I can say what's an ordered list is going to have list style of none. Anchor tag on the link state. What is anchor tag on the visited state? I'm going to say text decoration none. Let me save. Go to my footer, save, main save, and see how it appears right now. This is how it should be. What we can do next is format our social media icons right here. Okay, they don't show up. Maybe I don't have internet connection, so let me make sure that I am connected to the internet. Here I am. I'm going to give a 5. I can't see them, so let's make sure that the link class is written how it should be. Font awesome, Facebook, yes. Okay, let me actually increase the font size of my social media elements, icons, I mean, social media. I'm going to say font size to some 2.7 rem. What's anchor tag? I'm going to give the color white. Give a margin to the right just to space them. What's not? Last child. Margin to the right of 2 rem. This should fix the margin issue. So let's go to Windows 3. Okay, here we have, we're still going to fix this. Let's go to our copyright. The copyright is simply going to have an increased font size, 1.3 rem. Save, wrote, giving F5. Here we have. Now let's talk about this one that doesn't want to show up. So this is font awesome. I wrote Facebook how it should be. Let's go to the font awesome page and see. Font awesome Facebook. Let's see. Okay, FAB, it starts with B before the starting of the next FA, so it's FAB instead of FAS. Let me change to B and see if this solves. Nice, that's it. It was easy to develop this footer. Our components are all here, formatted how they should. We can put one after other, and yes, that's it. You can find a dealer here. Subscribe to newsletter. Subscribe to newsletter. Oh, this is typo mistake. Subscribe to newsletter. Next is find a dealer. That's written how it should be. Book a test drive. Okay, find a dealer. Here I wrote find a dealer. Simply find dealer. Complaint ebook. Oh, I didn't insert in my legal terms. So complaint ebook. I'm simply going to copy this. What's happening here? Complaint ebook, save and see right now. Complaint ebook. Let me reload this. Okay, the unique difference that we have is the fact that the icon of menu is present here and all is the same. The next thing is to design our pop-up or this menu. Don't forget that we have to design these pop-ups right here. It's going to be a good journey while we design this, because you're gonna learn beautiful things. One idea that I'm giving you and you can implement is to change the color of each of these icons when we hover. For example, for YouTube, you can change its color to red, LinkedIn to blue, the color of Instagram and blue. You can find the colors of these brands on the internet. They are available. That's it. Let's move to the next lecture. When we want to get more information about a top model, we simply have to click. For example, this beautiful car shows us on the left side some photos of the GLE. On the right side, we can see the video showing the outside part of it. We can close. You can see the URLs. We do have images on the left side and a text that's showing the description. We have this button of $300,000 that is taking my attention here when I see, and I can buy it if I have money, and one of these payment methods is available for me. I can simply use, all of them are available, so I can simply use one of them. The Range Rover Velar has the same idea, left images and right small description with text. We have for Lexus the video, the images. I really like the design of this car. Jeep Cherokee OK, mainly for the 2021 version because it's so beautiful. This pop-up is not going to be made like so easily. We're gonna spend time, and I'm going to be explaining in small details as I usually do. We have the left side with two images. We have the right side with its content also. Let's see, for Tacoma, we do have image right here. This is 4x4 and it's good for terrains with excess of sand. What are we going to do is to simply go to our project, collapse this footer. The section of pop-up can be technically anywhere in your page. You can put it here, 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 or any other place, because at first it's not going to be visible and our actions are going to make it be really visible. This is not a section that we want to show when our user opens our web page. That's not what we want. So let's start with the section and say this is gonna be pop-up. Pop-up. P-O and U are really letters next to each other. Sometimes I'm going to make some mistakes, and I do know that. This is not a... This can be simply a div, but I'm going to treat it as a section. In this section, I'm going to have... I don't want to see what action is. Pop up. The first is going to take a specific ID because it's for the GLE. ID pop up GLE. I have the pop up content where I have the left content of my pop up. And I do have the pop-up content, right content. We can actually start making the insertion of images right here, but that's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to the right side and start making the insertion of that X that we have on that is used to close the pop-up. I'm going to say and times, because this is the symbol of timing arithmetic operator. I'm going to say class is pop-up close. Nice. Going to start with my h2 class heading secondary u margin bottom small is utility class bottom small, because you can see that we have this space right here, so I'm just adding right now, for example, A, B, C, D. This is going to be the text. I'm going to start with the Lamborghini euros that takes a task. So I'm going to say buy these euros now. Buy these euros now. I'm going to have pop-up text, simply copy, paste. Good. Next, I have that div that says our user is going to buy pop-up buy. I'm simply going to have anchor tag, goes to nowhere. That's button green, button green. Let's put the price $300,000. We have the payment services image, the source is inside of the image, home, payment services. We start with PayPal. Alternative text, I'm going to say PayPal payment service is accepted. Go down. After PayPal, I have American Express. I'm going to change for American Express, which is Expresso Americano in other language. Visa. I'm going to say Visa. Payment is accepted. Ethereum. So we say Ethereum also accepted. Finally, we have the Bitcoin, and we can say Bitcoin payment services is accepted. After this, we really don't have nothing else in our structure. On the left side, we have the images for our cars. So let's simply put a text saying images go here, just to have the structure. Let's actually save this. We're going to create our component. This is going to be pop-up CSS. Let me go to my main. Where are you? Pop-up is after the model. Pop-up, save. I'm going to put my pop-up on the right side, and that's nice. Let's actually go and check how it's looking right now. This is not our last version. This is what we have. Well, this structure is so bad. We have big icons. Whoa, we can see what's on the left and right. We simply see that yes, images go here, and the X that we have placed on the right side is here. Okay, before I even show you the payment services and much stuff, what I am going to do is to simply take this and ignore. I'm going to treat as a block level comment, and this pop-up by should be placed inside of the right, because here is where it stays on the right part of our pop-up. I'm going to treat as a block level comment, ignore this, and here also I'm going to treat as a block level comment. I'm going to say what? Text and video go here. Now it's much better. Let's start to format. We are going to start with our creation and selecting our pop-up, because our idea is to first give this blur background that we have, because this is what appears first before our pop-up. So this blurred and transparent background, it's not our pop-up right here content, and we can make that before even working with the left and the right side. To make that, we're going to select our pop-up class, which is this one. We're going to say that the width is equal to 100% and make the height be equal to 100 of the viewport height. We're gonna put its position to be fixed, because when we scroll you can see that the blur doesn't go away. Yes, so the position is gonna be fixed always. And we're gonna set it to top 0 and left 0, or you could have said right 0. Let's put a background color. The color is simply RGB, a color black with some transparency, some 7%, and save. Let's see how it looks like. I want to have my main here and go to my project. Here you can see this is starting to get that effect that we want, but it's still not. Let's put some kind of blur. For that, we're gonna be using the backdrop filter that exists. It's this property, so WebKit backdrop filter. We're gonna say that we want to have some blur of 10 pixels. Duplicate this and remove the WebKit. Saving. Let's see. Very good. Do you see things are getting how we want? Let's simply remove a bit of this transparency because it's so dark and I believe it's not so beautiful. Now it's much lighter. Very good. Make it invisible. So visibility is gonna be hidden, and opacity, let's put it to 0. We don't want to have in our screen. Nice. Seems like we don't have that section, but the section is here. We simply don't see because we applied the CSS. Nicely done. Next, let's focus on our content that contains the pop-up. Our content is this one, pop-up content. Hover and you're gonna see. Do you see that all the content is centralized? When you click here, this is on the center. So what we can do is simply have its position set to absolute. How the parent element has a position defined, that's okay. We don't have to say the parent, which is pop-up, needs to have a relative position. It's fixed. It's a position. It's gonna work. From top, we want it to be 50%, left 50%, translate, that's what we have to do, minus 50% on the left, on the X direction, and minus 50% on the Y direction. Let's simply give a width, I can say 50%, and I'm going to define a height of some 50 rem. Background color can be this one. We want to have the structure of where our pop-up is gonna be located. Still not. Save here and here. Okay, we still can see that pop-up. Position is absolute top left, width, height, but we have the background color. This is pop-up content. Let me make sure that it's well written. Pop-up content, yes. Position absolute top. Translate, yes. Yes, I can see nothing here bad. So let me make sure that everything in my page is inside. Okay, pop-up GLE. This is not GLE, this is for the Lamborghini Euros, but don't worry. Okay, we have this content. The content is there, but we can't see. Of course, we can't see because we put the visibility hidden and opacity set to 1 right here. So let's go and make it commented. Now we must see. Nice. Here is where we have our structure. I'm actually going to reduce it to some 300 pixels of height. And yes, here is where we're going to work. Our pop-up comes in this place. We have to define the total width. If you put these side by side, you're gonna see that that one is wider. So I'm going to place some 75 pixels. Have a box shadow of some 0 to RAM, 4 RAM, RGBA, color black, 0.2 of transparency. And yes, we can now check. Very good. Let me simply give a background color of color white. Now that we have defined these, we can work with the left part and right part definition. Let's come to our left. It's going to have a width. I'm going to start with some 30% and define the height to be 100%. Then the background color. It can be this one. I'm going to save and see. Nice. But where the images go is here, and I don't see it having a good width. So let me increase more. 40% is much better, and I'm going to have 60% to the right side. So let me update here to 40%. On the right side, I'm going to do basically the same thing, right? But the width now is gonna be 60%. And I'm going to display these two elements as table cells so that they become a part of a table, and each individually is a cell. Therefore, I'm going to consider this content right here as a table. This one is going to be a cell. This one is also going to be a cell. For that, I'm going to say display as table. I'm going to have right here my display as a table cell. And this one is also going to be displayed as a table cell. I'm going to change this color to any that I get here as recommendation. It can be aqua. I simply want to build my structure. Here we have images go here, and text and video go here. That's perfect. We actually have the structure of where our content is gonna be, and I'm happy for that. What we can start doing is simply add some padding just to the right, because we see that our text can't really start from here at the top. So we can start giving some padding of 1 rem and 5 rem on the horizontal side. Let's save this, go and check. Now it's much better. I'm going to continue on the next lecture, so lay our content right now. So let me remove this, and this. I'm going to place the images right here. I don't know where to start, left or right. Let's go back. Let's start with the left side. It's much better. How the images go here? Let's start with the images. So image source, I'm going to say, is inside of image, home, pop-up. We have euros. The first is this one slide. I'm going to put right here Lamborghini euros, and the class is pop-up img of image. Since this is a class name, is so easy to remember, so I'm going to remove here. The next one is gateway. I'm going to save and see how it looks like. This is so bad. We gotta make sure that our image has its width set to 100%, and it's gonna be displayed as a block. But some properties here are redundant. Can you figure out? Here we have. Now we can remove and start work. Let's save and see how it looks. Very bad, because these images are so huge. I'm going to hide this pop-up block, save. Yes, now it's much better. But you can see that the text here is not vertically centralized. We have to put a vertical line on the right side to the middle. And let's see if this solves our problem. Windows 3, nice, it's solved. I can remove this height here and let the content define. Let's save, see what we have. Text and video go here. I'm going to remove this because I already know that here's where I have placed it. Save again, nice. Let's increase the font size of our text. For that we are going to come here. This is for the text. Font size, let's actually put 1.5 rem and give a margin bottom of 4 rem. Save and see. Here we have. Very good. We want to increase the margin between this H2 and this text. For that, I'm going to get inside of my tag here, right, say what is H2. It's gonna have a margin bottom of 10 rem. Save and let me see. Okay, it should be higher. Let's try some 11, 14, 15. Let's say 15. Okay, it's 15. Then we are going to remove this link right here. So let's start with 15. Let's save it. Next, we can talk about the buy. The buy is this pop-up. In this pop-up, we are going to display as inline block the elements that we have inside. So buy, here we have buy, make sure that it's saying pop-up buy. Nice. So let's display all as IB. We have the payment services inside. In this payment services, we're gonna make sure that all is displayed as inline block. We have a margin left because of the separation that we wanna give to each of the items. We have to define the height and the width for each image that is inside of our payment services. So let's say here what is image. The width is gonna be 3 rem or 30 pixels, and the height is gonna be set automatically. Let's save and see. F5. No, we can't see, so what's going on? Maybe we have this pop-up. Do we still have the height right here? I can start by deleting this. Okay, let's remove this height. The content is going to define the height. And let's remove here also the background color. Saving again. F5. Now they are gone. What is this? Okay, it's because of this part right here. It's not a problem. But where are the images? So let's inspect. Content right. Text. After the text, oh, this is still being recognized as a comment. Why? While I have removed it, let me save. Okay, now it's much better. The width is 3 rem. Let's make sure that this is applied. No. So this didn't find payment services. Inside of the payment services, we have image, width of 3 rem, height is auto. So this should be working. So let's find where we have a typo error. You have the payment services. Okay, payment services with this underscore. Let's check. And yeah, much better. We have to give some margin between these images because they are not looking okay for me. Or they are for you? No, they're not. But we're gonna fix that. So let's say to all except the last one. The last child. We're going to give a margin to the right of 1 rem is enough. Then let's give some padding in this payment services container on the top and bottom. 0.5 rem, left and right 1 rem, and save. Yes, they are more spaced right now. Let's simply push them a little bit up right here. So let's use the transform, translate in the y direction. So some negative, I don't know how many pixels, but no, instead of transforming this and translating, I'm gonna make sure that I'm fixing this part before I even touch any other part. No, something is not okay right here. This margin, when I see, is so huge. I should remove this margin. So let me do that right now with you. I'm here thinking in this design and all the processes live with you. So let me find the margin that I gave to my H2. This is H2. What's the margin right here? I want to be able to remove margin bottom. Let me remove. Yes, 2 rem is better. Yeah. So let me simply come here and say 2 rem and save. Let's update. Didn't fix yet. Okay, now we have this 2 rem. This button doesn't have a green background. Let me see if I have applied the right. No, I didn't apply the right class. Now it's looking a bit as this one. Okay, let's remove this and place it on its right place. And here you can see also that we have to push up a little bit this by down. We have to push up this icon of the button or push down this group of payment services. What we can do is translate just 1 rem. Saving F5. Now it looks like they're in the same position, but this X is what is missing. And how do you believe we are going to achieve that? This is a bit tricky right here, and I'm going to walk through with you. The close is pop-up buy. Here I'm at buy payment services, pop-up. Okay, I have buy. So let me say close right here on this level, and pop-up buy close. Nope. So it should be on this level. I'm going to hover, pop-up close. Very good. I have the link state when it is visited, and all I want to do is to change first the font size to some 4 rem. Let's see if it appears like a times or X sign. Okay, it looks like. Change the color to the one that we have. This is color soft dark gray. I'm actually gonna put its position to be absolute. Therefore, we have the close here, and the pop-up buy must have a, no, this is not the close is here. The pop-up right needs to have the position set to, you already know. So I'm waiting for you. Write it. Position relative. Very good. I'm going to say from top here it's on 0 or something, but it's not so much. Some 30 pixels, it's enough, and I'm going to specify from the right the same, some 30 pixels. So top 3 rem, right some 2 rem just to start with, save, go and see. Okay, I'm going to use my inspector and add more. So let me go up. Right, let me put some 3 is much better. I'm going to update for 3. And text decoration is none because that's a link. But do you believe we still have to put that? No. We did that in our typography. What is link? Text decoration none. Very good. Let's put the line height to 1 rem. I want to see how it's gonna look like. The separation between the line. Very good. And if you click on that, you simply see that it stops here. Why is this happening? This is happening because it takes us to the root page of our project, which is this index itself. So we have to give a place where it's going to be. This needs to go to section models inside of this page. Let's make sure that our section models has ID. So ID, we're gonna say section models. This should solve our problem. So we can be, for example, here in the section of services. If we click, this is going to get us to these models. Do you see? Let's end this lecture in the next video. This is the final version. This is the version we have built until this stage. Well, the unique difference that I can see until now is that this is right here at the top, right? This is more down. So this should have been fixed. The problem is here we defined it 1 rem, while this is not 1 rem, it's simply 1. Okay, saving here. This should fix. Let's see. Very good. Now at the same position, when we hover, we have this red color we don't have here, so we can simply make that happen. This is simply to come here and say, when we hover, we have the color set to color red, and that's done. We're gonna start making the things happen automatically right here when we simply, oh, I don't have the color. Why? When I simply click here, I should see the blur gone and the pop-up content gone. And when I click, the blur comes and the pop-up content also comes in place. How are we going to do that? Let me also add a transition right here. Think with me. Well, we're gonna take advantage of a pseudo class that is target. When we target the pop-up itself, we must make sure that the pop-up comes in, and when it's not, we must make sure that its visibility is going to be set to hidden. So let me put here visibility and opacity goes to 0. If I go there right now, I won't see that blur here in place. What I'm going to do is to make sure that every time we target this, we're gonna have an opacity set to 1 and visibility back to visible. Now you can't even see the pop-up content because how this was invisible. The pop-up content is a child of the pop-up, therefore you can see the images and much stuff that we have defined. How are we going to target this? We're going to make use of links, because with links we can target a specific part, and this is euros at this time. Then we simply have to come up and find the model, which is this Lamborghini Urus. In our section of models, go to your second model, which is Lamborghini Urus. The image is gonna be between a anchor tag, and this anchor tag is gonna take us to pop-up Urus. Make sure that you surround your image with this anchor tag. I'm going to be making the same for the next one. So here I have pop-up Urus. I'm going to hide. This one is for my GLE, so I'm going to say pop-up GLE. Paste here, nice. Next model is the Range Rover Velar, so I'm going to say pop-up. I simply copied this. I'm going to say pop-up Velar. You simply have to give a tab right here, Control V. Next is Tacoma, so you're gonna say okay, pop-up Tacoma already is here. Okay, why do we already have the pop-up Tacoma set here? That's because if you remember, we have copied this Tacoma from the last version of our project. Then you have pop-up Cherokee, make sure that you have there, and the last one is, let me see, is Lexus. Let's make sure that we have saved this CSS. It's reloading, and yes, it's here. Here we have, it's showing up, and when we click exit, it's showing us the top models. When we click GLE, nothing is happening simply because we don't have the pop-up set for the GLE. Let's add this animation. You can see that this pop-up is coming here to you. For that, we can simply make a small formatting to the target contents. Our content is gonna have opacity of 1, very good, and let's make it translate minus 50% vertically, I mean on the horizontal, and minus 50 on the vertical. Then scale to 1 and go up, remove the scale, make it be a little smaller so that we see that transforming happening. Transform, I'm going to say translate. I can even place on the same, and minus 50%. I'm going to put the scale to be 0.5. It's gonna be this one. Transition, I'm going to make it come to the center right after it scales up. So I'm going to put all, but delay first the translate property to be some 0.3 seconds, and make the scale be much faster. This should give us that animation. So we have to save and see if it's going to happen or not. Here we are. Let's click. I still can't see, so let me refresh. Oh, what's this here? What is this here? Okay, it's on the wrong place. I don't know what's happening. Maybe I wrote wrongly a property right here with a value -50%, transform, translate -50%, -50%, scale at this amount. Okay, this is not a problem. This is a problem, yes, because the transform can't be right here. This must be applied just inside of the content, not the pop-up. So let me save and see if the problem persists. No, but I can't feel that animation. That's so bad. Let me make sure that, okay, 1 second, it's missing here. Let me give a 5. Yeah, now it's nice. Nice, very good. What's missing here is simply to copy this and go ahead, change some values. We started with the Lamborghini Euros. Now we're going to make sure that we take this pop-up, copy, paste right here. The first model is GLE. So I'm going to say GLE. Here we have to write. I really don't like this work of having to write things. I'm going to simply say GLE. Pop-up image, nice. GLE has how many images? Let me go to the folder here and see the image. Okay, I've already seen the image. It's 2022. GLE 2022 1DR, and this one is GLE 35DR. This is not by these euros now. This is the type of work that I don't really like to keep doing because it's so easy. Let's check our GLE. GLE doesn't have the text right here, so we have to format in order to have that background video. How are we going to do that? I can leave for you as a challenge. You just have to pause the video, otherwise come with me. Okay, we have the right section models and our pop-up text right here. We have to obviously remove what is our text. And we can simply bring the background video. Let's go to our header. We have this element, which is this background video, is our component right here. We're gonna be reusing. After this H2, let's put that background video. The source is pop-up GLE. The video is this one. You know that the parent element of a background video needs to be with its relative position. So let's make sure that, okay, it's relative, the right, that's true. Let's save and see what this is going to give us in the GLE. Here we are going to increase the margin between this text and the bottom. For that, I'm actually gonna be making something much interesting. Define the margin of 15 rem and create a class here where I'm going to say it's for those who don't have wide margin. No wide margin. and I'm going to say that margin bottom is going to be 2 rem that we had. No wide margin bottom. I'm going to apply this class just for the pop-ups that don't have wide margin bottom. For example, the euros, because in our euros we are going to have 2 rems of margin. U margin bottom small. I can put U with no margin bottom of 2 rem. But let me actually consult my variables right here. I don't have something like that, 2 rems, but no. If we apply through our utilities, that's what I meant, what's going to happen is that it's going to receive this 15 because it's going to be more specific. So at this level, it's okay. No wide margin bottom. Let's place just through that Lamborghini Euros. Our GLE is not going to have the class no wide margin bottom because we want to make sure that its margin bottom is so high in order to shift the rest of the content. Okay, here we have, and we don't want to keep this text right here because we want to have very good. But just to leave something here, I'm going to say NBSP and save. Now it's better. We have for our GLE, what we need to do is simply keep duplicating this, and this is something that I really don't like to do, duplications and simple changes. After our euros, we have the pop-up for, let me see, exit velar. Okay, I'm going to open the folder here in my mobile phone so that I can see the name of the images. This is inside of the velar. Here we have velar, velar, velar. Well, this work is intensive for me. What I'm going to do is pause the video and make by myself, then I'm going to show you. Now I'm back. I have completed that boring task of copying and pasting and just making some small changes. Here I'm going to show you what is the result. I have the pop-up GLE. How GLE doesn't have the absence of that wide margin bottom, because you have background video, you simply put non-break space just to give some space and leave the H2 here existing. Next, I have the euros. Here is the code, so make sure that your code is the same as mine. Velar, here I have Tacoma, you can see Cherokee is here. Finally, our Lexus is here. I'm going to simply collapse this because I don't really like to stay with a huge amount of lines of code in front of me. And it's done. Did you see how it was to implement the pop-up? Here we have. Now you know how to do these cool effects. Nice. And I'm happy just by knowing that you are moving from a complete zero to know how to make this stuff work. What's missing here is this menu, and it's just a bit complex. Let's move to the next lesson. Probably when you click on your models, you are not seeing this pop-up because it's behind the page, what you see in front of you. For that, you have to come here to your pop-up and increase the Z index to a value that is going to make it be visible. If 2500 is not enough, you simply have to increase. Let's see what our menu really is. We simply have this. This is actually not simply, but yes, we have this hamburger icon, which is green, but the background is white. When you click, you have this background of the car coming in. When you hover on each of your nav items, you see them skewing, having the background which is mix of red and blue. The text also scales, becomes bigger for you. You also see that instead of having the hamburger icon, now we have the cross icon. This was all made with CSS, no JavaScript here. And let's make that happen. Well, let's come here and we're going to put this inside of our body before our header. Let's say main navigation. You can do that menu by yourself. That's a challenge. You already have the skills. So if you want to prove to yourself, just go ahead. Nav background, here we have. This is going to contain the background. So what I'm going to do right now is to come to my components, put my menu as CSS, and take this to here, main. This is after the header logo, so I'm going to put here after the header logo my menu. It shouldn't be menus in plural, you already know that. This is simply a single component. I'm going to save and save. I will start with my nav background. This background has a fixed position. No matter if you scroll or not, it always stays there. And we have this car, so let's make that right here happen. Let's set the position to be fixed. The height, you can see that it's all the 100% of the viewport height. The width is, I prefer to start with the width, is 100% of the viewport width. How it's fixed, we have to say that it's from top 0 and left is at the 0 position. Next, what we can do is simply put the background here, and you know that the background is the same that we have here in our, let me go with you. We use that background of Lamborghini, no, it's Range Rover Velar in our services. Instead of keeping repeating that, I'm going to create a mixin which will contain that background of car. I'm going to say add mixin background car. This is going to contain all the instructions that we defined for the background car. Let me go to my services where it is, service box. I'm going to look for the place where I inserted that background. It was on my home. Where are you? Here you are. So background image, background position, background size. I'm going to copy all of this and say here add include background car, so that I don't have to repeat it, and save here. I'm going to save and save. Now I am ready to simply say add include the background car right here. That's it. Let's increase the Z index so that we can see it 300 and go and check if we already have it. Let's simply give a 5, go up, let's inspect it just to see if we have in our page it already. Header we still don't have. Let's refresh. Did we save the HTML? No, we didn't save. That's why we don't have. Yes, here we can see we already have that background. Now let's focus on this icon that we have here. We're going to be using the same trick that we've been using. This is going to be a label to a certain input, and when we click on this label, we're going to be manipulating that input, which is going to give us the view of our background and this menu. So let's focus on building this icon right here and this background that we have, which is white. Let's go here. This is going to be here inside. Let's start with our input. Type is going to be checkbox. I'm going to give a class, say main navigation. This is gonna be the checkbox. The ID, I'm going to give the same name. Next, I'm going to create a label. This is going to be for main navigation checkbox. I'm going to give it a class first of main navigation icon box, because the icons are going to be inside of this label. So let's simply write main navigation icon box. And let's actually put the icons inside of this label. Icon is going to simply be a span element, and the class is going to be main navigation icon. Nice. Here I'm simply going to put a blank space so that I can format it using my pseudo elements. Nice. What I can do right now is come here to my menu and start to make that happen. The first thing that I'm going to select is my main navigation. Inside, I'm going to start working with my icon box. So let me simply say icon box. The icon box is going to have a fixed position because we always want to have it fixed. From top, I'm going to start with 2 rem, and from right, I'm going to start with 5 rem. Next, I'm going to give a background color, which is gonna be color white. Give it a width for some 5 rem. Height also, we want to have 5 rem, and border radius 50% in order to be circular. Let's save and see how it looks like now. Let's go here, F5, again nothing. Okay, this is probably because the Z index of this background is greater than the defined, is lesser than the defined right here. So we have to make this have a greater Z index than the one that we defined for the background, which is 300, so that it stays on top of the background even when it's present. Here we have this circle. Very good. Next, what we can attack is the icon. So let's go to icon. Let's start with the principal. Make it have a display as inline block. This is the middle one of the 3 lines. We're going to give it a width of some 30 pixels, height of something really small, 2 pixels. We can simply give here, or just 2 rem, because we're gonna make it be more responsive. Background color, we can put the color green, and let's put some border radius of the border radius small that we have defined. Radius small. Save it and see how it looks like. Okay, here it is. So let's simply start giving some margin to the top lefty for the icon. Here let's simply say that we want to have a margin to the top of some 2.3 rems, which is 23 pixels. Margin to the left side 1 rem, and save it. Okay, very good. It seems like it's centralized. If you don't feel, just make some modifications and put where you want. And the previous one, which is this first one, is going to be our before element. The next one is going to be our after. So let's use pseudo elements. We could simply be adding some spans here, but that's unnecessary. So let's make the usage of CSS for that. We know that if we want to have pseudo and after elements, we have to set the content to be nothing at least, or define something in our content. So for the before and after element, we must make sure that the content is gonna be set to even nothing. The position is gonna be absolute for this. Therefore, the parent element, which is the icon itself, is gonna have a relative position. So let's set its position to relative. Now we can simply put the left to the 0 because it will start somewhere that we don't want, and save. We have to place these elements separately. If you come here and try to check what you already have, you are going to just don't notice a difference, but we have to see that. So let's simply put our before element and say that from top it's going to be with a negative margin. So let's simply say, for example, that 6 rem 0.6, because this is so small, and from top the after element we're gonna put the same value but positive. So we can say top, it's gonna be that 6 rem. Let's save and see how it looks like now. Oh, I didn't save the main file. Maybe let me go and check, refresh. We still can see, and there is a reason for that. Let's define the type of display that we want for before and after. We both want them to have the same width, height, background, border radius, and also display as inline block. How can we achieve that? We simply have to use these selectors right here, also for before and for the after. Don't exclude the element itself, because if you don't define these properties, you won't have it being visible in your page. So let's save this and see what we have right now. Very good. Now let's play with our inspector here, because I'm not liking the position of some elements right here. I have my span, width is this one, the height is cool for me, for both of them. Margin to the top, 2.3 rem and 1 rem. I think it's okay. But now let me play with my after and before elements. Probably if I increase the margin of these, where are you, to some point -7, it would be okay. And for the after also, let me put some 7, This looks much better. I'm going to save here these two values, and on the next lecture I'm going to continue formatting all of them. Leave Now we're gonna create this effect of clicking on the icon, then have this X, clicking on the X, having this ampersand icon. What are we going to do? I like to explain what's going on behind the scenes right here. When we have this on our normal state, we have a background for this one, the main one, which is green. And when we click, we're gonna put the background to transparent. We're going to rotate the first element, which is this before, some degrees, and rotate this after element some degrees. Then we're gonna put them on top 0, 0, so that we can make that X happen. Let's write this what I've said. Here in our menu, before we go to our nav here, let's simply make sure that as we click in our icon, we have a checkbox. Check it. So let's say our check box. When it is checked, we're gonna want to make the background transparent in our icon. Let's open our structure here. We have the checkbox, the icon box, and our icon. So let's go to our icon box and our icon. What are we going to have to do is to put the background color to transparent. Let's save and see if this is working now or not before we continue. Okay, I'm going to click here. Here it's working. You see, when it's checked, the background becomes transparent. When it's not checked, it doesn't become transparent. Very good. Now let's put our before and after elements really next to each other. So before here, and after, we're going to put the position to be on top 0, and this one also let's reset the top to 0 and save. See what's going to happen right now. Oh, this shouldn't be here, I'm sorry for that. Let's click. Now we have both of them overlapping each other. Nice. We're going to rotate this one. So let's use transform, rotate, and let's try some 90 degrees. This shouldn't give us perfect results because this will simply make it become perpendicular. Very good, that's what we want. So our before element is rotated 90 degrees. So let's use our inspect here, click on this, and let me inspect. You can see before element it's rotated 90 degrees. But if we want to have that kind of cross, we must rotate it more. Let's go and see. The best one is 135. Then we should rotate our after element to have some 135 also, but in the negative direction. So let's simply put here 135. The after element is going to have also a rotation, but in the negative direction. So let's say See how it's gonna look like right now. You click here, you have boom. Now you have that effect, and if you click again, all becomes the hamburger icon. We can simply add the transition and stuff. So let's come here to our elements where they are, just before and after, because we can have them all. About 3 seconds. Save and see how it's gonna work. F5, because this sometimes doesn't update correctly. Here we have. Now we're gonna focus on having our menu elements right here. Let's go to our structure, where it is, right here after our div. We're gonna give these all inside of a nav. This is gonna be nav. We're gonna have an ordered list. This one we can give the class of nav list. We have each element here, which is list item. The class I'm going to say nav list item. We're gonna have anchor tag, which is the link. This is gonna be the nav list link. Goes to nowhere. The text, first one is home. Let's go to the next one. Let's save our nav and see what it's going to be. Now we can see it because this background is set to have a fixed position. The height is always 100% of the viewport height. Then you can see nothing that you put here. Let's use our inspector and hover here and remove this fixed position. Now you can even see the first element that we have added, which is this input of checkbox here on the first row. When you go down, you can see that yes, here we have, and the entire page is also here. Let's start removing this element, which is our checkbox, nav and checkbox. This should have a display of none. Let me hover to make sure that I have touched the right element. Main navigation checkbox, is this the class? Main navigation checkbox, this is the class. Next, let's say our nav is gonna have a position, which is also going to be fixed. Let's say the height is going to be 100% of the viewport height. I'm going to say that I want it to be from top 0, and from right I want to have 0. The same we did here. This should be right here. Next, I can simply put a z index which is greater than the 300 that we have defined it here, and let me give a width of 100% of the parent element. Then overflow, I like to put this so hidden, and save here also. Let's see how this is gonna behave right now. Okay, here we have. Very good. Let's continue. Our nav list can be centralized, so you text the center, and I'm going to take advantage of that nav that I have here. Simply come here, paste this, and remove from here. The next big change is going to happen to our list. Let's put the elements centralized. Coming here and list, hover, and you're gonna check nav list. Let's put the position of that, because our text is centralized using our unordered list view text center class. So let's put the position to be really absolute. Let's try from top some 35% and left some 50%. Transform, translate in both directions, minus 50% and minus 35%. Let's save, and here we have it centralized. I'm going to set its width to inherit. It's also going to be 100%. That's another way that you can use to do that. Let's work with our items. We're gonna increase the font size to some 3 rem. Put the font weight to be more light, 400. The letter spacing is gonna be 2 rem with that dot, and save. See how it's gonna behave. Okay, very good. We're gonna put some margins between them except the last one. So, and not margin bottom and not last child, I mean. We're gonna increase a margin to the bottom of some 14 pixels. Save. Now it's much better. What we can do next is format the links that we have inside of that. So let's simply write here what's link. We have the state of link, the state of visited. You can add more states right there. We're gonna make them be displayed as inline block elements. The color needs to be white. Let's add some padding. To the top I would like 1 rem, left and right 3 rem. And how we're gonna have some background effect of that gradient. Let's right now think in advance to add transition to some that 3 seconds. Save that and see. Very good, very good. Now we can work with that background that happens to our link. What we simply have to come and do is, as we hover, we're gonna insert the background image, which is going to be the one that we have as a linear gradient. Now let's make something right here. Before I write with you, this background is a linear gradient with some inclination. We have some 130 degrees of the inclination during the transition of the colors. The amount of red here is not that pure that we defined it in our variables. We want 40% from this beginning, and we want the rest to simply be 80% to be occupied by the blue. So we want from the 80% of the complexion, which is right at this interval, which is going to give me some kind of what I can say. It's not I can say 100 minus 80 is 12%. So the 12% is going to be completed by the blue, and the rest of the color is going to be completed by my red here. So let's start with our color red. As I write, this is going to be more intuitive, and let me put my color blue. Here I'm going to put 40%. Let me save it and see how it's gonna look like. Not here, but here. Okay, now you can see the red is simply occupying a certain part of the background here. I have defined my color blue to be 40%. So from the 40% here, I'm going to have my blue. How I simply want a little bit of it, I'm going to start with 88%. So I'm going to have mostly another color. Let me save and update here. That's what I should have done. Click here. Okay, now you can see that the most part of the color is occupied by the red. Then I have my blue here from 88%. Nice. What I'm going to do is insert some degrees for that. 130. This is the best one. Save it. Refresh. Now you can see they have rotated. So now I have 130 degrees, but still keeping that percentage. And I'm going to say that I simply want to the 40% to be until that point really occupied by this full red. Let's save, and this must give us that effect. Nice. So in between here we have really much the transition of the color from red to blue, and we have blue from here to the finish. That's the idea behind all of that beautiful thing. Let's simply use here transform and skew. You already know how to use this. I'm gonna put -6 degrees and scale it to some 1.2. Let me save and see how it's gonna look like right now. Very good. Let's continue. Now we have to focus on making this thing right here happen. Let's start with our background. You must make sure that at first its opacity is gonna be set to 0 because we don't want to see that. And when we click, that's when it's going to come in place. Let's add some transition here, all 0.3 seconds. If you feel that you want to have a transition where you simply pass the variable or the parameter of the amount of time using your mixing, that's up to you. You can do. I won't be doing here. And our nav also needs to have some kind of transition when it comes here. So transition all and put that 3. I want to have some ease in. You can try easing out and cubic Bezier. You simply have to go to the internet and try to find a cubic Bezier style, but that's not too much. You can easily find by yourself. The width initially is not going to be 100%, but let's set it to 0 because we don't want to see our nav at first. Let's go there. Okay, this seems to be what we want. Then we're gonna change those properties when we click on that beautiful menu icon that we have developed. Now this is easy to make. We are in our main navigation, where it is here, main navigation. We can simply come here and say and check boxy. When it's checked, we do something, but how we have some formatting right here after in the nav, I think it makes much sense to put right here below. So let's say main navigation again, our check box. Nice. We're gonna say when it gets in the checked state, what we are going to format is our nav background. Nav background. Okay, here we have our checkbox. Again, we want to format what is our class nav background, this one. What we have to do is to set its visibility back to visible and opacity back to 1. The same is going to happen to nav. So let's simply say here, and when we are using our pseudo class checked, we wanna format our nav and set its width back to 100%. Let's save and see if this is gonna work or not. It's not working. Let me click here again. Now it's working. Yes, this is what we really want. This is the same menu that here we have. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, something is happening here. You can see that my velar car right here is more to the right side and this more to the left side. If this doesn't really bother you, you can leave. And the icon here is really more at the bottom and to the left side than here. We can fix that by really trying to figure out the right values for the positions from top. I have set to 2 RAM. Maybe if we set to 3 RAM, this is gonna fix because I didn't change much things. And let's save. Give it 5. Still not where we want. Maybe I didn't update here. Okay. So I'm going to use my inspector right here and go directly with the values. Okay, from top 3 RAM, let me add right 1 1 and go here, use my inspector and see if I'm going to have on the same position. Very good, this is the right position. So let me update here. So change this to 7. Let's see what's next. Be our velar. Here we have our right velar. Where are you? So let me go to background car. Okay, right 0, top 0. I'm going to leave this as a challenge for you right now. You can make that be really at the same position that I want, but I'm going to fix with you in case you don't know how to really put that in the same position that I want. There are many ways to do that. One thing that I have not said here is that we didn't set the visibility of this to be hidden. We can set it here. This won't make any really high change. But if you want the velar right here at the same position that I want, I prefer to leave to you as a challenge, and that's not something that we should really bother, us, because yes, the velar is right here. This is simply a small shift that's happening. Take it as a small challenge for you and just leave in the comment section if you figure it out how you can make that. But it doesn't really make much difference right here. What we can even make to our mixing of background card that came into my mind right now is to make sure that the background doesn't repeat when there is much space. Then it's resolution. Let's go to our mixins and put here back repeat, no repeat. This is not made with the intent to solve that problem, so don't think I'm solving that. But I should change the name. It's not a problem, because it's really where we want to be, as we don't care much about that. Here you have developed your project. I think this was a huge part of the course for you, and you learned a lot of beautiful stuff related to CSS, design and code. Here you have, now you can showcase to your friends your skills of web design, development with HTML and CSS. And they might not believe that you did all of this using CSS. They might ask you if you have used a JavaScript or not, but tell them no, just CSS. The next part is to talk about the responsiveness. Do you see what's happening with this website as we reduce the screen size? It's adapting to the screen size. Let's forget this first part. Come here down. As we reduce the screen size, now you can see that these icons came down, but here the icons are still here, really one on top of the other. Everything is really with a bad look. Let's go down in demands. You can see how it looks right now. We even have this customized card here, which is really something beautiful. In our top models, one is following another in a row, while here we don't have, and we're going to talk much about that in the next section or lecture. Responsive design. It's called responsive web design when you can use CSS and HTML to resize, hide, shrink, enlarge, or move the content to make it look good on any screen. You're going to say responsive design when you can modify the content to look different and good on different screen sizes and types. Here I have my iPad on the landscape. The image is looking how it is right here because it was formatted for that. On the portrait, I have a different image looking. On my desktop, I also have a different looking. All this was done with responsive design techniques. CSS responsive design for web provides an optimal experience, easy reading, and easy navigation with a minimum amount of resizing on different devices. If you are using youtube.com on your laptop, the design that you have is not the same on your iPad, it's not the same on your iPhone, tablet, desktop, and any other device. What YouTube is doing is just take the design concept of YouTube and make it be well presented to any other device screen. I have this illustration here that shows a website that is responsive. You can see, for example, on the bottom part of it, I have two buttons horizontally aligned, while here on my iPhone they are vertically aligned. And I don't have this background here with these lines on my iPhone and iPad. That was made with responsive design technique. The designers decided that in these types of devices we want to have a different looking, and that's what they did. Let's go to youtube.com and check some responsive design that's happening right here. I'm using my full screen of a desktop. I'm going to start resizing this and you must see things changing. Okay, let me go more. You can still see the icons and the text horizontally aligned, but as I decrease, what's happening? They're vertically aligned. Okay, the subscription right here is showing me channels where I'm subscribed, but as I reduce, I can't see at first glance. Then I have to click. I'm going to reduce and see some modifications right here happening. Now I just have 3 videos while I had 4 videos before. Let's decrease. Things are changing right here. You can see now I have 2 videos. Look at what happened with this menu. It has disappeared and went to all here in this hamburger icon that I have, so I can easily find the content. As I decrease, you can see what's happening with this search bar. Then it goes out. I have to click here in order to find it, and when I click, all goes out, just accepting the icon, which is to look by voice. If I decrease more, I have this 1 video per row. I'm going to do the same with Amazon. We have to see these common websites that we use and they are responsive. I really like this computer. Do you see what's happening? Now I can see the one computer that I left here there. Even if I use this to resize, it's not showing right here. If I decrease, this must update. If it doesn't update, don't worry. Responsiveness is not just about the design, but also the device is in place when it comes to responsiveness. But you can play around with all of that using the basis of the width. Let's go to the Udemy. For example, I have here my courses, and you're gonna see that as I decrease, things start to change here. Now all that left menu is gone. I simply stay with the courses: SQL Bootcamp with Java, the HTML5 Bootcamp for newbies, Microsoft Excel. Here you can see the menu is still there, but I have to click. For other courses, right here on the home page, I have simply 3 per row. If I increase, I stay with 5. I'm going to increase, I'm still with 5. Let's see how this menu is going to behave. So different styles are applied in different, now I have the logo in different screens, types and widths. Okay, basically you just have to insert this tag with these all properties of name, viewport, content width equal to device width, initial scale 1 in your head of the HTML. Just to start with the responsive design, this will set the viewport of your page, which will give the browser instructions on how to control the page's dimensions and scaling. Then you have to use media queries. Media queries are the tools that are going to allow you to define different styles to different breakpoints. Breakpoint is the point where you are going to be used as basic to start applying your style. I have here at media screen and maximum width equal to 800 pixels. That means we're going to apply the styles for header width equal to 100% if the width is equal to or less than 800 pixels. That's what you have to do. We have minimum width, which is going to be applied when the width of the viewport is equal to 800 pixels or greater. If you use max width, is going to be 800 pixels or less. Minimum is going to say from 800 pixels or more. You can change the width to height and stuff like that. We have common breakpoints that are used in responsive design. For example, for mobile devices, we have 320 pixels to 480, iPads and tablets in this range. So you can use AND, or you can simply use one here as basic. You can use this for small screens, laptops, desktops, and extra large screens TVs. I'm not a big fan of defining the way that my content is going to look like based on just these breakpoints of popular devices or screen widths, just because I might need to change how my content is looking like even before I reach these breakpoints. The best and perfect way to add a breakpoint to your responsive design is by inspecting point where you really feel it needs to be changed and not base yourself on these popular screen breakpoints. If you want to do by this way, you are completely free to do, but you are going to see that the best way is to simply check by yourself and add. Let's move to the next lesson where we're going to directly start adding responsiveness to our website. We saw how media query work in theory, so let's make a deal between me and you right here. We're going to change the color of luxury cars for every lover when we have our viewport width less than or equal to 800 pixels to become red. That's the first thing that we are going to do in order to see how this works. Please make a copy of the last version that you have developed of 7 cars without responsiveness. Put in a folder where you're going to keep track of all the changes that you make to include responsive design inside of it, so that you can know what is with responsive design and what doesn't have responsive design. But you can continue without separating, but I highly recommend to do that because it's going to keep you well organized. Let's go to our typography where we have our heading primary and make what we talked about in theory. So to start with, at media only screen, and the maximum width is less than or equal to 800 pixels. Now we can change the color, which was white, to become color red. Save and see. Let's simply start to reduce this, and now you can see it was initially here. When we reduce, what happens? As soon as we hit 800 pixels, it's going to change the color to red. That's the idea. And we can see it by inspecting. So when we reduce, you can see the width is 1274 right now. We can reduce. We are reducing. When we hit 800 pixels, you're going to see what's going to happen. The color is going to change because new style has been applied. So I can even take my element here, inspect it, and see on the styles I have here the style applied. But if I increase, this style no longer exists in my heading primary. That's the idea. Let's remove this because this doesn't really matter for us. That was simply to show you how media queries work. Let's go. This shouldn't be here. Let's go to our file, going to save in order to make the updates and see what we have to change here. Before we change anything, I actually want to show you this toggle device that we have here. When you click, you can see your website in different screen widths and heights. For example, here we are seeing how our website behaves in a 720 width by 576 height device. What we really want to take more care right now is the width. So when we reduce, you can see it starts to shrink and doesn't become very well presented to our user. But in huge font sizes, huge screen sizes, you see it okay. This is where we're going to be playing most part of the time, just to make the change of our viewport width and see how it behaves. You can even see common devices like iPhone XR, 12 Pro. This is how our website looks like on an iPhone 12 Pro right now. It's so bad, and we're going to actually be fixing all of that. It's going to look beautiful, nice. Also rotate, but that's not our intention right now. I'm going to leave this right here. The other option that you can use to view is simply remove this and toggle by yourself right here the width. Let's reduce. For me at this stage, luxury cars for every lover is so big, and all of this stuff is also big. What I can do here, and it's always going to be powerful, please keep in mind, I can simply change the font size of the overall root. Then this website is going to change the font size of its elements, because remember that we were always defining the widths most part of the time. That's better if I want to say that in terms of RAM, just small units that we don't even care, like 1, 2, 3 pixels were defined using pixels. When we change the root, what's going to happen is that the new value of your root is going to be used as the member that will multiply the amount of RAMs that we have defined. For example, this element here is 3 by 3 RAM. 3 by 3 means 30 by 30 pixels. If we reduce the overall font size when we hit 1200, it's going to be 3 times the new RAM. Then most part of the problem is going to be solved, because right here in our logo, luxury cars for every lover, and the button also is going to change automatically. We made a good deal by defining our units in terms of RAM. That was a good approach for us, and it's going to save us time. So let's go to our main here in our HTML and start to make that happen. In our base, we're going to say at media only screen, and the maximum width is less than or equal to 1200 pixels. What I'm going to change is the font size. Now it's 62.5% of 16, which is 10 pixels. I want to reduce just 1 pixel, which is going to be 9 pixels, and this is equal to 56.25% of 25% of 16 pixels. Now we know that 1 rem is equal to 9 pixels, and that happened because 9 pixels over 16 is going to give you 56 times that 25%. This is what we have right now. Saving and saving. Let's see how this is gonna behave for us. We are here, the font size is huge. Okay, do you see what happened? All changed. Very good. It's much better right now. Let's reduce and see what we want to change. Let's reduce. For me, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, let me go up. Let me go up. It's okay right here. It's still okay. Yeah, it's still okay. If you think that you want to change something, feel free to do. You don't have to have the same responsive design that I have right here, because you may think that your users are going to feel other thing being more comfortable than what I think is comfortable, right? Nice. I have these luxury cars for every lover, and this is taking our space, but if you reduce, you're going to see that it still has vertical space that's comfortable for the user. That's what I think. Even here I could even reduce the font size, but I think it's not okay. No, what I can do is simply shift this from the left to the right a bit, because it's becoming smaller, and I'm going to do here at 720 pixels. For that, I need to go to my header, and this is actually the text box. I'm going to simply give a padding to the left side. So let me say at media only screen, and the maximum width is 720 pixels. I'm going to start giving a padding to the left side of some 3 rem. 3 times 9 pixels, because 720 pixels is less than 1200 pixels, and when this size of the viewport is less than 1200 pixels, the RAM is going to multiply 9 pixels. Have the idea in your mind, and it's going to save you forever. Now you're not timing by 10, but it's going to be by 9. Now let's see, let's reduce. Yes, it comes to the left side. It's much better. For me, the header, it's okay until this stage. Just until this stage. But I want to make something more right here useful. I can see that this font size for me is huge, so I can just reduce it when I hit here. For that, I'm not going to change the font size of this header, just because all the font sizes right here down are also so big. So what I'm going to do is to change the overall page font size of the root. Let me go here to my base, copy again, add media, only screen, and maximum width is, right now I'm going to work with 900 pixels, and I want to reduce it to 8 pixels. 8 over 16 is equal to 50%, right? So let's put here 50%, save, and see what happens as we hit 900 pixels. How many pixels do we have right now? Okay, reduce it. Now let's work with our slider, this part. Look how it behaves before we even start making any change. Okay, I'm having problems with my mouse. Let's reduce and see. Okay, the font size has reduced, everything is okay. The font size will reduce again. Nice. Okay, let's reduce. It's too cool to see. Okay, here I think we can start making some changes because this font size is so big. I'm going to choose this point here, 750 pixels. This is going to be the breakpoint where I'm going to reduce my paragraphs font size. So you know what to do, and the icons position are also here, so I'm going to move down just a bit. Let me go and make that happen. You know that this is your component slide. Where are you? Here you are. In our slide we have our paragraph that contains our text. I'm writing many times at media only screen, and what's really changing is the font size. I'm going to write a mixin that's going to allow me to simply bring the mixin and pass as a parameter the width that I want to use. And most part of the times in our design we really don't want to work with pixels. When we do responsive design, it's much better to use EMs. And one EM is always going to be equal to 16 pixels. What we have to do here is to take the value of 1200 and divide it by 16. Then this value is going to be in the unit of EM, and we will use it. So 1200 over 16 is 75 EM. So let's change here to 75 EM. Instead of being me writing here EMs every time, what I'm going to make is the usage of function for the very first time here. Our function is going to be responsible for taking our value in pixels and translate it to EM, because if someone here comes and sees your code, what is 75 EM, the person needs to multiply this value by 16 in order to figure out what is the pixel that you are working with, and that's something that we don't want to really make. So let's make our lives easier, starting with our function. So let's write here function.scss. We can have many functions right here. The first one is going to be pixel to EM. That's the name I prefer to give. And you know how to declare a function. You simply say add function. Maybe you have forgotten because we didn't talk about functions so much until this stage. To EM, and here we're going to take the unit in pixel, and the result is going to be simply pixels over 16 EMs. So we simply say return the pixel that we have passed over 16, and we're going to concatenate the string EM. So this is the result. Let me save, go to my main. Where are you? Here you are. This is abstracts, mixins. Now I have a function. Nice. Now let's create the mixin. Our mixin is going to be simply responsiveness as the name. So let's say responsiveness. This mixin is going to take the screen width and it's going to say add media only screen, and the maximum width is less than or equal to the screen width right here and S here. And you may be asking yourself, In other mixins, this content was the only one copied and pasted right there. Now how are we going to make? Use the content directive. So you simply put here your content. This is going to copy at media on the screen the maximum width with the width that you pass, and it's going to pass the content that you put when you call this responsiveness mixin. Going back to our base file, we can get rid of this by simply saying add include responsiveness, okay, and we can pass what 75 em is wrong because we are going to put the value in pixels and we are not going to write 1200 pixels right here. Instead, we're going to call the function pixel to em and say 1200. That's all we want. And now we can paste this right there. The same is going to be valid for 900 pixels. This is making our lives a lot easier. So let's copy this and paste here. Let's remove all this content and save. Now let's remove what we don't really want here because we have made the things much easier for us. Save. Okay, undefined variable color gray, line 5 of CSS base typography. Let me undo. Maybe I made something that I shouldn't have done here. Let me save. Color gray is not defined in our variables. That's impossible. We have worked with color gray. So how this is working? So let's save it. Let's see if we don't have color gray. Yes, here is defined. I don't know why I have this bug. Let me save it. Undefined variable color gray formatted line 5 of CSS base typography base. Let me go to base in my typography line 5. Okay, let me go to my main. Maybe I didn't import some yes, the variables are not imported right here. Variables and save. This shouldn't break our code, so let's make sure that it's working. Our live server is down, now it's up. Okay, it didn't break. Do you see? Okay, we have this padding, it's still being applied, and the font size also has decreased. You can test here on 1200. It's increasing and decreasing. This is how we're going to work. Now let's go to our slide. Our slide, again, instead of being with that, let's put what we define it together. Where are you? The slide. Yes, so now I can work. Let include responsiveness pixel to em. This is 750 as we have defined it. Font size, let's put some 4em. Save with the main, also save and see what we have. So this should happen at 750 pixels, reducing. Nice. So let's reduce icons. So let's come here to our icons. I want to have a top of some 16%. Save here and see. Now let me inspect it. It's much better. It was applied inside of our icons. Here you can see from top is 16%. is not right here down, it's more up. The next thing that we can change, let's see right here in our design. Okay, I think this can now go down and stay right here. So let's increase more when we go to the icons, and the pixels EM becomes to 700. We can start with some 85, put right there. Very good. This is how it should be, in my opinion. Let's reduce here more. Okay, it's still nice. It ended here in 500. So what we can do is come here to this, increase our width right here of all the browser, and keep reducing from here. Now we can see, I'm going to put this on my right side. It's much better for me. I have better viewing. Okay, I'm going to put auto adjust here. Yes, you can see that when this hits too slow, the font size is so high. I'm going to use my 450 as the breakpoint. So 450 pixels is going to be my next breakpoint. But for my advantage, instead of just giving here some 450 pixels, then reduce for some 3 rems, I'm going to change the overall width as I approach to the zone, because it's still having a huge font size. So my idea is to come to my base and change the font size to 7 pixels when I hit some. Let me go down. Yeah, some 600 in my base file. Let me copy this, paste. Now it's for 600. This is going to be some 7 pixels, which is, I'm making calculus right here, 7 over 16 is 43.75%. So 1 rem is going to be 7 pixels. 7 over this is equal to 43.75, and save. Let me remove this mixin also, and save here 450. Now 3 rems is going to be timing 10. Let's see if this is gonna work or not. Okay, let me reduce 450. Yeah, it's much better right now, but I'm going to put it some 3.5 main. And yeah, this slide is okay. So don't worry about super small screen size like 251, because the market doesn't really have devices in excess for that. So make sure it's responsive for this major device breakpoints that you can see. At least it needs to be responsible for me when your device has the width of some 300 pixels. Here with 300 pixels, we still can see our website. Let's try out. Just changing 320, in my opinion, is better, because even 300 pixels devices we can see in these days. And here let's put some 75% or even 100% is much better. Now we don't care about that as long as we have it right here. Let's move to the next lesson, where we're going to work with more parts of our responsive design. Before we start working with that, I think it's much better if we reduce the font size of our heading secondaries when we hit some 500 pixels. That should be easy to perform. We go here to typography, where we have our heading secondary. So we simply say add, include, responsiveness, pixel to EM, some 500. What we're gonna have is the font size. I've tried it out and so that 3.3 rem is enough for that. Next, let's see what we have here. When we are reducing in our section, you can see that now we don't have padding right here. I'm going to increase this, put full screen. Not properly that, but increase more. I'm going to increase, take this to the bottom. It's going to be better. When we reduce, we don't have padding right here in our section, so it's mandatory that we add that. So let's find the perfect place for us to add. Okay, here we have a good padding. We can even add right here in this breakpoint 1250. So let's go to our home, in our pages, in this section in demand, we simply say add, include, responsiveness, pixel to EM 1250 pixels. I'm going to override the padding. Top I'm going to leave right. I'm going to put 6 rem, down 4 rem, and left 4 rem, 6 rem again. The same on horizontal, but change to the bottom. Let me save and see. Now it's much better. Yes, if we keep this padding, now it's okay. We have to put these cards just being shown to at a certain moment, because for me it's not okay to see 3 of them. So let's see where we have to break this. Okay, even here in some 900 we could break. Our idea is to make them appear like these ones, 2 and the last one of the same row. Here we have to change what is the definition of our width for what is column 1 of 3. Instead of being the same that we have for our card is defined in our grid, for this particular element card, when we use the class column 1 of 3, its width is equal to this one, but we have to make it be with the same width of column 1 of 3. We're not going to put the responsive design content right here in our grid, because we don't want to change it to every single place that we use these classes in our project. We simply want to change it specifically for this card. So be aware of that, please. And it's sometimes a big mistake that people make. It's inside of our card. This card here, we're going to select what is class, starting with what is equal to class column 1 of 3. What we're going to do is to say include responsiveness, pixel to EM. We say that we want to change it 900. Yeah, we have to put this parenthesis. What are we going to do is to change its width to be the same as this one of column 1 of 2. Then I can go here, paste. Very good. Let me save and see how it's going to behave right now. 900 F5. Okay, this should give me some results because the width is not the same. We're inside of the cards. This is actually not a card, but it's what's inside of a row, and the class is this one. Here we have the width is cool, but things are not being displayed properly here because we have to know that we still have the margins that we gave, so we have to still work here. After we define this width, we can simply remove the margin to the right of the second one, because when we defined our grid here, we were working with the margin right, not defined, just to the last element. That's what we have here, and not last child. But this time, this second element is not the last child. That's why it still have margin to the right. I want to find the second element, so we have to use env of type here. I don't know if you have already seen this, but I think you have. I can simply put here 2, and this is going to figure out for me all that is odd or even. It's even because 2 times a positive number is always even, so the second one is an even. I'm going to put a margin to the right of 0, save, go to my main, save again, and see if this is gonna work. Now it's much better. It's much better. Okay, I'm going to actually give a margin to the bottom right here. Also here we can see that things are happening, and this margin to the bottom is going to be for all except to the last one, so the last child. I'm going to give a margin to the bottom of some 2 rems. You have to simply try something that you think it's gonna be working here. And yes, we have this margin to the bottom. Now you can see the height is not okay, but we are working until this stage slowly. So right now what we can do is at this breakpoint, which is this one, let's simply copy this and just increase the height here in 900 pixels just for the overall card height, and not for side because we want to work with all the card height. And I'm going to try with some 2 rems. So let's put some 62 rems and see if this is gonna look okay for 900 pixels. Did I save the main file? Okay, I can see changes here. Let me go back. At this stage you should know why we don't have. Remember that we gave the same height here in the card and also in the side, so make sure that also give here in your side 62 rems. Save and see what it looks like. It's still refreshing. Okay, the height has increased. Let me inspect again. Here we have 62 rems. Let me actually put some 63. Okay, it can be 63, but I'm going to put just half of 1 rem here, 62.5 and 62.5. Nice. Let's go back. We have to take care of this last element here that we have without being displayed correctly, and it's going to give us much work because here we must make sure that it's occupying width of 100%. The height is going to differ. We're going to have some shadows. Then this is going to change the way of being displayed because we want to put a grid, because our idea is to have it equal to this one. Let's make all the transformation happen. This time you're going to be working with your logic right here. I'm not going to leave you alone. I simply want to copy that selector and remove what is defined here. And yes, this is pixel to 900. Let's make sure that this is the last child, because we want to target this one. The first thing is to set its width to 100%, save and check. It's updating, very good, but that's not how we want. And this is happening how it should be. Then we have to change the way that this is displaying the things, because the sides front have a display with a different template column that we are going to be applying right now. So let's select our card. I have chosen this height for it because I saw it was okay. Then we have to figure out the side. All the sides are going to also have a height of 32 rems. Next, let's start with that box shadow. Start formatting what's around to rem for rem, and I'm going to put some RGBA. The color is gonna be black. The opacity, now I want 0.5. Let me put some 0.5 right here. Save. You can actually see how it behaves. Now you have the shadow, okay? You can see that your element is here. Let's go back and continue to format. I have my front part here, which is this one. I want to make sure that this front part is gonna have a display of grid. Then on this grid, I'm going to separate, put 60% of the content for this and 40% for the content to the next thing, so that I don't have that image taking all the space that I can see it's taking right now. So let me put on the front side. I'm going to have a display of grid, then grid template columns, starting with 60% for the first part, 40% for the rest. I'm going to make sure that my image box's width is 100%. The image box that contains my div of the logo box and the content, which is the image of the cars. So let's simply say here image box. I'm going to set its width to 100%. Save and see what do we have right now. It's becoming better and better and better. Okay, next what I'm going to make sure is that it doesn't have the background, the clip path, because here we still have the clip path but we can't see it. But I'm going to remove the clip path right here. So clip path, set it to none and margin to the bottom of 0. Because this definition of image boxes and much stuff, we are really taking from these parts. So you can easily copy and figure out what you are going to keep and not keep, and simply put there. I'm going to take my image at this time, make sure that its width is 100%, height is 100%, and the object fit is set to cover. Let's go and check that on our third element, which is this. Save, see, okay, it's here. So with this width and height, it's properly positioned, and you can see, you won't see all the car as you may want to see, I don't know, because we have a specific width and a height. What our responsive design is making here is to ensure that with this width and height, I'm going to display the car without losing its aspect ratio, and that's cool for us. Let's go to our backside and start to format what's there. Let's simply put here our back main, and we're going to figure out what's our text to write. Let's simply come here, click, and we're going to remove the margin to the bottom. Let's set it to 0, and the price we're going to set just the margin to the bottom of some 1 rem and see how it looks like. Margin to the bottom of 1 rem, I'm going to say, and here go and check, click here. When you click, it seems like a hover, because in our touch devices we don't have the hover. We simply have to click it in order to see. But if you simply remove this and keep reducing, okay, you're gonna see that happening in hover, but that's not what I want right now. But I'm teaching you. Nice. Next, let's continue to reduce and see what we have as we reduce. Okay, I think now this is becoming uncomfortable, so I'm going to choose my new breakpoint, which is this of okay. When we reduce, the font size decreases, but in this interval it's becoming not comfortable, so I'm going to change the things here at 900 not, it's 600. Put it back to 50 rem and make sure that we only have 1 column here. To make that happen, we have to simply set the width to 100%. So let me come here in my column 1 of 3, and after this say the same. I will simply copy this, paste here, put 600 and change the width 100%. We have to actually remove the margin to the right, put to 0, and let's say it's important because we must really override. It doesn't really matter what happens. Let's see now. Okay, much better. Then we have to increase the height back to 50 rem, because now our height is, let me go and see with you, let me go down. Our height right now is 62.5 rem, because 600 pixels is less than 900 pixels. Now we have to put that new height back. So let's come here and say, so you must make sure that you start with the highest, then the lowest, otherwise it won't work. And let's put 71 here, and also here 71 rem, save, and see if this is gonna change for us automatically. Yes, it changed it. Now this height is much better. If you wanna change this, it's up to you. Here in this, we must make sure that we simply see the car and not the rest of the content, right? We don't want to have this description. We're simply going to see the car, and when we hover, we're going to see the price. That's the idea of this design. So let's go here in our last child. After this, make sure that we also add the style. I'm waiting for you. You can start writing, but if you don't want to write, let's try together. Let include responsiveness. We know that it's pixel, so en, and here we have 600. In this 600, we're gonna make sure that we select our card, just to make that grid template occupy 100% and don't have the description, and making sure that the height is also going to be 50 rem. You can forget that. What's in our side, we're gonna put the height also to 50 rem. and let's put what's in our front grid template column to 100% and put what is the description so don't be visible, so you know display is gonna be none. Let's save, and this should fix our problem. Yes, that's it. Please practice CSS. Responsiveness is a topic that people are afraid of, but with practice you easily master that. You simply have to know the style that you wanna target and just customize it. Project. Okay, this is actually gonna be so easy because as we decrease, the intention here is to show at a certain moment just two cars and just one car. For me, the perfect place to show the two cars is right. Let me go down. Let me find out. Okay, these cars are so beautiful and these buttons are so big. So an idea is to keep showing them until okay, even here, but reducing the font size, or we can even just show two columns. Let's come here to 120 and change that. So let's go to our component, which is the model. Let me open there, and where we have to change is simply here where we define the width. So I'm going to say 1020. I simply want to change the width to be 50%. Let me save and see how that's gonna behave. Let me decrease. Let's decrease. And yeah, here we have two cars only. I think it's better. And let's try to see where we can put just one car. Decrease. It's still possible to see two cars with no problem. Decrease. Let's decrease. Still okay. Okay, I can actually remove here at 700 or here at 720 where I can still see this part of the car right here, the light which is on my left side. Let me go and simply put here 720 and the width is gonna be 100%. Save and see how it's gonna behave. It's still processing. Okay, now okay, this is working. Let me remove this part. Yes, that's it. We can see for other cars still working, and we have made that. It was actually easy. You can decrease. It will always show you one column. Here up you also have one column, so things are working for now. If you want to decrease more, you know what you have to do. Simply go to the inspect and use this option here, so you can decrease. Let me remove this pop-up, and yeah, I think it's okay. I'm here with the project. So let's decrease and see what we have to change. You can see these icons are not well where they are when we reduce. So to avoid that, we have to find a good target of breakpoint, because for the texty, for me it's okay, it's reducing how we are reducing the font size as we decrease, that's okay, but the icons are not where they should be. So to fix that, we are going to work right now. And as I told you, smaller screens like 200 pixels, 300 pixels, you don't have to worry much about that. Let's focus on this. For me, in this area where we have the icons, we need to keep them just right here at the bottom. When we hit 800 is too dangerous, so 850 it's okay. So let's go to our, this is inside of the home page. Here we have our slide. This way is racing by nature. After our slide is, we have this navigation. We have the navigation. So let's put here simply the navigation, which is inside of our racing by nature. Let's say from the bottom we want it to be 30%. Save it and see how that's gonna behave. Oh no, I was forgetting to insert here and include responsiveness pixel 2 EN850 and put our navigation here. Save and let's see how it's gonna behave. Still processing. Now it's much better at this position. Okay, so let's reduce, and yeah, much better. The idea here is to simply display two columns when there is no more space. For me, it's okay if we start making that happen right here. We should already have right here at 950, because this text is not being well presented, or even here at 970, no, 980. We can make that happen here. So let's go to this component, is the service box. So let's open there and put here on our side the service box section, so that we can see what we are really working with, in case you forget. Let me simply collapse this, and this also. Okay, we want to make that happen in our row, so we have to change the configuration to our column 1 of 4. So let's use our class selector right here. Class is equal to column 1 of 4. Add include responsiveness is line 8. Change the width. We already know that to have a grid with 2 columns, we use these values: 100% minus the color over 2. So let's put here 100% minus the gutter horizontal, all this over 2. We have defined the width. We must make sure that the margin right to the second element is going to be 0. We can even save, and I'm going to show you why. It's refreshing. Let's wait. Okay, here we have. So margin right of this element must be 0. If we inspect, you are going to see that it has a margin to the right. This element is this one, column 1 of 4, has a margin to the right, so we have to remove this margin to the right, just for that second element. So let's come here, and of type is to n, so we want the even ones to have a margin to the right of 0. Save and give a margin to the bottom between them. So I'm going to start with that here, but we have to remove to the last one because we don't want. So last child, let's give a margin to the bottom of 6 rem. Then we're going to increase if it's not enough. It's refreshing. Here we have, I think it's okay, even the margin was well defined here. If you want to have them more near, you can do that, but this margin is okay so that we can even hover on it and they don't overlap. Very good. So let's see what else we have to change here as we reduce the width. Let's go, and go. Let's go more. For me too, here is still comfortable. It's still comfortable. Okay, it's still comfortable to have 2 columns. I think it's still comfortable. They fit. Let's see. Okay, here we have a reduced font size. Let's put just 1 column at the breakpoint, 600 pixels. So for that, you already know what you have to do. We simply come here and say after this to n, we're gonna include responsiveness pixel to em on 600 pixels, and let's say that you want the width to be 100%. Save and see what's gonna give us on 600. It's still refreshing all. Okay, we don't have, did I save the main file? Yes, I did. This one also is saved. No, it's not working. Okay, probably it's not the fault of the computer but ours, because this should be right here. So let's save and see again if this is gonna work or not. Its width is not changing. Now it's working. I wasn't at 600 or less width. Now it's okay. Let's add some removing of margin right here to these elements which are here. Remember that we had defined some margin to the right to these elements, but we don't need to remove since they don't have a margin to the right applied to the second elements. But we can also do that just to remove the margin right that we have applied by default in our grid system, and this one is going to be important because we want to override that one. And what else we can do here? Let's actually add some padding in our entire row. It would be very beautiful to have a slightly internal space between our rows right here. So this should be placed right here after we close this. And again, include responsiveness pixel to em 600. This one is gonna be padding top and bottom of 0, left and right. I'm going to start using percentages just for this. 10%. Let's reload. And where is our row? Our row is here. I want to talk about this padding. Here we have 10%. Do you see? This is the horizontal padding. Here we can add some padding, That's going to give a separation between all this row and the outer row element, but for me the horizontal one it's okay, only that. Then let's check again what we are going to change. So let me inspect it. Let's see if we have to change the titles and that stuff. Let's go down, 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 go down. Okay, I can change the title here, font size. So right now I'm going to check how much it is. I'm going to put another font size right here in my 650 breakpoint. Where is the title? Here you are. So I include responsiveness pixel to EM 650. Let's put a font size of some 2 rems. Save it and see how it's gonna behave. 650, yeah, it's okay, but actually I can increase it. 3 rem, no, it's much big. 2.4, 0.5, 0.6. Okay, 0.6 for me it's okay, but I think it stays much better with 0.5. Yes, I'm going to put 2.5 right here and save. And our description also is going to change, of course. Here, instead of just justifying it, we can start with some 1.8 rems and see how it's going to behave. Now it's much better. 1.8, let's put 1.9. No, 1.8, it's okay. Next, let's see what we have to do. You don't need to exactly have the same customizations that I'm making right here. Do what you think it's more plausible for you, right? We don't have anything special right here because everything's going to be centralized, and even if you reduce here until I don't know where, you're going to get noticed that yes, this is really responsive. What we don't want just to have is that big height occupying the 100% of the viewport, so we can simply fix that. And for me, the good place to start making that is right here at 720 pixels of width. But let me open my IDE. Let me just go to that. It's inside of my home. So let's go to find us map. And here in this, let's simply include responsiveness pixel to EM 720, and the height, let's set it to some 60% of the viewport height. Save this. Let's check what we have as our output. It's processing. Okay, 720. Let's go. Nice. It's much better right now for me. You can decrease. If you wish to reduce even more, you can, but I'm just going to leave it how it looks right now. Basically, when you resize, you're gonna see that the form is gonna occupy all the available space, and that background video is gonna still continue there. It's something really easy to be done, and I can leave this entirely for you. At this stage, you should be able to make that. Let's go together. Open our contact and our form. these two elements that we use it to create our contact us section. Here I have my contact, my form. Did you know that I use a lower end computer? That's why sometimes you see me having problems with performance here, and I don't have a coordination between the speed of my thoughts and my fingers. That's why I have some not many mistypos when I write. But let's keep going. Here we have to define the perfect place to make that happen. So let's go. Until this stage we can compare to what we already have here and see this is going to make our lives much easier. So let me increase here. Okay, let's increase more. Do you see that now we have 50%, but as we decrease, this form tends to be bigger. So let's simply come here in our form, inside of the contact component. Here we can actually change to some 50%. So it includes responsiveness. I want you to see what I'm writing. This is a function pixel to en, and let's place 900 pixels. I'm just going to change the width to become some 70%, and make sure that you also have your form element, which is this one in our form that has its width set to 85%, having width equal to 100%, because we want to make sure that it's going to occupy all the 100% of 70%. So let's make that here and include, say, width 100%. Save. This should solve the first problem. So let's go to our original one, not this one. 900. Now you can see that it's already occupying 70%, but as I increase, now it goes back to 50%. It's still okay, still okay, still okay, still okay. Here in 600 pixels, I can actually make this occupy 100% of the available space. So let me simply copy here and say it shouldn't be here. In my contact, I'm going to place this 100% for 600 pixels. Save here and see. Very good. Nothing special here, nothing special. I won't be making so much customization to our testimonial, since this is really well presented in different screen sizes. You can see right here. What I'm going to do is to simply change the font size when I hit 650 pixels. How it's still processing this browser. I'm going to open my testimonial. Okay, I'm having performance problems, so let me wait. Open our testimonial. I simply want to change the descriptions, font size. Where are you? Here you are. So include responsiveness. It's gonna be pixel to em 650, and put the font size to rem. Let me save, go to my main and see what's gonna happen right now. Just increase a little bit the font size, because small screens need to have an appropriate font size. Okay, let me increase. This is smaller. Yeah, here it's okay if we have a higher font size. Okay, if you want to translate this, okay, it's up to you, and I'm actually gonna do that because I don't feel this is beautiful for me. So let me go way ahead, this transform, translate X, and much stuff. Let me go there and inspect just to see before I make any modification. This was here in my figure, where the figure is here. So let me translate some Y direction. Okay, you can put at the 0, yes, and translate X to -3. So let's put this, translate X to -3 and translate Y to 0. So add include -3. Save this, save the main file. Yes, you can resize, and for me it's okay. If you feel something that you have to change, feel free to do. Our goal is to basically have something like this that we have. You reduce, you're gonna notice some changes here. This logo becomes bigger. You have 2 columns, then you have 4 columns, 1 column I mean, with all the content right there. So let's make that happen here in our project. Let's save all, open the footer. The first thing that I'm going to work with is to resize that logo. So I'm going to say here and logo, add include responsiveness pixels to en. Let's see when are we going to increase the width of this logo, because I want to have a bigger logo right here. Yes, this is our brand and it's going to become very beautiful, believe me. Let's reduce. Okay, let's reduce. It's still okay, this logo. Reduce more. See, it's still okay. Okay, here I can actually increase at this breakpoint. I'm choosing this one, 750, to increase. So I'm going to put its width to some 60%, 750 pixels. The next thing that I want to have here is a padding, because can you notice that as we reduce the screen size, we don't have space between these columns, and the left side for this and the right side for this. So we must make sure to put it in the right place. Let's reduce and see where we can start making that happen. Okay, let's reduce. Still okay because the font size has decreased. Still okay, but here I'm not liking this because it's too near from the edges. So 1100, 1100, that's it. So we have to select the padding to our row. We have to right click here, simply copy, put here, and put 100. I'm going to start with the padding, top and bottom 0, left and right 4 rem. Let me save and see how this is going to behave. Let's increase, reduce. Okay, we have a good padding, but actually we can increase a little bit more, just to 5 rem. I think it's going to be better. Yes, I'm going to update here my 5 rem. I'm not going to save right now. Let's see if our logo increases its font size on 750 pixels that we have defined. We are right here. Let's go down. And yes, you can see it increases. Very good. Where we can start placing just 2 columns, let's reduce and see how the content looks like. 4 columns is still okay. We can easily navigate even here, but let me choose this breakpoint of 750 also to start implementing the 2 columns. Okay, and I don't want this to be right here. I want these 2 columns to kind of be small, the dimension of their container, some 60 or 70%, and be centralized, like in this area from here to here. So let me actually make that. So I'm going to start with the definition of the maximum width that I'm going to want from that part. So I simply have to copy this and put here the maximum width. I'm going to change the definition of this row as I hit the 750, and now I can make the logic happen to just have 50% for each column. At this stage you should know how to do that because we have made. So this is class equal to column 1 of 4. What are we going to make is to include responsiveness, the stuff again, the same breakpoint. You know that the width of this is going to be 50%. Let's put the margin set to auto, and we have to eliminate the margins to the right. You already know the reason. We have done this more than 2 times and not last child. We're gonna set its margin right to 0, and let's actually add the margin to the bottom to some 2 rems. And you know what you have to do with the even ones, which are this one and this one. Okay, it's actually just updating. Do you see? And of type, okay, where is the end of type? Here you have. Let's put 2n. You already know that you're going to just change the color just to see how it looks like. That's what I want to do for curiosity. Let me save here also and make sure that I'm on this breakpoint 750. Okay, let me actually have some padding to the left of this. Do you see when I reduce what happens? And I don't really like that. Yes, at this stage it's okay, but let me just add this padding to the left side. I'm going to use the same gutter that I have. Yes, gutter horizontal. Let's save and see how these will behave. Okay, much better. Do you see? We don't have the columns really next to each other. That's perfect. So let's reduce and see what else we can do. But here I can simply show each of these columns having a width of 100%. Yes, it's much better for me. So let's just come up here after our end of type. At this stage, inside of our class, column 1 of 4, you already know that this is copying, pasting here, breakpoint chosen is 600. We can put the width of 100%, save, and see how this will behave. Let's reduce. Okay, now we are here. Very good. This is happening because we set the padding left to have this guide horizontal. So all of those that were, how this is called, even. Yes, multiples of 2 are even. Yes. So what we have to do is to simply remove this padding left, set it back to 0. Save here, and this must fix our code here. Very good, we did it. Programming is something that I really enjoy doing. You really practice a lot. Your first page is responsive, just missing 2 things: responsive menu, and please don't forget responsive pop-ups. Yes, we have to make this also responsive. I don't like the way that they behave right here. In the models, you have to pick a car for your choice. I'm going to work with Range Rover Velar, this one that I have image and text, because I really want, and I want to work with this part where I have the text. Velar is currently my top choice car. Yes. Let's reduce our viewport width and see what's going on. It's still perfect to have this. It's not that bad. Still use it. And here, okay, it automatically adjusted the specifications because we have reduced the font size of the overall web page when we hit less than 1200. So let's continue to go. Let's continue. Okay, this is not looking okay for me, so I'm going to target it from the breakpoint 1100. So for this, I'm going to say include responsiveness equals to EM. This is the point where I want to make the things change. So I'm going to put the font size to be kind of 3 rem, and you could see that also that we have these paddings right here going on our button. It's still reloading, so let's leave it reloading. Okay, where are we now? Very good. We have to reduce this padding because I don't think it's something beautiful for us. This is a button, so we have to go where we have buy, and inside of this we're going to write our button. So let's put our button. Remember that our buttons have the after pseudo element, so you already know that. Tradition, responsiveness, it's also EM 1100 pixels. I'm going to change the padding top and bottom to 1 rem and left and right to 2 rem. Save it, and let's see how that is gonna look like. Okay, it's reloading now. It's much better right now, in my opinion. Yes, sincerely saying, this is much better. Let's reduce. Let's reduce more. This is how we play right here. Let's reduce and see what's going to really change so drastically. Oh, this is a point where things start to break, and that's not what we want, because it's boring to have this right here. So let's find our payment services, and the breakpoint that I'm going to choose is, okay, 970, no, 980, it's much better. So let's find this is related to our payment services. Here we are. So we simply have to say copy this, change here the breakpoint to 900, 80. The padding, now let me reduce to some 0.5 rem on this direction and 0.4 rem, and let me just add some margin to the left where I'm going to have just 1 rem. Save and see if this is gonna help me or not. Okay, let's reload, and that should fix. Very good. It fixed it. Yes, it fixed it, and you can see that this is, oh, I couldn't even see how I was saying it was fixed. Now I have to reduce in order to find out if it will fix it. Yes, it fixed it, because at this stage we would have the payment services on another line, but now it's not happening like that. Okay, here we also have kind of problem in this zone. Maybe we will have to add one more media query or make more modifications on that one, because as we hit here, it's just for this small moment, right? Okay, so we have to fix for this small interval that happens right here. Okay, we can simply put this margin just 1.1 even here, and try to reduce the paddings that we have right here, let's say 0.2, and see if this is gonna fix or not. Let's try that. Let's reduce. Okay, it's a small point right here, some pixels. It's just a matter of some small pixels right here. Okay, to handle this we can start from 910. It's too risky, because imagine if we have a big price right here. So let's go, for example, for which car right here that has more digits. Okay, let's see this Urus. Yes, and let's continue to make that. Okay, the problems appear right at the same zone. Okay, let me go back to my Velar. What I'm going to do here is to add another breakpoint. I'm going to put in 920, put some margin lefty, which is going to be really small, 0.5, padding, top and bottom, that's not a problem. Here I'm going to put 0 and see if this is gonna fix for me that small issue that I have there. Did it reload? Okay, now let's see. Okay, it seems like we don't have that problem no more. Okay, very good. So let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue more. Continue. It's still okay, Okay, at this moment I think it's much better if we remove these payment services and simply put our content to have more space from less space from the top. Instead of being 50% as we defined it, let's put some 40%. So for that, let's go to our payment services right here, say let me include 800 pixels. I'm going to have a display of none. The next change is going to be in our content. So let's come here. I'm going to copy this content. Instead of having from top 50%, let me actually put top 40%, 40%, reload this. The changes have been saved. It's reloading. Let's see how that's going to look like right now. Okay, is much better in my opinion. Let's actually see if the top is really being applied here for our content, where we have the content top 40% or 43. Yeah, but 40 it's okay. Let's go and see what we can do more. Even here on this breakpoint where we have 800, what I'm thinking about doing is to have the display of these two images horizontally in this row and the content on the right side coming down. So really make my work more easy to be seen, I'm going to use this right now, put my dog on the right side and increase right here my window. So this is much better. So we were at 800. Okay, right here I'm going to put the things working how I wanted. So let's go to our left side. Where are you? We don't have the left side. Oh, this is not pop up right here. We already know include responsiveness. 800. Display is going to be as a table row right now and not just a cell, and we're gonna put its width to 100%. Let's save it, see what this is gonna give us. Still loading. Okay, let's put the right side also to have a display as a table row, width of 100% right here. Control V, save here, and we have to make some changes to our images because they are so wide and each of them is occupying one full row. Let's make both of these images be one on the side of another. We have to find out what our images are. On that breakpoint, set the width to be 50% and we want to display as a block. Let's see if this is gonna give us a desired result. Yes, it actually gave us the result that we want. We need to have some kind of padding right here. This is not really looking okay, both for this H2 and here in our texty. So let's start with H2, go up. I'm going to change to 800, giving some padding. I'm going to try with 1 rem vertically and a huge amount of rem horizontally. Then go to my texty right here down. In this texty, let me actually give this padding of 1 rem and 4 rem, the same that I have for my H2 there. Save and see. Let's see what we have right now. Okay, it's much better. Then we have to fix this by here. For this by, let's actually give a little bit of padding on the same breakpoint first. So let's simply copy here after display line block. Padding can be 1.5 4, which is 14 pixels, and let's give the same amount of padding horizontally. Let's save and see if this is gonna work for us. Much better now. Okay, let's reduce and see what we have. Well, you already have all the tools required to make this even more responsive if you want to, but at this stage it's responsive enough. Remove this, see the GLE, also it's responsive for this one. It's really responsive. If you really want to go further, it's up to you. Lamborghini Euros, it's responsive also. We can increase here. You're gonna see that it's responsive. What's happening? Okay, it's going more there on top. Probably we should find a good position to our pop-up content. Where is the content div? Here, instead of putting it top 40%, maybe we should increase more this. Okay, 50% maybe is the best place. But what you are going to do usually in this case is remove the amount of text that you have, because you don't want to show huge amount of text when you are working with small screen sizes. So if you want to do that, you are free, and you would be using a programming language in this case, or you would be simply just saying that each paragraph right here is a separated div, then you would simply don't display that div when you hit this moment. That's entirely up to you. It was on 40. I'm going to just put 45%. Okay, let's check here. 40%. Let me try putting some 45% just to try to escape that and see if this modification doesn't affect negatively other parts of our website. Let's close here, go to our car right here, Velar, and see if it doesn't change it too bad. No. Say Tacoma, very good. Go to Jeep. Okay, it's right there, and this is happening because by this Cherokee now is different, but it's still visible right there, and the Lexus also. At this stage, I'm happy with this responsiveness, so if you want to go further, feel free to do. Let's reduce here the width starting from here. Let's keep reducing. Okay, this stage where we have this change on 900, what we can do is add slightly more margin to the right here to this icon box here. Let me inspect and make that happen right here. Put this margin right, really reduce it. Let's see right here on 5 rem. Here on top we're gonna leave. Let's actually change the height and the width and see how this is gonna look like. Much better to have a big background right here, and we have to adjust the margins for this. So let's go to our menu. I'm going to find my icon box, Ctrl V. Oh, I didn't copy that. Include responsiveness, pixel to EM. 900. So write 5 rem. Width, I'm going to put 6 rem, and the height, let me put 6 rem. Save. That's it. Let's go to our project, and the changes need to be there. Very good. Now we have to focus on this icon that we have here. Let me use my inspector, and here I have them. Okay, each of these is inside of main navigation icon. So let's see where we have our margins. So let's put margin to the top. 2.6. 7 is much better. On the left, let me actually put 0.3. No, 0.4, 0.5. Yes. So 0.7 and 2 and 1.5. Let me go to my icon. I'm going to copy this, paste here, just put a margin to the top of 2.7 rem and margin to the left of 1.5 rem. I'm going to save here also, and see. Yes, here we have. Let's reduce. This is always gonna be okay. And even if you click here, you're gonna see that the font size has decreased because we were decreasing the general font size of our HTML, and it was given using the REMs. So we have this menu responsive. If you wanna make something look different, feel free to do. Now we have completely made our first page responsive. Take a look at how it is right now. Play around with it. Show to your friends that yes, you have already progressed a lot. You've made a great progress in your life. This is what I really like to do with people, teach them and transform lives. Please make sure that you recommend this course to your mates. They will learn good stuff, and you are a testimonial for that. Let's keep moving, and we are going to write our shows page for the car here. Let me show you our BMW M235i. Take a look. You're going to continue making beautiful things right here. This is amazing. And you're going to continue to reuse. You won't write again this because you already have the logo, the menu already you have. Do you see this effect of the background, how it comes? It's fixed there. Oh my god. Then you go down, you're going to see more stuff that happens here in our responsive design, how this is happening. This is so beautiful, and yeah, you're gonna learn how to make all of this stuff from the next section. In the shows page is this one, very beautiful and done with HTML and CSS. Let's go to our page, open your IDE. Please make sure that you are working on a new project, which is simply the copy of the last change that you made, to a new folder where you're going to say shows, just so that you can keep track where you are currently working, because we're going to implement the shows page. So let's here simply create our file. This is going to be show.html. Save. Here let's find our BMW M235i. We are implementing the shows page for this one. Come here where we have by now. you may not have this hypertext reference show.html, and if you don't have, that's because you probably were writing by yourself all the cards that we have here. But if you just copy it from the last version where I told you, because that was simply a repetition, I had already the insertion of this show.html. If you don't have this hypertext reference, simply insert here. Let's go to our show. Let's create our boilerplate HTML5. I'm going to copy all of this content that I have here until here on my script. Copy here. I'm going to delete all of this because it's going to be the same. We're going to be using right here. So let me select here also and delete. Instead of having 7 cars where all cars live, now I'm going to put show BMW M235i here and save. Let me simply write, this is the show page, and save. Let me go to my HTML, find this car and click here. Now we are on that page. Here's where we're gonna be working. Okay, let's start first with our header. This is going to be header show. Next, we're going to have our header show background. Here's where our background is going to stay. You probably guessed so. Let's make sure that we create a page here in our CSS. Instead of just having our home, let's put show.css. Put this on the right side. Our main also we're gonna put here. So let me open, Ctrl B, and I'm going to simply give here home show, save. In my shows, okay, I'm going to increase here, remove here, and save. I'm going to start giving my header show a width of 100%, and the height, I want it to occupy the entire height of the viewport, so 100% of the viewport height. Save. Next, I'm going to have in my header show where is the background, so I can even come here, say and background. What am I going to have here is the background, the URL I have to insert here. Let's go back. This is inside of image, is show main, and this one, save. Let's see how this is going to look like right now. Let's give a 5, nothing yet. Save the main, just inspect. We have our header here, our diver header background. Okay, let's simply give its width to 100%, and height also it must be 100%. We don't want it to repeat, so background repeat, no repeat. We're going to say background size, it's going to be set to cover, and background position, I'm going to set it to center. Let's save and see what we have here also. Now we have, I'm going to close. This is our background. I am keeping repeating this type of stuff, and this is simply just to fix my background. I will probably want to have this code every time I want to use a background, so I'm going to create a mixin and say include, say background fixer, put here, go to my mixins in the abstracts, and right here after my background color I can say background fixer, add mixin, background fixer, and paste this code. The width is going to be 100%, height 100%, background repeat, no repeat, size is cover, position is center. Let me come here and save here also, and see if this is gonna change my output. No, it doesn't change. Very good. Next we can start playing with our logo on the header. So we know that this was previously done by us, so we have to come here, take our header logo box, copy, come here inside of our background, we're gonna simply paste and see if this is going to appear here. Very good, it was so fast. Next we can play around with the navigation, which is here. Let's go to our index. Where is our navigation? Let's simply copy. I'm going to copy all of this stuff, put right here, Control V. I don't want to see. Save. Here we have, and it's already working. We are reusing things until now. That's why it's so much better if you know how to program in form of components. Next thing what we can make is this part right here, but I prefer really to start with this because it's much easier than this one. So let's go. Okay, you may be asking why this image on the final version is a little bit to the left side while here is to the right side. The answer is because here we have much content and we have the scroll bar, while here we don't have the scroll bar. That's easy. When you have the scroll bar, it's gonna be fixed. So let's go and create that party. I'm going to say this is to simply see more. So I'm going to say here see more. I'm going to treat this as a component. I'm simply going to have it going to nowhere and put it here as an icon. Class, this is font awesome, arrow down. Let me save. I'm going to actually create a component for this. Where are you? My components. I'm going to write it as down arrow. So down here, arrow, CSS, and save. Here I have a div C more. You can easily format that because it's so easy. I'm going to start with a font size, which is going to give me some 2 rams as the initial point. Give it a width. I'm going to say some 3.5 rams. The height, I'm going to start with some 3.5 also, and give some border radius just to have that circular part. I'm going to save here and go to my main. Where are you? How this is a component and this is related to the show space. Right now I'm going to simply put here separated by a row, and you can comment here, say that down. I'm going to have show page used components if you wish, but I'm not going to do that. So here I'm going to simply give a space and say down arrow, then save here and see how it's going to look like right here, giving a 5. Okay, nothing yet. So let's make sure that we have written here all how it should be in our page. We have the div C more, and yes. So let's continue. The next big thing that we are going to make is to change the color. So let's put the color to color white, we can put the text aligned to the center because we could see that the text was centered, and put its position to be absolute. From the bottom, I'm going to start with some 1.1%. Left, I'm going to have 50%. Transform, translate, that's not necessary here because I think it's gonna look okay just for the X direction maybe. So let's use transform, translate X, minus 50%. Okay, that's enough. And let's put some background color here and see for this one which background color is. I'm going to be using my inspector right here. Click here. This is hash 5, 7 and much stuff. Okay, I'm going to click. This is the hexadecimal value, so I'm going to copy. Come here and paste. Let me save and see what I have here as my output. Here I have the icon. So in the next lesson, we're going to focus on building this huge component that we have here. You already know where to drop your questions. Let's move on. This is the description box where you have the text BMW M235 Coupe. You have some description right here. This view 360 degrees exterior, explore the text, the engine type and the horsepower. Let's get into our IDE and start to make that happen. In our index, let's hide what we don't really want to make that become easy for us to work. Let's put here before our see more and after our background. We are going to put some description here. Box. I'm going to put the container. Then I have the description box itself. Description box. We have two headings here. The first one, which is this, and the third one, level. So let's put h2. I'm going to say class description box heading main. I'm going to copy this description box to this part, and we are going to have our h3 here. The class is also this, but it's the secondary heading. Let me actually increase this. I'm going to the final version, copy this, but this doesn't need to be here uppercased, but how the A is uppercased. To save my time, I'm going to put here. Take this intersection of tech, luxury in one robust vehicle and so on. Paste right here. That's it. Next, we have to group our button. So I'm going to say description div class description box. Okay. And I'm going to copy this. This is the group of our button. Let me actually put my button as a span element. Inside, I'm going to have that icon, which is this globe. The class of that, you already know where to find it. Font awesome globe. I'm going to put FA, flip, because this is the animation, and description box, button, icon. Good. Then I'm going to have anchor tag to say go to nowhere. the class, I'm going to put description box button link. It's much better. Button link. This is going to say view is 360 degrees exterior. Let's save. The next group that we have is for this, where we have explore the specs. So I'm going to say this is outer link. This is going to take us to somewhere out inside of our description box. So this is going to be outer link. I'm going to put inside of a container, and that's an icon, link to nowhere. The class here, I'm going to say outer container link is much better, and I'm going to copy this because I will need for the icon. In this I'm going to say explore the specs. Save this, but I have an icon right here, so I have to put that this is explore the specs. I'm going to put the icon first here. This is my icon. Class font awesome, angle to the right, and the class is going to be right here, other container. This is icon, so I can put right here icon. Next we have to group the text. I'm going to say description box footer for simplicity. So this description box footer. If you find more beautiful and easy to remember names, please put here. Then I have the first group, which is this one containing engine and petrol. So let me create a div. The class is going to be description box, footer, group, all of that. And each of that element is going to be inside of a span. I'm going to put engine. This first is the title, so I can say footer group. Both of them are the same right here. We can group in different ways. Engine petrol. So let's see, engine petrol, horsepower. This one, this could be title, velo, or we can even consider all as items. This is much better, and I don't have to write so much. This is petrol. So let's copy this div, duplicate. Here let's put horsepower and 306 HP. This must be all for that. We have all here, so let's create our component. This is going to be a new description box, CSS description box. Let's go to our main file. I want to have this on the right side. Put our description box right here. Save. Just side by side. This is increasing too much. I'm going to put this right here so that you can see what we are working with if you feel the need. Let's save and see how this looks in our website. We have to go down. Here we have BMW M235. Okay, I'm going to actually start formatting this and give a break row between these M235 So let me come here and simply say break row. This should fix. Okay, we want to make this be right here inside of our background. For that we have to make sure that its position is set to absolute. So we can come here to our shows and say description box container is gonna have an absolute position. From top we can make some 20% and left is going to be something small, 3%. Let's save and set its width to 100%. Therefore the parent element, which is this one, header show, needs to have a relative position. But instead of this I can put inside of the background. This makes much sense how it's with the background. Put this component here in the background to make more sense, and put the position to relative. Save. Let's go and check. Okay, it's starting to have a good viewing for us. So let's go to our description box and start formatting. Well, I prefer to start giving a background to my description box so that I can see where I'm working. Alice blue. Save this. Let me see where I have it. Okay, this is so huge, so I'm going to do something. Set its width to some 24%. Have a little bit of padding. I'm going to start with 1.4 rem to all the sides and put its opacity to 0.9, because you can see this is hiding all that's behind and we don't want that to happen. So let's save and save. Okay, very good. Now we can see a little bit of what's behind. Put the background here to color white. Save it. Next we're going to start formatting our heading main is the next thing. I'm going to set its font size to 24 pixels. I have tried this and saw that yes, it's okay, so I'm not going to use my inspector to figure out which one is better. The font weight here has been reduced. Let's put a small letter spacing, some 0.10 to 32 rems, and the text transform here needs to be uppercased. You may fail here to write all the things in lowercase, but we must make sure that it's going to be always uppercased. Let's see how this is going to behave. Okay, it's going there slowly. Oh yes, let's reduce the line height. You can see here the height between the lines is so high, so let's set its line height to normal. Let's put it here, line height to normal, and actually increase this from the top from 20 to some 23 and see if this is going to be exactly there or not. Okay, very good. Now we have to focus on what? This part of intersection of tag and some other stuff, but we have to add some padding bottom to this one. I'm going to put here padding bottom, just add some 0.5 rem and see. Okay, I can reduce a little bit, so I'm just going to leave some 0.48 rem. Very good. Then we go to our heading sec, and this is heading secondary. Here we're gonna put its font weight to be smaller, put the font size to 1.12 rems, put a bit of letter spacing. Let's try some 1.6 pixels. We have a line height which is different, and I have tried this line height, that's why I'm going to be placing with you and we're not going to be testing. Again, the text transform needs to be uppercased, and we're going to have a padding to the bottom of some 0.8 rems. The text align is set to justify. Let's save and see how this looks like. Very good. Going slowly, now we have to format this stuff right here. Now we can go to the container of our button, or even the button directly. Description box, button, then we have our icon with links. So let's come here and say that we want to target what is button hover, and yes, it's on the right place. Description box button. I'm going to give some white space right here because I want to have this up. I'm going to start giving a text transform because all there is uppercased. Background color, you already know that is color light blue. This is the color. I'm going to make sure that all is being displayed in line block. I want to be able to give some paddings and some margins. I'm going to give some padding of 0.8 rem vertically and some 1.12 rems horizontally, the same that I gave to the font size there. Then I'm going to increase the font weight to some 700 and put a letter spacing of some 1.6 pixels. Let me save and see how this is gonna behave. Next thing is our icon. So we have to find here what is our icon, and for our icon we're basically going to change the color to be white and just increase its font size 2.24 rem. Save, see how that behaves. Okay, it's starting to make how we want. Then we have our link. We're gonna put the color to be color white, increase its font size to some 1.12 rems. We're gonna have a padding to the left so that it stays a bit shifted from that icon, our globe. We're gonna set some display as inline block. I really like to make this when I work with the links. And let's save. See, okay, much better. Let's actually bring this a little bit to here on top. So we're gonna set its own position to be relative, and from top we can make some -3 pixels, or we can even say transform, translate on the y direction -3 pixels, and see what we have. Okay, here we have. If we inspect it, we can find out what is much better for us, where we have the transform. Okay, we can simply keep reducing, but -3 pixels is much better. And as we hover on that, we're going to change the background to be color dark green. We must make some transition here. So before our icon, so transition to all in some 0.3 seconds. Save this and see how it's gonna behave. Very good. This lesson is gonna be a bit longer, but stay with me please. Let's go to our outer link right here. This is the next part. In our outer link is inside of our description box. Let's make sure that it's here. Outer link, and we have its container. So let's hover. description box, outer link container, very good. So let's make sure that it's text transform is set to uppercase it. We're gonna have some padding on the left side, but let me see if it's much better if we give the padding to the left side. No, top and bottom first. Left and right it's okay because it can be right here on this side. So top and bottom, let's start with some 1.5 rem, left and right, this one, and put the font size. That shouldn't be so big, so let's put some 96 rems and save here. Okay, giving F5. Yeah, it's okay, but I actually didn't see any transform right here. Let me put here to capitalize. I want to see if this is really working. Explore the specs that changed something. Let me go there, put uppercase, outer link, put this something 1.52. I don't know if this is working or not. I can't see any transformation right here, because here we are inside of the description box button, so this shouldn't be here. Let's place here. Yes, it's inside of the description box. Nope, it's not inside of the description box, it's inside of the description box container. That's what we have. But for simplicity, we can put here in the description box. What we have to do is to simply remove the end of this div where we close this footer. Let's put right here, and this all belongs to the description box. This should be properly indented. So let's make sure that we have all of this stuff right here until we close this footer with tab. Let's see right now, description box container, description box. This one is for the description box footer, and yes, it's much better right now. Let's save and save and save, see what we have. Yes, explore the specs right here, and that's why we didn't have that background going over for all of this. Now is where this should be. After our outer link, what we can attack here, let's see, we have this container. We can even just work with the link inside. So let's put, and we have our link. This is outer link container link, very good. With that link, we're gonna change the color. So the color is text gray. Put its font weight to 700. I'm going to put the letter spacing to some 0.32 rems. The letter spacing has a small amount in terms of value, so it doesn't have text gray. Let me go to my variables, abstract text gray. Oh, it's not here. Oh, it's color gray, I mean. Oh, color gray. So let me put color gray, save, and this must fix that. Let's see. Okay, this should be underscores, so let's see. Okay, still not, but we should have outer link container. So let me see if I wrote this how it should be. Outer, oh, it's outer container link. Oh, let's change here to outer link all of these container, and yeah, much better. Okay, saving here. As we hover, we have some changes, so let's put here hover in our link. We're gonna change the color to color light blue, just that. color light blue. We don't have any transition right here, so let's add some transition to our link. Transition, just the color. I'm tired of putting all, why we don't have many properties, but okay, let's put all just to keep the things how we made there. Still not, as we hover in our link. So let me hover here and see if I've written all how it should. Outer link container, hover, we're gonna format our outer link. I'm having some focus problems right here. This shouldn't be there, so before that, now it's okay. Nice. Now let's see what we have is our footer group. Our footer group description box, so this is still there, not, but here we have. So, and this footer group, let's start. Hover, description box, footer group, description box, footer group. Okay, I'm double checking right now. This is where we have. We can start giving some padding to all of that. Top and bottom, just give some separation from what we had previously, and bottom also we can give. Left and right we're gonna leave. Let's focus on our footer group item. Each of these items is going to be displayed as a block level element. I want them to occupy their each line. We have this env of type 1. Env of type 1 is the engine, which is going to have a greater font size. So let's start with the font size of 1.12 rems. I'm going to put the text to transform to uppercase it. Then I'm going to put the font weight to some 700 and letter spacing of 0.16 rem. Save, and let me see how that behaves. Still didn't update. Nope. Let's hover again and make sure that we are making the right things. Inside of our footer group, oh, it's item. Nice, 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 nice. That's very cool. Let's go to our env of type 2, which is the last one. Font size, we're gonna reduce to some 0.96 rems. I'm going to actually give some more reduced right here. I'm just trying this one and put some margin to the top of 0.16 rem. Margin top of this value. Save and see. Yes, much better. We did it. I'm proud of you and of me. I like this type of background that is fixed here. You can see our page is moving and that background is already there, fixed. That's something really cool to learn. And yes, the next part of your page also comes in and it's fixed there. Let's make that happen. Let's go to our IDE. That's actually easy. I'm going to collapse this header. I'm going to create a div here and say this is after header. So after header, and yes, here I'm going to put my after header background container. Yes, it's enough. I'm going to put the background inside of this. So I can go to my shows page, now find my after header, and here I'm going to set its width to 100%. The height is going to be some 80 of the viewport height. Next I'm going to find my background, then I have the container, going to give some white space here, and the background has its URL, and this one, image show main is the black, and let's add our include background fixer right here, mixing, and save. See what this is gonna give us in our original. See what we have is the same container. If you don't have, okay, here we have, but this is not fixed, so we gotta make that happen. And for that we have to simply put this background attachment to fix it. You can check others right there, and yeah, here we have, we can start just giving some margin to the bottom to what's going to come next. Here you margin bottom, some medium, and yes, let me save. Here we have all this done. We're going to have some margin bottom when we add our next content right here. I'm just thinking in advance. These are the specs, so let's start here. I'm going to put you with the idea. First is this H2 that we have here in this text. You're already familiarized with that. We have this component which has from here to the left part, from here to the right is the right part. In the right part, from here to the left is the right left. Then from here to right is the right. We have left, and left, right. That's the idea. So let's go to our environment and make that happen. So I'm going to have first section. This is going to be section specs. Okay, let's have our section heading right here, and I'm gonna be using margin bottom large since I'm gonna have a bit of separation right there. H2, this is gonna be heading secondary, and let me just copy this. If you wanna write, that's up to you, but this is simply a text. Then we're gonna have, after this div, the body, which is gonna be section heading body, and I want to have this centralized, so I'm gonna say u text center. You can generate the alarm or simply copy here. Where are you? My god, my mouse is not working how I should. See it working. Question tag, save. See how it's going to look like. Okay, now how I should see. This is because this is not centralized. Do you remember that we have u text center in our div, then we put this h2 inside of it? That's how we've been doing. Oh my god. Yes, this paragraph also we can include here up. So let's see now. much better. Actually, we should have a margin bottom right here, and I thought I have put it previously. Okay, this is right here on the background container, but it should be on the container of that background container. Let's save, and yes, we have, and we are going to have a margin to the bottom here, which is large. So let me just add right here for simplicity. It's already here. Okay, let's write engine specs. I'm going to have my specs, then have my specs group. Inside of the group, I'm going to have the specs group on the left side. Then I'm going to have specs group again, left. Here's where I'm going to have my H4 saying first this is CO subscript to emission, right? Go back, give a space. I'm going to have a paragraph. It's gonna be span. Class is gonna be one of the spec. Title. This time I'm going to say low. And here I'm not going to be giving a space. I'm going to have another spec. Span is going to be spec. We have title, value. So it could be spec name and value. And this is 350 grams per kilometer. I'm feeling that. And you simply have to keep pasting. Okay, here I have some 186, 162, 174, and 215. This is low, mid, high, extra high, and combine it. Save. This is the part of my specs group that's on the left part, and it's at the same time left because we are focusing on this part right here, left. Next, what we have is the same group, but now is right. Let me go here and put again the dash. This is not CO2 emission, but it's fuel consumption. Fuel how do I write consumption? Is consumption. Yes, I guess. And let's go. Instead of being these values for low, we have 1 liters per 100 kilometer. That's the part that I really don't like. Keep writing this stuff. Control here. This is 7.2. I'm using commas here. Next I have 980. Next I have 7.4. Finally is 10.7. I like to use points, why it's comma. 10.7. Save and see. Okay, here we have. Next we have the another group, which is the specs group right. Here we are on the left, so we have to copy this stuff right here. Okay. Okay, my mouse is not helping me. So let me come here, copy, and paste here. I have specs group left, now it's right. Specs group right, left, and specs group right. Nice. Now I'm going to have to make some small changes. How this is related to engine, I'm going to create here engine, and this with this reside inside of my engine. I have my specs group right. I can simply make it much easier here. Instead of having specs group right left, I have an idea which is much better. Okay, I'm going to change the idea that we were working with previously. I'm just going to say engine, then here is left, left, and here I'm going to have engine right. So instead of using the specs group right, left, right, I'm going to be using engine left, engine right, but all this in the specs group right, instead of doing the same that we have made here. So that's a cool idea. I can simply come here on my spec just to make this much interesting and more organized. I can put engine spec title, nice, and here I'm going to have engine spec value. So let me click on all of this, change their classes, and say engine spec value. Instead of H4, I'm going to put my H3. It's nice here, and say engine, then have here my what I have. Okay, starting price in this is different, so I'm going to say P engine start price. Okay, it starts from this amount here that we have, 74990, and here we have the month price, which is 600 per month. So I'm going to put here month price. Okay, I'm going to give a space here. How you can see, I have some specifications, then the break row to put the value, the name, break row. I'm going to follow that here also. Let me put a enter right here, put a break row. This one is spec title, is going to be to fuel type. This is petrol, yes, petrol. Then here follow the same. I can put my break row. I'm going to have my combined consume, this is in this range. This car consumes so much. I think I should start with 5.8 to 6.5 liters 100 kilometers. Okay, let me put this here. Then we have the traction, so let me put a brake row. Enter here. We have the traction part. This is the type. Okay, this is 4-wheel. We have here to put a brake row. What comes end is maximum power is 306 HP. Let's go and check. Yes, oh, we have this icon here, so we're gonna put it after this pen. So I'm going to write here icon. This is info circle. Yes, class font awesome FA circle, info circle. That's what I said. It's info circle. Let me save. And we don't have this last specification. That's it. Go to the engine right. I say this engine, how this? In the engine right, we're gonna have much stuff, and I'm getting tired of writing here, but I'm going to do with you. At inspect title is the acceleration first. This car accelerates. Let me put here acceleration and put the brake roll 0 to 100 kilometers per hour. Let me put a brake roll here also. This pen can come down. It takes 4.8 seconds. Nice. Next, I'm going to have my transmission. I'm going to put a brake roll here. Take this down, and I know that this car is automatic. I don't know if people in these days really like to drive manual cars, but I think there are still people who like to drive that type of car. I'm going to put here combined. This is the CO2 emission. You already know how to write CO2 sub. Here we have the two. Emission. I'm going to put my brake roll here. Go to the next line. The consumption is 60 to 120 grams per kilometer. It's so small and it's cool for me. And yes, let's see what we have. Okay, also this info circle. So I'm going to copy from here. Right after, and yes, let me hit enter. Next, I don't have this. What I have is about this all four-wheel drive, great performance and so on. So I'm going to group these inside of a div, say engine ride driving wheel. Yes, wheel. No, this is driving wheel. With this, just I'm going to put a paragraph, just put some space saying all wheel drive. Then what I have next, is great performance. So let me put here great performance. Finally, I have auto suspension. Here we have. Let's see how it looks in the browser. Not how we want, but all the content is really here. In the next lesson, we're going to start making this look like what we desire using our skills of CSS. Okay, this is our result, and here we have what we have currently made. Now I'm not on the part 8080 even, so let me go to the shows.html. Okay, here we have, first of all, I have this bug here. Do you see we can move horizontally our web page, and that's not what we want. So let's go here. All we have to do is come to the shows. Here in header show, no, it's not header show, it's the description box container. Let's set this to 24% and change the 24% here to 100%. Save, go back and see. Now we don't have. Okay, I have to create a component. This time I'm going to say this is car. I have created these components many times. Hey, that's so bad as CSS. And let me go to my main. You already know the logic here. We're gonna import here. This is going to be car specs. Save, and now we can start making the things happen. So let's start with our engine specs. Inside of it, we're going to get in our specs. Now let's simply add some group here where we're going to specify the correct width. So we have to display here as grid elements, grid template columns. We're gonna say 50% here, 50%. Let's save and see how this is going to look like. Right now 50% by 50, very good. Then we have to make 50% here and 50% here also. This is so intuitive. Now we have to get into our lefty. Here we are on the left side. Say also you gotta have a grid display and grid template columns, 50%, also 50%, and save. I'm going to actually give some padding to the top and bottom, like 6.4 rems horizontally, no padding, and save here. Okay, now it's not updating. Let me save again. I didn't see the left side with 2 columns. Oh, here we have. Oh, now we don't have, but we had. I made something. Okay, let me bring it again. Okay, here we have 50-50. Now let's make the same idea to the right side. So let's go out here and say right. In our right, now we have to give the division inside of our engine, you know, here. So let's select our engine and have the same thing here. So I'm just going to copy and paste, save, and see. Now we have 50-50. Very good, very good. I'm actually going to remove what I don't want here. Shows, description box, and yes. Now here in my left side, I'm going to just format what is common for the left and it's right here. It's left and it's right. So let's simply talk about the heading, H4 and the paragraphs. But before, let me just have some padding here because this is not looking okay. So this padding comes right here. In our specs, we're gonna have some padding. Let's 3.4 or 2 rems for all of this. Save, and yeah. Okay, in our left side, we're gonna say the left and left right. Let's see what we have here. Left. Okay, and our left right. We're gonna actually take the H4 to have some padding, 1 rem. Let me save. Okay, I'm going to giving the same to the paragraphs. So let's just put paragraph here also. Following, I'm going to change the color of my H4. Say that I want to have its colors set to colors of the gray. Its color soft gray. Then I'm going to just increase the font size to some 2.08 rem. This should be 2. Save and see. Okay, very good. I can see some change right now. Next, we can just increase the font size of our paragraph separately. We're gonna put its font size 16 pixels, 1.6 rems, and the spec value is going to have a margin to the left right here. Spec value is what comes after the title, so spec value margin to the left side of some 0.48, just 0.48 rem. Save here, go and check. Okay, much better right now. Then we have to attack this right side. Let's go and see how we make that. Okay, but this is still far from perfect. Okay, then we make that, just making some small changes here. We're gonna actually give some padding to our entire group. Let's start with some 0 and 11 pixels on the horizontal sides. Okay, now it's a bit near from that, but actually this padding is too much. So let's inspect it. Here we have, let's reduce. No, this side only. Let's reduce. Okay, maybe trying to put some .5, .6, better. Okay, I'm going to leave here 9.6, save. Then here in my right side, okay, I'm going to start giving that background. This is the background color, and yes, come here into your variable, add the color light gray. I have not said that it doesn't exist, and its value is F3. Copy, paste right here, done. Then we're going to put the font size to be the default font size, and let's add some padding. This time is going to be some 3.68 rems. Okay, and set its opacity just 2.9, which is 90%. And when we hover, we know that we're going to change it to have a box shadow, and the opacity is going to go to 100%. Then we change the background. So let's say all, we want to happen in 0.3 seconds. Now I'm thinking in advance right here, and let me just put, as we hover, what are we going to do? Put the background here. I'm just going to leave background and not the background color, and change, oh, what I did, I have selected the class. Okay, that's not a problem. RGB ready 254. This is not entirely white. 253, and here is 253, is almost white. Then we have a box shadow. Here we're going to leave 0.4 rem, 1 rem, RGBA. I'm going to use the color black, and its transparency is going to be 18%, save. Then our cursor is going to be like that pointer, and opacity we're going to back to 1. Okay, saving it, seeing how it behaves. Okay, here we have, as we hover, very good. Nice move. Now let's go to our engine and start formatting. Here we have to change this H3 because it's small, and here is so high. We gotta change what else. Okay, some padding between these paragraphs, you can see. Yes, even this spec title have a different padding. Yeah, we have to add some margins between these icons. Let's make that. In our engine, we're gonna start with our left side. So here I have my left. Yes, click again. On this left side, select my H3. This H3 is going to contain an increased font size. I'm going to put some 2.8 rem, and just add this padding of that 48 rem, save, and go to my paragraph in general inside of my engine. just add the same padding as my H3 so that I don't have a non-alignment between the H3 and the text, which is paragraph. Let's go to our engine spec. We have the title. Here what we're going to do is to display as IB. You know what IB is? It's inline block. Add some padding, top and bottom. I have selected 64 rem, left and right 0. Saving it, go and check. Okay, much better, much better. We are going until here. Okay, slowly. Here I have 6.5 to 5.8 liters. I'm not going to change here. I'm going to use the inverse. Okay, now let's see what we have to change. I talked about the margin of the icon, but also we have to change the font size because these icons don't have the cool font size that I want. So I'm going to put 76 rem. I'm going to put the margin to the left side. This is going to be some 48 rem. Is 0.48. Okay, and I'm going to save it. Here we have, let's actually set the color of this spec value. Here we have two things. You can see that here we have all the spec values with this color, and then this is gonna change the background to green. So let's generalize, because we will keep the values with this color, but we will change just the overall color for this right part. Here we can do this in advance and say this is engine spec value. So let's put the color. You already know what color is. This color, so soft dark gray. Very good. I like IDE because that really helps me. In my engine right, let me make sure that I'm inside of my engine. Okay, yes. In the right part of my engine, which is this right here, right, I'm going to have a background which is going to be that color soft green. Then I'm going to have all the colors set to be color white. I'm going to save and see how does that look. Here I have, very good, very good. Okay, they are actually the same. What happens is that this one is more down, this is up. So let me try to bring it up. Oh no, yes, okay. You can see this is pretty much the same. There's just a small difference. This has a smaller margin right here, while this has a bigger one, but I prefer this version. And yeah, we are done with this section. So let's move on. This is what we want to have, this beautiful section. Here you can notice that we don't have the same space as we do here, so let's make sure that we fix that. For that, I'm going to come to my background container and add this. Instead of being margin button large here, so we have my section heading. I'm going to actually remove this and place here in my after head and reduce to medium. Save this and see if we have what we want. Okay, here we have, nice. But let's actually increase, okay, right here also where we had section heading, view margin bottom. Let's leave the large here also so that we don't break the other part. That's perfect. Now let's section, you know what's the section name. So a section car design. Here I'm going to start with my background container. So let me say car design. This is going to be the BG container. Then I'm going to have my content, car design content, and I'm going to put my nav here. So I'm going to say car design nav. Okay, I'm going to have u text to the center side, have my anchor tag, and I'm going to say this is car design nav button. I'm going to nowhere. Next to put this is interior. Okay, next I'm going to have the mechanics, and the exterior right here. Exterior. Let me remove this line, and yeah, save. After we have this content, we're gonna put our description box. You already know where you find that. Our description box was used here in our header, so let's go there and find, let's copy all of this, come back here and insert. Okay, there's much thing that we won't have here. H2, this we still keep. Now we have discover the interior, part here, and I'm not going to write. I like to copy because the text is already here written. So let me go back and change all this content. Between these tags I'm going to put here, right? Next, what we have is the description button boxy. We're gonna remove this because it's not a globe, but yes, it's a car instead of view 360. Now we're going to put customize, save. We have an outer link. Now let's see what it does. Is simple images and videos. So let's write here images and videos. Then we don't have the footer, so I can safely remove this. And yes, I think this is all for this. Okay, let me go up. Oh, I was forgetting to insert the thing that we already insert when we start this text center right here. So let me copy. I'm gonna collapse all, put here. Now we're talking about the car design. So I'm going to write here, this is the car design, save, and this should fix our issue. I'm going to have a slightly large margin to this button, so you margin button large and see how this looks like. Okay, so bad, and we're going to fix that. Okay, we already have our menu here that is centered, but let's talk about the other stuff that we can see here. We're gonna make CSS work for us. Right now we're going to call this a car design. So I'm going to come here and write design, save, create this component, which is going to be car design CSS, and yes, Here I can start to make my things happen. Put a car design because I want to make this really to have a height then a 100% width so that I can put the background inside of this container. So let's put here car design, and I'm going to put the height set to 80 of the viewport height, then the width of 100%. Let's go to our BG container. This is the BG container, and put some background. You already know the URL is this one. Image show main M325 interior, and then just include the background fixer for this. Okay, and let's see how it's gonna behave now. Okay, almost there. So let's inspect it and see what's missing. Oh no, no mixing named background. Oh yes, of course, background fixer. Maybe now we're going to have it here. Did it update? We don't know, but we can inspect this and see why we don't have it here. Car design is here. We have the background container. Does it have that style? No, it doesn't really have. That means the style is not really here. Here we should write container. Let's save again. Windows 3. Is it reaching here? Our background container. That style is not reaching here. Hover. We have car design. Okay, background container. The class is well written, so I'm facing a bug that I don't really know how I am facing, because I shouldn't be facing this. Give a 5. Oh, very good. Well, sometimes this live server doesn't update and it makes me feel like I'm doing the wrong things while I'm not. Here I didn't make anything, but yes, it decided to appear. Then here we have, okay, we have this element which is our description box, container, and so on. To make it appear here, we must make sure that its parent is gonna have a relative up position. You already know that because we have been working so much. Now it's here because it's being positioned relatively to the HTML. You can see that it's right there behind. This is the unique course, in my opinion, on the internet that explains everything that you read right. So the position is relative, and we can set its width to 100% and the height to 100%. Okay, saving here. Let's check. Yes, here we have. Then let's give some sort of padding. I'm going to put 32 RAM right here and save. Okay, I want to have some padding here in my show, so let me go and find that page. I'm going to have this padding right here on my section. Car design, vertical padding only, 6 RAM. Horizontal, we don't have anything. And let's just remove that. Saving that, we can go and check. Now it's much better. Okay, it didn't update. I'm gonna give a 5. Still not. Why? Section car design. It's car design without that. Okay, this is actually nothing here. nothing bad. Section card design, just, and save this. Nice. Let's talk about the links that we have there and much stuff, which is our nav. Go here after our content. We're gonna start talking about our nav, and we have the buttons. We're simply going to display them as inline block elements. Text transform, you already know it's gonna be uppercased. The font size, I have tried 1.44 rem. I'm going to put the background color here, set it to color light blue. Nice. Let me put this down. The color of the text is gonna be color white, and let's add some sort of transition here. When we hover on that, I'm going to just put to all the 3 seconds, and as we hover, we're gonna make sure that our background color goes to color dark green. And yes, actually we need to have some margins to the right side, but not for what is our last child. And let's set this margin right to some sort of 64 rems. Save here, put seconds, otherwise it won't work, and add some padding here. I really like to play with small values for this. I'm not going to achieve 1 rem, and here that's 0.8 rem. So let's see if this is gonna work for us. Yes, here we have, these are the configurations for those buttons. Very good. So let's see if we can add some border radius and say the border radius small. This is not in our main design, but I don't know if this is gonna feel okay. I think it feels okay. Here we have this type, but here we can leave like this. It's okay in my opinion. Yes, and what's missing? Nothing. Okay, you can see that when we are selecting here, the background is green. We didn't make that happen, so the background here is blue. What we can do is format our base file for that. It's something actually easy to make. Where are you? In our typography. Yes, it can be. And I'm going to introduce you something that's new. For that we have to use a specific pseudo element, which is the selection, but I prefer to put this right here in my base. See, it's the base for all of my designs. This is simply the selection, and you apply it right here. You're gonna put the background color, which is gonna be color green, and you're gonna change the color of your text to be color white. Okay, let's say you must have this ability to think while you build things and think before you build things, because you're going to need to interchangeably put new ideas into your environment. Here we have, that's it. It was easy to build. Let's move to the next lecture, where we're gonna be designing these models. It's gonna be awesome, as you can see here. All here is related to BMWs. Without further ado, let's come here and yes, start to make that happen. You know that this is simply going to be a copy from here, so I'm going to paste and close my section. This one right now is gonna be called section same brand models. Okay, I'm going to give just hyphens, how I did to the others, to make things really unique here.
and say BMW models. Some people say this is BMW, not BMW. Okay, I'm going to put my models. Inside of these models, I'm going to have my list first, which is an ordered list of models. This is gonna be list. Okay, as you might know, until this page you have the list item. I'm going to say models. Okay, list. This is gonna be item. Inside we're gonna have anchor tag, which is models list link. Okay, hypertext go to nowhere. This is to all cars. Then we simply have to keep duplicating this until we go further and further. Then I'm going to have the GT. I'm going to have M. It's boring to see me writing all of this. I'm going to pause and complete with all the models. Here we already have. I'm going to collapse this because I don't like to see many things in my screen. Hey, that gives me goosebumps. Then I'm going to have the part where I keep my models. Each of these is going to be a models cars. So models cars, I'm going to put here my car model. If you go and check here, we can group all of these in a div because it's related to just a model. Yes, we have this title, the name, and I call this body where I simply put the description. Let me go here. So let's start with our h2. This one I'm going to give a class of car model name. You can see that we also have the same amount of padding right here, and right here. So we can just keep giving the padding, and this is small, new padding small. This first car is the 2. Next I'm going to have a paragraph with a class car model. Now we have the title, or I'm going to say nobody knows who you are, and the same is going to be applied. Finally we have the body, or simply description. I'm not a fan of making things reinvented. Don't reinvent the wheel, simply copy and paste there. And here also we have here and here to give this padding. Nice. How this is related to the model, this is where I'm going to group my models. I'm going to say that this is simply a car, so models cars, this is one of the cars, so this is one car, and put all these inside of this div. Very good. Next I'm going to have my image, so I'm going to put right here inside of a div models cars image, and I'm actually gonna give some padding. This is small also, I already know, but this should be to the bottom. Why I'm not giving here bottom? Okay, nice. Just copy this, also put here, making the things much faster right now. We already have the knowledge of this. It's gonna be the car image, is much more intuitive. The source, this first one is image show BMW models, and this is the 2. Okay, alternative text, I'm going to say this is the 2 BMW. Save. I have that nav link saying discover more. So anchor tag, I'm going to say go to nowhere and discover more. Let me actually give a class right here saying models, cars, button, and this is gonna be button car design. I actually have two classes for this. And yes, the next thing that you're going to be making is simply to copy this and change the content. So let's focus on this one, which is only one. Create my component. I'm going to give the name of same brand car models .css, same brand car models. Okay, save here, come to this party. Okay, same brand car models, and yes, I'm going to open on this right side. Now I can start to format. So let's attack what here. I'm going to think. Let me go and see. All here is bad. Obviously we have to start with this list. So let's go to our models. Inside of that we're gonna have our list. Let's put our item. The display needs to all be inline block. Save it. You must see big changes right now. Now they are inline block. You can give some margins to them, but let me making all centralized right here after I define my section. Being more specific, I can put in my models. I'm going to put here the same class uText center. Save this and see how we have here. Just forget the car. Let's start adding some increased font size here. Wow, font size, I'm going to put some 24 pixels, 2.4 rem. The padding, I'm going to put the default font size padding. And yes, now we have to focus on our links. After our item, still here in our list, we have our link. On the link state, the visited and the active state. Okay, just separate with commas here, comma, and yes, I'm going to put the color of them, which is gonna be color gray. Put some border at the bottom, which is going to be 2 pixels, solid, transparent, because when I hover I'm going to be putting that border, and I'm going to put transition to all just in 0.3 seconds. Let me just include the 2 color gradient text, but this time we're gonna have to put with an angle. I don't know if we have here in our mixins, because this gradient that we have here has some angle right here, you can see. So let's see if we have in our mixins 2 color gradient text. Now we have to say 2 color gradient angle text, gradient angle. Let me put gradient first color, second color, it's all that I want. Okay, let me increase here. This is going to be background color. First is gonna be, let me put here the background color. Now we have 3 parameters. The first one is going to be the basis background color. Next, we're gonna put background image, which is going to be linear gradient, 315 degrees to produce that result. Then you can change and see how this is gonna behave for you. Gradient, first color, which is this, and the gradient second color right here. I want this to happen at 74%, the second color, and here from the 0%, I'm going to put the WebKit background clip. Please come here just for the text and put the color to transparent. Save this, save again. I want to make sure that this happens there, and I'm going to say this is to color gradient angle text. I'm going to start with my color green, then go again with my color green because this is the base color. Start with the green and put the color blue. Save here, go to my main, save again, and yeah, here we have that cool thing. Next we can play with that hover. I'm going to say here link when it's hover. I'm going to change the color to be color light blue. I have here, and the border bottom that was transparent previously, let's continue with 2 pixels solid, but this time I'm going to put a color which is color light blue. Saving here again, go, very good, nice improvement. Now we can focus on our cars, but to make that really nice, I actually have to copy these cars and keep adding more cars, but I'm not going to do that right now. So let me find where my models class is. We are still on the list. Here we are on the models. You can check where you are by looking here. So here we are on the right place. So we have models, cars. That's not how we model it here. Here we have, I'm going to say display as grid. We simply want grid template columns. There's it means the way instead of writing 25%, 25%, and 25%, you can look on for that on the internet. Is a bit of a challenge because it's easy to understand. And let's give some paddings, 2.75 RAM. I told you that I have tried the paddings and I'm just putting the paddings that are really closer to what I found to be the range of acceptable things. And here we have, so this now is 25%, and here there's space for more 3 types of this element. Let's continue on the next lecture. Left is here, so let's make sure that our image is going to be 100% right now. We are on the right class right here, so let's insert models cars and image. We have the class car image, so let's set its width to 100%. Format the name, title and body of our car. We have our car model inside of the cars, so let's put first our name. We're gonna make sure that its font size is increased to some 2.4 RAM. Then go to our, okay, it had frozen, to our title.
make sure that we have the font size equal to the default font size. Text is transform, I want all the uppercased. Finally, we have our body. Here I'm going to reduce the font size to half of this, 1.2 rem, and add some letter spacing of some 0.16 rem. Save and see how this looks. Okay, better. Remember that we have a border right here on the right side. Come here and inside of this car selector, even add my car one, and technically this all could be inside of our cars, right? Of our car, each of them. Let's just remove from here and put here. It could be here, and let's save. In each of the car we're gonna just keep adding some amount of padding first, like 1.6 vertically and 24 pixels horizontally. So then we're gonna put our border to the right, 1 pixel solid, and its type is gonna be color green. Okay, as you know, the last one doesn't need to have this, so make sure that you say and last type, it can be this. We're gonna say border right, set to none. Let's save this, save here also with road. Okay, we can see this border to the right side. Let's make sure that we have defined on the border radius. That's not what we want. No, we still don't have. Let me inspect this and see what's the problem. Border right, okay, 1 pixel solid. Here it doesn't really have. Okay, you must know why this is not happening. Sometimes you must think easy. I made that just to test your knowledge. This one is the last child, isn't it? Yes. And we've set this to don't have that margin, that border. So if we simply make a duplication here, this can be, you're gonna see what's gonna happen right now. We have, okay, just change the content here. I'm going to pause the video, fill all, and I'm going to come back. Now that I have completed, I'm going to save and see. Here I have. Very good. So now we can work with our buttons, right? So let's come here and say button. What are we going to put is the color to be color gray. Let me actually resize this. I'm going to put some padding. This one is going to be too small, just 1.8 rem. Just have some border right here of 1 pixel solid. This time I'm going to color gray, and the font size is gonna be that one, default font size. Let's save and see how this is gonna behave. Very good, very good. I'm actually liking this course. Yes, that's it. You have here your cars also, but we must have some padding right here, don't you think? Yes, let's add that. We should have that padding here because we have defined U padding bottom. Too small. Let's see if we don't have in our elements here utilities. Okay, we have margin bottom small. If we give a padding to the bottom small, this is actually gonna be just to the bottom. So let's see if it's much better if we simply define a margin bottom small or even padding bottom small, because it doesn't make really sense if we won't be using the internal space of the element, because padding is going to give the space inside of the element. But for simplicity, let's put u pad margin where we have the margin bottom small. Let's change what is margin to padding, and we're gonna take an advantage if we want in the future of formatting our element using the extra 2 rem that we're going to give to the padding bottom for that. So let's see if this now works. And yeah, open here, very good. I'm liking this. Yes, that's it. We have developed our project and I like this. Oh, we have this test drive. I was forgetting, and I can't make such a thing as that. Well, this is so easy to really implement. After our model scars, what we can do here is simply come with an anchor link, go to nowhere, and just insert that icon, right? This icon. Let's screen font awesome. This is solid. FA calendar day. I'm going to say the title here is gonna be simply boot a test drive and save. This is just for my main file from the page, so I won't be creating a component from this inside of my show. I'm going to put the style related to this icon. Here I can simply start searching that section, same brand cars, where I have, what is the name of this section? Same brand models. Okay, let me just copy it, tag the section right here. Oh no, I didn't copy. In this section I'm going to have its position set to relative, because it's the parent of what I'm going to be giving absolute position. So let me put this right here. Here's where you should be, and saving it. Then inside I'm going to put the test drive element to have an absolute position. So absolute font size, I'm going to put for rem. The color, you already know that is color light blue. I'm going to say from bottom I want to have some 30%, and from the right I'm going to start with 7%. I still remember this. I'm going to my show, save, and see what we have here. Nothing. Okay, let's see if it's somewhere here. No, obviously this one needs to have a class, which is the test drive that we have used it there. See if something happens. Yeah, it's happening right here. Okay, but if you think this is overlapping, you can simply push it more to the right side. It's up to you. I have done the job. So let's move to the next lecture where we're gonna start making these shopping tools. It's so easy. This is what we're going to be building. And as usual, let's start to copy this part here. I'm going to copy, remove this because I don't really need, paste here and close my section. Now we have the section shopping. I'm going to have shopping tools right here. And yeah, now I can start making my shopping tools right here. Do you like shopping? I like, especially when I'm going to have something to eat. Otherwise, it's not my type. But if we talk about cars, okay, I may not complain. But this time we have to simply buy one car, go home, organize a trip just to test the car, and also have food on the car. I'm going to say this is shopping tools icon, and I'm going to put the icon, which is first is a solid type and it's just a car. That's enough. After this icon we can put expand saying build your car. Then yes, we have one tool here. Let's put the next one. This is gonna be the location dot, so fa location dot, and here I'm going to change at what company you would like to work in your future. Please tell me in somewhere in this course. Accessories, somewhere, no. Tell me in the Discord server where you would like to work. I have here a screw driver wrench, okay, or tell me what is your college major if you're doing college right now. I would like to know more who you are and why you like to play with web design and development, while you can play with other things like cloud computer, which is in high demand, machine learning. I just like to know more from you, and tell me the recommendations of the course that you really want to see me teaching you, or you would like to have. I'm a personal fan of electronics, robotics, and software engineering, also physics and maths. Let's go to our show. Here we have, so let's start adding some paddings. Section shopping, let's add some padding. Okay, here we have your regular paddings in all the sides, so let's put 1 RAM, 3.2 RAM, 10 RAM, and 3.2 RAM. Saving here. Now we can go to our component creation, which is gonna be our shopping tools, CSS. Okay, let me go to my main. I'm going to put here shopping tools. I have saved it. Now I can start making that happen. This is actually gonna be easy. I have my shopping tools. Inside, don't forget that I have my icon, so I can make its width to be 100%, yes, and the font size I can set to 3.2 rem. Then I'm going directly to my link. Here I'm going to make sure that this is going to be displayed as inline block. Just add some padding. I just want horizontally. You have to just catch the idea from our original design and then start making this happen. That 9 rem. You already know that the color is not the same, so you don't have to even go there again. Keep checking and checking. You know that this color dark green, probably here you won't know what is the opacity. I agree with you, and let's save, then go and see what we have. Okay, going there slowly. We're gonna hit all. So let's adding the padding to the top, padding to the top of some 2 rems, but let me put 1.9 rem. And as we hover, you know what happens, so let's just put the transition to all. We're gonna put 0.3 seconds. Okay, as we hover, what we have, we saw that we're gonna be changing the color, and this is gonna be color blue. Okay, let's format our span that contains our text there. In our span, we're gonna display as IB text transform. Let me put uppercase letters. Font size 1.3 rem. I'm gonna put a font weight of 700. Just put a slight margin to the top of 1 rem and see if this gives us a good result or not. Still processing, very good, beautiful. Yes, I think we don't have to make nothing here else because we already have what we wanted. Drop your questions, tell me what courses you would like to see from Delta Valley in tech skills. Please follow our social media, YouTube, and we need to grow there. And you should be able to design this part by yourself because we have already done this. Let's go to our project here, open our IDE, and I'm not going to be making the things twice, reinvent the wheel. No, think twice, wisely, and you're gonna make your life more easy. You see that our main is so big, it's a big file, this one. We have developed this footer. What we have to do is to simply reuse this component. So I'm going to copy here, put here, Control V, save, and see if we didn't make nothing here. Then simply copying and paste here, we have developed it. So take a moment and yes, just analyze your design. You have accomplished it. I'm so proud of you. You are becoming a developer. Trust me, you are really dedicated to what you really like, because if you are here, that's the proof. You are designing beautiful things and you are understanding how they work. Please share this course with your students, with your friends or colleagues, with anyone in your group, in your circle, even if it's not in your circle, who you know that he or she wants to learn to program. Because here the design is going to happen when the person arrives to take the course and is going to learn a lot of stuff. I think from now you are confident to write your websites using HTML and CSS with more confidence.
you are going to face more challenges. You are now ready to go to the internet, find solutions, and not just being someone who's going to be copying and pasting solutions that you know how they are going to work. Above all, here I gave you the tools that you need to become a good developer in this area of HTML and CSS, a web developer for front end with just design. Now you have to design your applications by yourself. Go and see the web page that you like, clone that. Cloning is simply to redesign that interface and practice. We have to make this responsive. The unique parts that are responsive here are the menu, because we have worked on that. This part of the footer right at the bottom, and nothing else. We have to make this website responsive. Well, here we know that this component is responsive. This one is also. What's not responsive here is the description box. Let's go to our IDE. Make sure that you have here a new version of this project, because we're gonna insert the responsiveness on top of this. So now I'm going to open my shows page here, the description box, and show component. Let's take a look at what happens here. When we reduce the device viewport width, you can see that the background here, the overall component, increases and decreases its width in just to fit the appropriated dimension with the device. So we have to work with that. And the fonts also change. Let's go here to our project and open our description box. At a certain moment, we want to change the width here to be something different. We want to put the responsiveness here in our description box, and don't want to work here with the container because our component is this one. So what we are going to make here is, for example, say the width is going to be equal to some 50% at a certain moment. This is going to be 50% of the parent element, which has 24%. Then it's going to become the inverse of what we want. It's going to be too small. The best approach that we have here to make is to give our container the width of 100%. I'm changing this for the third time, but this will save much of our time, and give here 24%. Save, and when we save, we have some kind of problem here, because what appear is that horizontal bar. Let's still wait for it to appear. Our Chrome is not responding. Now we have this bar. And can you tell me why this is happening? Well, you must know that you have defined the width of 100% and you are giving a distance from the left part. Therefore, it's going to be 100% and it's going to shift it to the right side. So we're gonna make sure that from left we put it at 0, and we can simply add a margin to the left here. So margin to the left side of that 3%. This can fix what we had there. So here we have. Let's refresh, because we want to have the same 3% here, but not have that horizontal. Now we can start working with this. So let's open our inspector here and start to reduce, to see where we can increase or decrease the width first. So let's start to reduce. Let's reduce more. Here, when we change the root font size, we can increase more the width of this.
to some kind of, let's check what is going to be better. I'm going to be using this inspector, increase here, yes, some 27%. So let's close our show, come here, and where we have the width is here. Say, you already know we are going to include responsiveness. This is pixel to em function 1200. This is responsiveness. Now I'm going to put its width to 27%. Save and see what we have now. Okay, let's go. Here we have nice. I want to have some transition here that gives me a good look to all. 0.3 seconds. Save. Okay, so when you resize, you're gonna feel the transition. Yes, let's reduce more. Reduce. I'm going to reduce this here. Reduce. Let's reduce more. It's still okay for me. Okay, here when we change on this 900 breakpoint, what we can do is increase the width of this. So let's simply copy here, paste 900, and let's try some 40% and see what we have. Now I think it's much better. Let's keep reducing. The next part where we have a breakpoint is at 600. I think so. It's still good to see. Yes, right here we can put some 50% of the page. I'm going to change to 50%. This is at 600. Save again. Okay, here we have, yes. Let's go down. We are at 500, so I'm going to use this tool right now. Okay, let's reduce more. Reduce. Okay, here we can even increase more when we hit some 400 in this region. So let's put here some more, 20% to 400. Save and see what we have. Yes, it's much better for me. Let's take a time to work here with more small devices. Here in this 400, I'm going to put my dock on the right side and increase this all so that we can work comfortably. Okay, in this I think we have to make small changes in our heading main here with the font size. Let's see what we have now. Just 2.4. This is gonna not look very cool, so let's put some 3.5, 7, 8. Okay, give something big. So let's go to our heading main. This is gonna be to 400 and put the font size to some 3.8 rams. Save. Go and see what else we can make. Giving F5, it updated. Here in this heading secondary also we have some 1.3 RAM and I don't think this is okay, so let's try to increase here. 1.2, 0.4, 0.5. 0.5 is much better, so we're gonna update that. Let's see our links. because they are too small in my opinion. So let's try to increase instead of this. Put 1.4. Okay, 1.5 also. So let's go there. Copy this. Put here. We said it would be 1.5. Now here also we're gonna put in our link 1.5. Save. Go and check what else we can make. Let me give a 5. We have to give some kind of padding in this outer link container, in my opinion. Yes. Let's see how much it has. 1.52. Let's try to increase here. 2.52. It's still small. 2.6. Okay, let's go for 8. I'm going to leave 8. 2.8. Let's go to our outer link. Outer link container is this one. Okay, I'm going to put here padding of 2.8 rems, and I'm going to put 0 on the horizontal because I was looking here. Our links could have a little bit of more letter spacing, so let's find our link here. Include responsiveness, the letter spacing. Let's try some 0.6 rem and see how this behaves. Okay, it's so much better. Let me remove this and start playing with it. Okay, it's responsive, this part. All here is responsive now. So let's move to the next lecture where we're gonna make responsiveness for this huge component. Let's reduce and see where our website breaks. If you feel it already broke for you just because we have this on this line and copy on the next line, feel free to apply the styles. I'm not going to do that. Let's keep going. I think it's the moment to have just 2 cars and not 4 cars here on this row. So let me actually make that. What's my breakpoint is this one, and when we remove the cars, we won't have these borders anyway. Open your SamePrint car models and write add include responsiveness pixel to EM. Let's put 800 and put here grid template columns 50%, 50%. Save this. Go and check. It's not here, so let's see if we have reduced it enough. Yes. Then let's remove this border. So let's just copy this. Paste here, border, none. Nice. Let's keep reducing. Even our items here are okay, but here we can increase their font size. So let's use 650 as our breakpoint. Where are you, item? Here on top. So 65. Change this font size to, let's say, 3 rem. If it's not enough, then we change. And let's actually increase this more. 3.40. Just put some 2 here and see if this is gonna give us a good view. Yes. Next, let's see what we can change right here on this breakpoint. 650. Now we can be showing just one car. It would be nice, I think. So let's go back there where we put 50-50. Let's just change to 6.5. Grid template columns 100%. Save. And yeah, it's better in my opinion. But let's just give some margin to the top. So after we remove this border, let's just paste that code 6.5 and remove the margin to the top. But we don't do that for the last one. So it's not to remove, it's actually to increase a margin to the top, except for this first one because it actually has a good space, but these ones don't have. So, and it's not, instead of being last child, we're gonna say what? First child. So let's put our margin to the top of some 5 rem. I think it's gonna look okay. Here we have, it's something nice. Yes. Okay, our car model, in the name, we can actually increase the font size. So let's go. Where are you? Name. Put here 6.5. Put the font size. Let's put some 3.42 rems. And see, much better. This is some 27.36 pixels, you can see. Now let's see what else we can make here. Even for the title, we can change the font size. So let's copy this, paste here, and just put some 2.9 rems and see. It's too much. Let me put 3. Save again. Yeah, it's much better. Our body, we can increase this font size. Our body is gonna have, it's 1.2 currently, so let's just put 1.8 rem. Save. Didn't update. Save. Yes, it updated. It's much better now. Or we're going to increase from 1.8 rem. Oh no, it's too much. 1.8, it's nice. What else we can make here? Okay, these buttons can have a different font size here. Let's increase where they are. Here, font size, here we have the default font size. Let's just put 2 rems. Save. Go there. This is 2 rems. Nice. Let's increase more. 0.1, 2, or 3, 4. 3 is better in my opinion. Let me put here 2.3 rems and save. What else we can make here? I think this is responsive. Let me go. Yes. Let's increase. It looks well in this section, so I'm going to put the viewing, the dock on the right side. Reduce. Yes. Okay. Well, here for the shopping tools, we won't have to make much thing here. or even nothing, because it's centered and it's responsive by itself. What we can do is simply to increase this font size, don't you think? Right here in this breakpoint, let's hover. Where is the font size? Let's change it to maybe 1.6. Okay, 2 rems. Yes, let's make 2 rems. Go to our shopping. Where is the shopping tools? This is a span, the same place. Just put 2 rems, save. Yes, here we have. Yes, our website is responsive. We did it. And I'm proud of you. You have learned a lot of cool stuff right here. From now, I want you to be confident. And you should be, since the first time that you came into this course, because I told you you would learn a lot. Now you can go find your favorite website, redesign it, put your custom styles, think on your own design, and just put on the web in practice. You can go somewhere, for example, let's see what we have in a famous website. It can be even YouTube. You can simply come here and redesign the layout of YouTube, or while it's opening you can go to Spotify, Netflix, and clone that type of content. Let's close and move to the next section. My project, I'm going to start with my abstracts in the function, nothing special here, so we can leave. In our mixins, we start with our text to color gradient text and to color gradient angle text. This makes sense logically. We're gonna put this mixin first. Put here the background color, then we have the fixer, responsiveness. Let's save. And to just reformat the blank space that we usually leave, not having a unique style way in our code. For example, we may just give some space right here before it is curly braces, and here not. We're gonna be using an extension that's going to format our document, and this is called CSS formatter. So you have to install in your machine in this program, Visual Studio. So come to extensions and install a CSS formatter. We're going to just give a right click and format document. Then all our document has been formatted. Let's save. Go to our next component in the variables. I'm going to clean here, and I won't change any variable right here. What I'm going to simply give is right click, format document, save, go to my base file. In the animations, I'm going to give a right click, format document, save. In the base, also I'm going to just give a format document. These comments I'm not going to remove. It's going to be so useful for someone new who's come to our code, our typography. I'm going to also format this document, save, close. In our utilities also format document and save. Go to my components. I have the background video, format document, save. If you, for example, make this and you click format document, you see what it does. That's one of the reasons why you will want to use the button format your document, save. go here to my card design. I'm going to format the document first, save. Okay, card specs. Here I'm seeing the same thing, so I'm going to just format it in my card. Okay, this class is so big, we have all these lines of CSS. Right click, I'm going to format. Now they have been reduced. We had 298. Format document, save. And I'm seeing some repetitive code here, and that's usually not a good idea to have a repetitive code in my program. Background image, you can see that 85 is a constant. And what's really changing here is the color of the car. We always say background image. For that, we can create a mixin. Let's say, for example, add include this mixin. I'm going to say card background. This is on the card background, and here I'm going to simply keep passing the colors here. The opacities are the same, so we won't worry about that. And dark, go to my mixins in the abstracts, and this is gonna be the name. Create that mixin. I'm going to put before responsiveness, card background. Here I have no. I'm going to copy this background image, which is the instruction, paste right here. Here I'm going to have my first color, so let me put first color, and I'm going to have my second color. Saving here, we have the parameter first color, the second one is the second color, and say mixing. So this is nice. I'm going to save, right click, format document. Okay, now we can go to our card and remove this, then format document, save, see if this is gonna change or not. I'm going to save the main also, so let me open it, click here to save and test. You see when we hover, we still have that background, but we have just used this mixing. So let's keep using this idea for the next ones. Remove this, let's change here from 1 to 2, come here from 1 to 3, remove, and you're gonna be making this so on. 4, come up here, remove, change this to 5, put this one 6, this is gonna be 7, and this one is gonna be 9. 8. 9 is this one. Saving, giving a format document, seeing if our behavior has changed or not. Nope. Okay, still working as expected, right? We can close our mixing, our card. We can also just give format and close. After the card, we have the contact. I'm going to give a format document, description box, give just one format document,
And if you feel that some values here are repeated, you can simply create a variable for them and add somewhere down arrow format form. I'm going to give a format here also in our grid format. And let's make sure that all the columns we have used a column 3 or 4, I don't know where we have used it. Column 2 of 4 we also didn't use. Yes, column 2 of 3, no, we just used it. Column 1 of 2, column 1 of 3, even 1 of 2, where did we use? We didn't use. So let's remove what we didn't use here. 1 of 3 we have used it. 1 of 4 we've also used it. We didn't use column 1 of 2, so we can remove. Save here, format document. Make sure that here we also have this. Go to our main file and see if nothing has changed. Nothing. Everything is still working. Okay, now let's see what's here on the footer, also working. Let's close our contact, down arrow, form, and our grid also, header logo. This is just format document. Menu, I'm going to be making the same. Model, I'm going to format. Pop-up, I'm going to format. Same brand car models, I'm going to format. Service box. Okay, here we have shopping tools, our slide, testimonials, also close and close. Let's go to our layout. I really want to make it more organized, but if we still inspect each line by line, we're gonna find some repetitive code, and we can make variables for that if we want. When we just use a small amount of times, 2 times, I can accept you to repeat more than 2, I don't accept. I have showed you how you can achieve this result. You know how to create a variable, so go ahead and do this. I'm just looking here for the visual appearance. In my main, I'm going to format and save. Let's go to our index. We have written much code here. Look at this. This is all your index. Look to this right side to have an overviewing of how it is really seen when you have a font which is small, a page with all of this. You can see the structure here. It's huge amount of lines that you wrote here with me, nearly 1000. But yes, let's just right click, and here you can click format document. It will format for you. Okay, now we can see if everything is well formatted. This takes us to this amount of lines. Well, it's so much, but that's what we did, right? This is what we have developed. So let's see if nothing has changed here. Nothing, everything's still working well. Let's go to our show page. Look at these, we also written and format also.
Let's click on format. Yes. The show doesn't alter. Still working. Yes. Let's see our CSS. The final result of the CSS, this unique file right here. We have written all in components, and it's easy to edit one of them when we want. But if it was to just write all by ourselves in this CSS, it would be so tough to find a place where we see that our code is not working okay and edit there. But how we have isolated in small components, it's nice. But all that we wrote is equivalent to this file. Do you see how many lines of CSS you have really written? You have written, yes, 1429 lines of CSS code. Here I'm not going to be formatting because it becomes formatted when your server compiles your cells into CSS. And yes, our images are here, not modules we don't touch. This is a quick refactoring. You can go ahead. Let's move to the next lesson. Until this stage, we have been developing our website. This lecture is just an introduction really to optimization of your website in order to be able to upload to the server and be used by other people. This course is not intended to really teach you how to use advanced techniques to optimize the programming language to load images from servers, load videos from servers, and make sure that for example, the bandwidth of internet that our user has is capable of getting that video in short amount of time and represent it to the user also in short amount of time, complex things like this. No, we're going to optimize until the basics level. Okay, let's start with our CSS. What are we going to do with it is to create its minified version. Minified version is like a minimal version. It just contains what is really necessary for style. It's going to reduce the amount of space that the original file occupies. Therefore, it's going to increase the loading speed of our page, and it's just going to contain info that is related to style. No comments that we have here, for example, in our CSS, or that we might have, no white spaces, no indentations. Only styles that our browser is going to need in order to render what we really want. Let's start with this. We're going to fortunately use what we have, Node.js, to create a compressed version of our CSS. Let's create a script here and say compress. This is going to be CSS. And here we're going to write Node.js. Space, we have to give the path of the CSS file that we want to create its minified version, which is this one that we are using until now. So let's say CSS slash this is style dot comp of compiled CSS. Next, what are we going to have to give is the path of the file that we want to give as the output to the minified version. We're going to live on the same path but change here from comp to min of minified, and simply write output style compressed. Nice. Now let's run this script. Go here to terminal npm run. Now you can say compress CSS. Hit enter, and we have to wait. Nice. Now you can see successfully rendered. Let's open our file and see what it contains. It just contains one line, yes, or two. At maximum I usually see two. Let's see if we have, yes, the last line is simply an empty line. Okay, basically we have one line containing all the style that we have been building together here, while here we have how many lines, I don't know how many lines, but yes, you can see here, for you as developer, you need to see the things well structured like this and work in this way, but the computer can see all of this in only one line. It's going to perfectly render how it should be. Okay, yes, all the style here has been placed. Now if we go and see the difference between the amount of spaces, we have to hope to see difference in terms of that. Okay, we have here 31.9 kilobytes for the minified version, and the non-minified one is 41.8. Okay, we have saved some kilobytes. It's not a big space that we have saved, but sometimes we're going to write huge style sheets that occupy big amount of space, and its minified version is going to save us a lot of space. It's going to increase more, reduce more the amount of time that our user is going to take in our website to load, because the time that it is required to read 41.8 kilobytes differs from the time that is required to read this one. Now let's talk about the images. Well, first let's see if we have an image that we are not using in our website. Here we are using all, also. We're not using this logo icon and this logo black white to X, or I'm wrong. This one we're not using. Let me see if we are using black white or simply this black. I have deleted and I want to see if we are using this one on the footer. Okay, so these two images are the ones that we are using. Map we are using, all models also, payment services, pop-up for GLE, all is being used. Okay, this one we didn't use. This we use all, Tacoma also, Euros also, Velar also, Racing Nature we didn't use this Jaguar, and the second Silesian. Services we use it, slider we use it, video we use it, these two videos. On shows mainly we did use all, BMW models also we use it all. Next we have the comprehension of images. We can use, for example, tiny PNG, which is going to make the comprehension of images for us. Basically, what is comprehension? It is to reduce the amount of space that your image is going to occupy and reducing its quality, but not in such a way that our user sees a huge impact in the quality loss. For example, let's use what here, a high resolution image that we have in high demand. Let's drop here. It starts occupying what? 250.9 kilobytes, but if we download its minified version, we're going to save 36 kilobytes. This small detail makes a huge difference. If we download, we're going to see the image here. I'm going to drag and drop to my Chrome here. Okay, this is the minified version, and I'm going to take the non-minified version. Can you notice the difference between these two images? They have a difference, but it's not too much, and even you might not be seeing, but technically they have. But you can see I can give my user good experience without a huge amount of space. So make sure that you optimize all the images that you have in your folders of this project and upload to the project folder structure that we have and use them on your website. I'm going to give you an example with another image. Let me try here. Let's try this one and see how much we're going to save. Okay, this one, save it 45 kilobytes. Let's see another one. We would be saving, okay, this is giving me of total, okay, but that's not what I wanted really. Okay, from here to here we have saved some 80.8 kilobytes. Here we have saved some, how many, what's the difference, 4.1 kilobytes, and so on. Now let's make sure that our website is using this minified version. For that we have to come here to our index file, and in our show file change the path of our CSS. Instead of saying compiled, we're going to say minified version, and here also we're going to say minified version. Let's go here and see if this is going to give us a difference. No difference. Do you see? We still have the same behavior. Let me go with my right click and see the source of this page, or even inspect. I want to show you that we are using here in our header website the minified one version. Here we have styled sheet. Okay, here you can see min, and if we click here also, by now this is still going to be the minified version. I can see view page source. Here we have, this is the minified version. If you click here, you have. You can also see on the internet more video compression algorithms. If you wish to use the video compression algorithms, make the compression of your videos and use them right here, but make sure that they have good quality. Our idea is not to reduce the amount of space only, but also we have to keep the quality to our user. With that said, we have developed this project, and I'm so proud to be your instructor during all this time. If you are here, that means you are a hero. You gave yourself more than 60 hours listening to my voice, seeing the videos, going back, going forward, writing, and that's a good point to start as a developer. You have to know that you're going to still need to learn so much. I'm going to start giving you some advice. Please learn a programming language. And the best programming language that you can do if you want to continue in the web development industry from now is JavaScript. I'm going to repeat, learn JavaScript. In the next lessons, we're going to focus on uploading this to the cloud and seeing how it's going to behave.
We're going to be using Netlify as our service to host our web page because it's fast, easy to use, and beginner friendly. And you're going to also have enough bandwidth to show to some people. Okay, here after you open netlify.com, you're going to sign up if you don't have an account, or log in as what I'm going to do because I already have an account. In login, you're going to choose what login method you wanna have. Right here, I'm going to log in with a GitHub account from the Tech Skills, and it's now authenticating. Here I do have. Nice. Okay, after you set up your account for the first time, you probably will see an interface here where you're going to have the upload from a Git repository in other platforms, start from a template or manual deploy. You can skip and come here to your sim overview. Here, what are we going to do? We're going to upload our site. We have different ways to upload it. It can be from any of these services. We can start from a template or manually deploy. To manually deploy, we simply have to drag and drop our site, in this case output folder, right here. So we have to find our site output folder. Here I do have. Okay, what I'm going to do is to copy this to my desktop. Let me find it here. I have it in my desktop. Okay, my output folder doesn't need to contain files which are not HTML or CSS or JavaScript. Here I have this package JSON, which is a JSON file, so I'm going to select and delete. Node modules, I won't need nothing about the node modules in my production environment, so I'm going to remove it. Then we have these CSS files. These CSS files contain components in CSS format. What I have to do is to also remove, because we already have what is necessary, the CSS. Here the images will remain, and I'm just waiting for the computer to remove the node modules. With the node modules folder deleted, let's open our files and see if they are still working how we programmed it to work. Still working, yes. And in the shows page where we add, okay, now I'm not with the live server on, so don't worry why that image doesn't appear right now. Don't worry about that. This will appear. Let me go to my starting from. Here I also have, don't worry about the images. I'm not using my live server right now. Okay, what we can do now is take this folder, which is our right output, and paste right here, drop I mean, and let's wait. Okay, we have it deployed right here. Nice. We can see production, it has already been published, and here we have the website name. So let's click here, and it's still processing. Okay, 7 cars with all cars div, still loading, but we don't want to have this as our URL. Let's go to site settings and change the site names. I'm going to say 7 cars website .netlify.app. This is going to remain by default because we are using a free plan, but if we wish to change, we have to pay for that. Let's save. Okay, it works. Now let's go back, give a refresh. We must see new info. Okay, no page found, of course. So let's go back one more time. Here we have our website. Here we also have, and now what we can see is the header of our website. It was so easy to deploy this. Here we have, going down, we're going to still see. Okay, this is not playing for a certain reason. Let me refresh. Not found. Request ID. Why we can see this website right here? That's because we had previously opened before changing the name of our website, but now let's say 7 cars website. This should work right now. Okay, here we have, we can even see the F5 icon right here. Okay, now it's all working. Here we have, so let's see if we're going to see the image playing, the video, and it's also playing. Here we have podcasts, events, sports, all working how it should. Range Rover. Here we have this GLE also. Now you can test and see if it's going to work for you or not. Then we can see here buy now. It's still working, and yes, we have uploaded. It was a nice lesson, so let's move forward. But before I move, if you wish to change the URL, what you can do is come here to your site settings, change the site name one more time, but you might want to customize the domain. If you want to use a different domain, what you can do is come here and write your domain. For example, www.7carsui.com. Let's suppose that this is my domain. I'm going to verify if somebody didn't occupy it. Okay, if nobody occupied and you can occupy, and the registration cost is $12.99 for the first year. And here you can read more, you can pay for that and use the domain, which is going to be custom for you.